Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new, FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Welcome to the final round of Norway Chess. And it all comes down to this. BB Sara has already locked up the women's, but on the other side, chaos reigns. We have 3 players in contention. But one thing is guaranteed. You're going to have a brand new champion. Who's going to rise to the top? Well, let the final battle begin. Let's go.
For the first time in 13 years, Norway Chess moved from Stavanger to Oslo, bringing the biggest stars in the game into the heart of the capital. Over the next week, the world's best chess players attempt to keep their nerves together, while the rest of us pretend we understand the engine evaluations.
Why did Magnus not play f4? Oh, the bar drops though.
This year's lineup is ridiculous. Magnus Carlsen returns once again and faces challengers like Gukesh Vincent Keimer, Wesley So, and Alireza Firouzja. Every single round looks like a world championship match that accidentally wandered into another tournament.
He's feeling the nerves now of Vincent Keimer.
The women's event is just as fierce, with Zhu Xin'er, Zhu Wenjun, Hampi Kneru, and Anna Moonsjuk all ready to fight for every point like it's personal. But here's the thing that makes Norway Chess different from any other event on the calendar: there are no peaceful draws. If the classical game ends tied, the players go straight into Armageddon. One game, one winner, maximum stress. After last year, we know exactly how intense this tournament can get.
Oh my god!
So get comfortable, the clocks are ticking, the evil bar is about to go insane. Norway Chess starts right now.
And it is a good day from the capital city of Norway in Oslo, from the Dakeman Library. Today it's the final round. It's the ultimate in-game of Norway Chess. There's no safety nets, no second chances, no tomorrow. For now, this is it. And our players, they are ready. They are waiting for the battles to begin. And everyone in the audience, the whole library is buzzing with anticipation. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I am here with the dream duo, Tanya Sajdev and David Howe. Guys, it has been awesome, relentless, ruthless, absolutely everything these last 9 days, and now this is the moment.
And above all, Yovi, it's been so much fun, and this is it. This is where Norway Chess gets its final act at the Bjørvika Library. You know, we came into Oslo. David's already sad.
I don't want it to end, guys.
We'll be back next year. Already? But you know what? I have to say, we came in expecting the inevitable Carlsen, expecting Gukesh to make a statement as a world champion. What we get at the end of it is something that none of us could have predicted. 3 players, a single point separating them, 1 last game left. David Howell, this is where the story gets its end.
Exactly, and we are in a library. I've read a few books in my time. There's always twists and turns, right? The best books have a surprise ending. Ooh. So what that ending is going to be today, we'll find out. But it's already been quite a few shocking chapters so far.
Yes, but one ending has already been written, and that was BB Sara Asaubeva, as with her win, her draw yesterday in against Anna Muzichuk was enough to actually net her the crown of Norway in the women. Let's have a recap of what went down yesterday. Repetition has occurred between Bibisara Asabaeva against Anna Muzichuk, and that gives her the much required point that she needs. Bibisara Asabaeva, the new champion of Norway chess.
Thank you. I'm feeling good also because I won the tournament round to spare because I will have just two more good game without any stress.
Gukesh, he has barely any checks. He's going to resign.
And there we have it. It's a result. The world champion loses. Prague, third win in a row in classical.
It's like a perfect opponent. He never backs down from a fight, and he always go for it no matter how the tournament is going. So it's always inspiring from him.
Wesley's taken down Magnus once in the classical in Norway chess in the earlier encounter, looking to do it again, this time in the Armageddon.
Magnus now only move to avoid checkmate is to go back with his queen. He doesn't go back.
And it's a win for Wesley.
Yeah, it's very important depending on how I do tomorrow.
Farouja working some magic. Vincent doesn't find it, goes behind with his queen.
Do not get yourself into the H line, but he doesn't. He goes the wrong way, and now rook to H3 would solve all of Vincent Keimer's problem. He reaches out for it. He goes the other way.
Ooh, big mistake. Apparently forfeiting the center allows black to switch focus to the other side of the board. The clock ticking. 2 seconds as he trades the queens.
But he's got the same plan.
Pushing the king. It's so natural to go with the rook. And big mistake though. Now black has a free hand to push forward with his other pawn.
Ooh, will he take it to Armageddon because of the clock pressure?
He's got to be careful not to repeat the position now. He blocks with his knight, but it's back to a draw. He gave up his most valuable pawn. He should have walked the king the other way. I think a draw is just a fair result here. Vincent winning for most of the game, the turnaround. And it is a draw ultimately. What a roller coaster. Both players with smiles on their faces.
In the classical game that I got close to losing, or I mean I'm pretty sure the position was lost, messing it up so badly shouldn't happen regardless of the time format.
2 decisive games yesterday, but it does mean that suddenly there are only 3 contenders in Norway chess. Wesley So, Pragnananda and Alireza Firouzja. They're all at the top. They're the only ones who have a chance of winning. Wesley So, half a point ahead of Prague. Well, he's got the black pieces against Alireza. I guess that's maybe good, maybe bad. Who knows?
The way Wesley's playing, I don't think anything has turned out bad for him. He's been unshakable at the top since round 5, since taking down world number 1 Magnus Carlsen. That's where we saw the first swing of the tournament at the top happen, and Wesley happily being there. I think yesterday surviving and taking Magnus down in the Armageddon, a solid hold in the classical. That half point really matters going in today. For Alireza Firouzja, the stage is clear, the stage is set. Only one result matters. To win Norway chess, he has to take down Wesley So in the classical. Nothing else will suffice.
Yeah, sometimes it's nice to have that clarity. Wesley won't be sure how hard to push, how solid to be. Alireza can just focus, lock in on going for the win and throwing everything at his opponent there. Of course, Prague in the wings, but it's lovely how just everyone has something to play for. Even at the bottom, Magnus against Gukesh, they both want to win. They both want to avoid ending up in the cellar come the end of the tournament.
It's that kind of tournament. Norway, the home of fighting chess. It's always about the pride, the money, and of course, the love of the game. As we see Will Vincent play the role of spoiler? He has the black pieces against Pragnananda. Now, Prague, with a win in classical, will be a very happy man. But everything will depend on what occurs between Alireza Firouzja with the white pieces and Wesley. And Vincent, always so well dressed.
It's a brave man to wear a turtleneck in quite warm weather here, almost summer. But yeah, very stylish though, Vincent, on and off the board. He'll hope to at least avoid an Armageddon today. Armageddons have not been his friend. 8 Armageddon losses out of 8 for Vincent Keimer. But yeah, the game's starting soon. What do we think? Are the players going to have anything left in the tank? Stamina is going to be a huge part of today's action.
It will be so much about endurance, but at the very top, 3 players fighting for championship, it's also adrenaline. It all comes down to this. Everything that they worked towards over the last 2 weeks, it is this final round. This is where champions will be made. So I think that push for a player like Pragnananda, after suffering 2 losses, making the biggest statement on the board. 3 back-to-back victories there in classical, taking down Alireza, Magnus, and then Gukesh. I don't think he's thinking about endurance and fatigue right now. He wants to go all out. If he wins, then it all comes down to this board. For Wesley So, a win in the classical means Norway chess champion, perhaps one of his biggest victories of his chess career, at least in recent times.
Yeah, he's been kind of in and out of these elite tournaments recently, Wesley, over the last year or two. He's had some decent results of late over the last 12 months, at the Sinkfield Cup, your American Cup, etc. But yeah, in terms of international kind of elite round robins, it's one of his best performances ever. Just the calmness he showed, the fact that he defeated Magnus in such style, both with black in the classical and with white yesterday in the Armageddon, that showed that he is a man confident and playing at his very best.
And he never really gave an edge to Magnus in yesterday's game. It was a very confident hold by Wesley, sticking to plan there, taking him to Armageddon. He's been unstoppable in the Armageddon, and the one man who really wants to put a stop to the way things have been going in the last 18 months is Gukesh Tomaraju, the world champion. I think he came into Norway chess wanting to make a statement, wanting to change the storyline with the world championship on the horizon for him. That hasn't happened. And I will say, while him and Magnus Carlsen playing with white today, not at the race for the top, there is a lot on the line for these two. There is pride. Neither of them want to finish bottom of the table at the end of this. And I think for Magnus, world number 1 in Oslo, that's what he wants to avoid. For Gukesh, he wants to end it on a high. He needs that win with everything that's coming up for him later this year.
And it's often said that you can have as bad a tournament as you like, but if you win the last game, then everything will be good. And we see Magnus with his very young fans.
Well, actually, that's his nephews. That's his sister with her back to us, Ellen Carlsen, and 2 of her boys. Magnus, family man, trying to get in a good mood, trying to get in the zone, as is Gukesh just before this last round.
Yes. And for Gukesh, as you mentioned, it's all about just turning the tide, just turning the narrative. A win would mean the absolute world to Gukesh, but unfortunately, it will not have a big impact on the standings. Everything will be on these boards in front of us. Vincent Keimer with the black pieces will be playing against Pragnananda. Pragnananda on 15 points, he's chasing down this gentleman on our screens, Wesley So. Now, there's only one situation where we could possibly see a playoff for first place, and that is if Wesley loses in the Armageddon and Prag wins his Armageddon game. That's it.
That's when we'll get the 2-way tie, and it will go into a tiebreaker blitz format. We'll talk more about that. But for Prag, he needs to focus on the job at hand first. If he can get the classical win, great. That's where it all lies at. And for Vincent Keimer, he's looking. His role today is to play spoiler to Pragnananda. You know, he's been solid so far in the classical games, but suffering in those Armageddon. Magnus Carlsen, though he's fighting to survive the last place, does look like he's in a good mood for the big matchup. It's world number 1 versus the world champion.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I got to say about Magnus is that he seems to have mellowed out these last few years. Like, if he'd done such a performance such as this, you know, lost so many games, he would have been raging. And here he looks completely relaxed.
Yeah, it was only 12 months ago, though, that we saw the table bang when the anger, the hunger, they were burning bright. But this year, maybe it's just been such a disappointment that it was already a few rounds ago that he was feeling that the tournament, at least for the race for first place, was over. But strange to see Magnus just accept things as they were. The lack of energy in the Armageddon yesterday was quite visible as well. But he'll be back, Magnus, no doubt, strong as ever.
Yeah, a big question on what's his fighting mood today. He rated it at 1.5 earlier, but there's not going to be a lack of fight in this one. The entire tournament comes down to this board. Firouzja needs a classical win with white to have a chance to take the tournament. While So, Wesley just needs to make sure he continues to do Wesley things, just not lose in the classical.
Yep, just not lose. For Alireza, he's a man on a mission. The only result that is satisfactory for him is he needs to win in the classical, pick up those 3 points, and see what happens in Pragnananda's game.
If Wesley wins with the black pieces, that's tournament over. That right there is championship for Wesley. But he needs to at least ensure that this does go down to the Armageddon. And with those dynamics at play, Alireza, the tournament run that he's had, leading the tournament until round 5, picking up, starting with a bang, picking up so many classical wins, and then losing his lead, but always staying at the top. I think he wants to go full throttle today. You know, he knows taking it to the Armageddon just doesn't make the cut for him. I say that this is going to be one of our decisive classical games here.
Absolutely. As we wait for the signal to start. Also, when it comes to the women's, for Bibi Sara, this is just simply relax and enjoy. She's already the queen of Norway chess after having won yesterday. And it's just a big scramble to second place. Magnus Carlsen, world number 1, plays against world champion. What is Magnus going to bring to the table? Who is going to ride or die here?
I think it'll be a fight, despite the fact that both players are looking forward to the tournament being over. Carlsen, Gukesh, they have fighting spirits. They don't bail out with quick draws, or at least very, very rarely. I'd be very surprised to see Magnus try and end that game early. And yeah, Magnus doing the double over Gukesh would at least be some consolation elsewhere. We will be looking at that top central board a lot over the next few hours to see what Firouzja can conjure up. And of course, the bottom right board, Pragg against Vincent Keymer as well. Vincent, counter-attacking player at his best, could take advantage if Pragg goes all out. It's going to be tough for Pragg, I think, more than anyone. Wesley and Firouzja know what they need. A win for either of them, it's over. Pragg, he's going to have half an eye on goings-on elsewhere.
Yeah, that is very true. Pragg, I guess his fate is not in his hands. It's all dependent on Wesley, so he can just simply play as if he wants to pick up those 3 points and see what happens.
What is in Pragg's hands is the game in front of him right now, right? And whatever I know of him, he will try to block out everything that's happening on that top center board. He knows that his task is cut up. He's got the white pieces and he's on a hot streak right now. Back-to-back-to-back wins. And against a field, that's no joke. Alireza, Magnus, and Gukesh. Vincent Keymer, he's had an up-and-down tournament. Yes, in the classical, he's been pretty solid, but only 1 classical win so far for Keymer. He knows that Pragg as white will come for him. And I think Pragg will try to create his chances as we go into ceremonial moves. Jovanka, final round of Norway chess here, about to begin.
About to begin, and I saw one ceremonial move being played, and that was A3 in the game between Zhu Wenjun and Bibi Sara. That will not be happening, but I liked the sentiment.
Yeah, I don't think Zhu Wenjun saw the funny side of things, but yeah, very unlikely to happen on her board. It's been a tough tournament for her. Talking of world champions, both world champions, Gukesh and Zhu Wenjun, have really struggled. And yeah, expectations were quite high for them, not quite at their best. Maybe saving their best for the world championship matches over the next 12 months. In the meantime, gloves are off. We go. Round 10, E4, E5 between Alireza Firouzja and Wesley So.
Ooh, and a first semi-surprise of the opening right now by Alireza Firouzja. They say knights before bishops, but Alireza switching up the move order there, keeping it flexible, not showing his hand whether the knight will come to f3 or maybe we'll see the f-pawn moving up the board early on. I think this is going to be a new idea by Firouzja with no conversions to the Italian, is my prediction here.
Yeah, and this is the bishop's opening. It avoids the Petrov defense, which Wesley has employed. I don't think it's his main weapon. Normally it's knight c6. He likes the Italian. He likes the Spanish, Wesley. So trying to dodge the Petrov defense is one thing. Psychological gain against players who like to employ that opening. But yeah, white very flexible. Whether it is the knight with a quick f4, whether it is going back into some kind of Italian, having dodged certain move orders. Interesting to see that Alireza lands the first surprise and Karo Khan on the board between Magnus and Gukesh.
Where's the celebration, Yovi? We need to see that. We see a Karo on the board in, well, a match to not finish last.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I have been hoping for the whole Norway chess, and finally I get it. I think I almost might do like my niece does, a big guy dance. Big guy. Big guy.
Love it.
Yes.
Is that a big guy opening choice here by Alireza Firouzja? Still just hinting at that f4 move now that the pawn will be defended with the bishop. One thing's clear, that Alireza wants to make a fight out of this classical. It's his shot at the championship and he's going for it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens next. Black tends to have 2, maybe 3 main moves here. Black's knight can develop, of course, to c6 on that queen side. The black bishop can come out to c5, or a pawn can come to c6 to try and build a big center. That tends to be preferred by Petrov players who don't want to transpose into the Italian. But Wesley, yeah, he has a lot of experience in these types of pawn structures. This has been quite trendy as well. This was played consistently at the candidates tournament by Wei Yi with the knight coming out to c3. It was played earlier in this event, this system, by Gukesh to defeat Vincent Keimer in a miniature in an Armageddon. So surely Wesley's been looking at this opening.
With a stunning bishop landing on e6, that game ended beautifully right there for Wesley. So he started the tournament saying if he scores 12 to 13 points, it would be a successful outing for him. And here he is, leader going into that final round, half a point ahead of the rest of the field, and everything rides on this game. Do you think he's feeling a little nervy with this choice of Alireza? He doesn't. It's also a clash of styles, let's just say it. You know, Alireza looking for those combative battles. Wesley always trying to keep it solid on the board. What's going on in his mind? He can't be too happy with what's happening on that top left board.
Yeah, early days, but he has been known to get nervous throughout his career a little bit. He tends to play it safe in big moments because I don't know, the thought of risking too much does kind of unsettle him, but we'll see. I think that will play out later, perhaps on the clock, if he's unable to recover from this early surprise.
And I do remember one event that he played where he had a heart rate monitor. And okay, yes, it was like a blitz game. It was like super intense, but he was one of the players with the highest heart rate.
And I'm not surprised. So many times during those time scrambles, you know, when Wesley's about to make a move, you can see his hand shaking, reaching for the pieces, and it just feels like the nerves sometimes get to the man with the nerves of steel with the kind of chest that he shows. I also want to point out, talking of surprises, it looks like Gukesh has taken the world #1 by surprise with his decision to go for the Caro. What are the chances that this is also a way to sort of throw off Sundarov, saying that, you know what, I do have the Caro Khan in my arsenal, make sure your team looks at this?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, perhaps that's one excuse or one reason for Gukesh struggling in recent months. Just he's got a lot of attention on that World Championship match. He's already got a repertoire in mind. So he's trying anything not to reveal his true weapons, often planting false flags, red herrings, just saying, okay, look at Caro, look at the, the Pierts, look at the Scandinavian, look at everything. I'm definitely going to go a different direction when the match starts. But I have seen Gukesh play it actually quite a bit in recent months at Caro Khan. So I don't think it should have come as a surprise to Magnus. I think maybe he was expecting e5 or maybe a Sicilian, but...
Something more often. Yeah,
exactly. Magnus has played everything against the Caro, by the way.
Yeah, he has. But Gukesh is pretty loyal to one system in the exchange variation, so we'll see whether Magnus adopts that particular approach. But as we're seeing, Magnus deep in thought. Of course, Magnus knows how to play against the Caro. He's not like surprised and going, oh no, what can I play? He can play anything and everything. He's just picking his poison.
Yeah. I remember during the pandemic, when we were all kind of locked at home, I played Magnus, I think it was like 150 games online in one big session. And I kept playing the Caro against him every time. And I got crushed in so many different ways. He was playing all these weird little sidelines and he had an idea everywhere. So I think that's why we're seeing Magnus think right now, not because he is surprised, but because he's got maybe 10 different ideas against the Caro Khan. He might have used 5 of them before, so reluctant to use them again. But he's just choosing now which direction he wants to go, which one suits his mood.
Yeah, let's point out that the most played move in this position for white is push that other central pawn. You gain more space, and then you decide how you want to bring your knights forward. Where do the bishop land? And I was expecting Magnus to go into a think after Gukesh's response of the queen's pawn moving ahead as well, but he starts from move 2 already. Interesting. I think everyone has said this at this tournament, that with Gukesh, you don't need to go looking for a fight, right? He's going to make things interesting on his own. He's a player, regardless of what the form is, of what things are looking like. He will create that fight on the board. And Magnus right now is thinking, how can he actually get him out of his preparation? What is it that Gukesh wants to get from this position, from this game? And how can Magnus make sure that doesn't happen?
Exactly. The mind games are there for all to see. Let's go back to our bird's eye view whilst Magnus is choosing which approach to take. And let's go and check in on Prague against Vincent, because that one's a d4, d5 system. And, well, we have some answers already on our board. And We see moves being played super fast.
Yeah, so top 3 boards there in our Norway chess. We've got quite a variety of openings happening in this very decisive matchup. This one starts with the queen's pawn opening and the only one to start with 1d4. A decision by Pragg.
Yeah, and interesting stuff happening. So we'll just break it down from the beginning very quickly. We didn't need to do an action replay in the other games because there were only 1 move played on the Carlsen board, for example, and only 3 on the other board. But this one has progressed a bit quicker. We see an anti-Nimzo Indian, so going for the Queen's Gambit decline now by transposition. And rather than play knight c3, which is one of the main moves, or go into the Catalan opening with fianchetto with g3, Pragg plays something that is, I think, quite rare, at least in this exact position, playing e3. And it looks like a normal Queen's Gambit declined, but he's combining e3 with a capture on d5. And this is at least what I was taught not to do when I was young, because here White's bishop on c1 very much stuck. Normally the bishop is out on f4 or g5, much more active squares. But a bishop on c1, it looks a bit like some variations of the Nimzo Indian defense, except Black's bishop's on e7 rather than b4. And yeah, I have noticed that modern computers do say it's fine in every position to capture on d5, even if it allows Black's kind of traditionally bad bishop to come out to some nice squares. So Pragg must have an idea to justify this slightly anti-positional approach.
It's definitely a more cautious and a safer approach by White, and I just want to discuss the math strategy, the potential math strategy that Pragg could have right now. Now, Vincent has a clear weakness at Norway chess, right? It's you take him to Armageddon, and it almost feels like the win is yours. He hasn't won a single Armageddon in this one. Vincent's really, really struggled. Meanwhile, Pragg, super form in the tournament. If Pragg feels that his best chance is to get Vincent into that Armageddon, get that 1.5 points in, and then you're at least knowing that it's Wesley versus Alireza. Wesley's playing with the black pieces. The chances of Wesley getting a classical win, at least objectively, are not incredibly high in that, right? With Alireza playing with White. Do you think Pragg just wants a safer Queen's Gambit decline today? Wants to get Vincent into that Armageddon without taking too many chances? And then saying, you know, Wesley's got to prove himself on his board, has to win that Armageddon against Alireza.
Oh, Wesley looks so good in Armageddons, though.
Yes.
I think that would be a risky strategy. I don't think safety is in Pragg's armory these days. Like, he doesn't play for draws. This tournament alone, what's he had? Is it 7 decisive results in Classical alone out of 9 rounds? He's won 4 Classical games. He's lost 3 Classical games. I think he wants more action, and this might look safe, but I think the intention is quite clear. He wants to put a knight into e5, back it up with a quick f4, maybe g4, throw some pawns forward. I think Vincent here has to be quite accurate to justify, well, what he's about to do, because White has such a straightforward plan.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that Pragg is going to be pragmatic about this and go into any Armageddons. I think he wants to test Vincent as much as possible. And we'll see. It's a kind of offbeat variation, which I think is very good, because it's the only way to surprise your opponent these days in modern day chess, because Vincent knows everything and anything about the main lines.
Also, I can't remember the last time Pragg played with the white pieces and didn't make a fight of it. Regardless of what's on the line, regardless of the tournament situation, it's something that this younger generation just plays for. You know, they know that if the chances do come, they'll take it. They want to create positions where you know it's going to be dynamic play. So I'm with you guys. I don't think it's a safety first approach, although I would make a different case for Wesley. I think Wesley would be very happy to steer it off into an Armageddon if given the opportunity.
Yeah, and I have a question for you both. Say, for instance, Vincent decides to come out with the bishop to g4. Say, no knight e5 for you today. Do you think Pragg will back that up with h3? And if the bishop steps back, g4, and then get in knight e5 and let's go.
Let's go. This would be fun. The pawns already poised to continue their storm forward. I would love to see that. I think bishop g4 is another question. I mean, I think h3 probably a worthy addition here, but another question would be, after a move like queen to b3, hitting this pawn, does Black want to take this? Knight e5 is coming. If Black does take, then some positions you live to regret, opening up the g-file and targets on the other side of the board. This is hard to evaluate.
And I'll just follow up on that. I think Pragg's last move hints that he wants to get his king to the right flank. But very often you can be still flexible with it, right? Get your queen out either to c2 or b3, get your bishop to d2, and actually aim for those opposite side castling positions and start with that pawn storm as quickly as you can.
Yeah, it's interesting because Vincent, if he knows that he might get attacked, like knight e5, maybe queenside castling, pawn storm on the king side, on the right flank there, then he might be tempted to play c5, but then maybe he's not a fan of isolated queen's pawn positions, and Pragg totally changes tactic. He just takes the pawn, for example, castles, and he's saying, okay, I'm going to fianchetto, I'm going to play against the weakness. Suddenly it becomes a much more positional fight. So if Vincent lashes out with c5, I think it becomes positional. If Vincent's too slow, plays like c6, rook e8, knight d7, all the kind of typical queen's gambit decline moves, then we might see Pragg release and show off his idea.
Wow. Okay, I can't wait to see what is in store in this game. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and just do a quick roundup of what is going down. Because we have some moves on the Ali Reza Firouzja and Wesley So game. We see knight, bishop coming out to c5. That is the last move that Wesley's chosen. And Ali Reza is now pausing for thought, but moving across, we have a decision in the Caro-Kann. It was a 2c4 Caro-Kann. Maybe it's going to transpose into a variation called the Panov Botvinnik, but still a lot of fun to come. And going to the women's, well, Bibi Sara, she's in her King's Indian, but it doesn't really matter for Bibi Sara. She's already won the event yesterday. How difficult or how easy is it to play knowing that, you know, you've already reached the mountain? You don't need to actually climb any higher.
Yeah, you reached the top already, right? And for Bibi Sara, it's nothing to lose, but nothing to lose in chess is a dangerous game to play. You know, you can take those extra risks, and maybe Zhu Wenjun, who's had a very forgettable tournament so far, might actually find her opportunity in today's game to come back. We talk about Gukesh's form with the World Championship match. I think the same questions are for Wenjun as well. And this tournament has put her form into question right now. So for her, this King's Indian defense that we see, I have to say that with the white pieces in the last round for a struggling Wenjun, she can't be too disappointed. She knows this will be a fight, and maybe fortunes will start turning for the reigning women world champion.
In fact, I was just looking at the scoreboard and doing the mental maths. If Zhu Wenjun wins in the classical, she will move up to 13.5 points. And she needs other results to go her way. Like, for instance, Zhu Jiner. She needs Humpy to beat Zhu Jiner. And, you know, maybe she might even find herself in shared second. And there are big prizes here in Norway chess.
It's funny because if Zhu Wenjun loses, then things could go totally the other way, and she could end up last if Humpy wins. So it's always tricky at the end of tournaments. It's like you said, Jovanka, like how hard does someone push? For Bibi Sara, of course, she's in the dream position. For her, it probably goes one of two ways. Either she's so relaxed that she plays even better than ever, no tension, or she's so relaxed that she loses focus. For the others, they all have a lot to play for, and that tension could end up getting to them. Yeah, fascinating. I think Zhu Wenjun, tricky because she knows Vaishali is watching from afar. Vaishali might be tempted to play an opening like the King's Indian, suits her style, in a World Championship match. So how much does she show in terms of her opening ideas? Yeah, it feels like all of the openings now, mostly mainline stuff, but still some kind of some intrigue lying beneath the surface.
And still games pretty much in the balance, early days, but my eyes on the top center board mostly, you know. I think a plan of attack, as you said, in the Caro-Kann right now, picking up that pawn in the center. Currently, Magnus Carlsen, top center, up a pawn, but I believe that's about to go down either now or in the next few moves. David, maybe you'll break down that for us, but I just also want to point out that bottom left board for Zhu Jiner was extremely important as well, because she's the one player who is on the chase for that second place with her fate in her own hands.
Absolutely. She's in second place right now, and her nearest rival is Anna, who's on 12 points. But Zhu Jiner with the white pieces, it's a very mainstream, I would say, Queen's Gambit declined exchange variation. We need to rename these openings as quickly as possible, because come on, where's the fire? How can we inspire people when it's just got Queen's Gambit, decline exchange, Carlsbad structure?
Make it more exciting.
Yeah.
I just want to point out that the one difference on that top left and bottom right board, Queen's Gambit declined both of them. Notice how Pragg's bishop is behind his pawn chain while Zhu Jiner's bishop is outside, and that changes a lot of dynamics in this opening.
Yeah, and maybe we jump into that one a bit later when there's more theory on the board. I'm also very excited personally about Anna Muzychuk against Divya Deshmukh, because it's one of my pet lines. The C3 Sicilian, the Alpin Sicilian, and yeah, Divya deep in thought there, even though it's one of the main positions. So yeah, I want story time with Jovanka. I want it. Caro-Kann defense. Let's go.
Story time with Jovi.
Let's do it.
Okay. Wow. At the minute, I need more.
You need more moves.
Stuff. I need more things to bite with. Yeah, because C4. I mean, there's so many possibilities here. Okay, so there has to be some trades in the center, and now, yeah, if you could step up the D pawn, and then that would be like a pure pan of Botvinnik, but that hasn't been chosen. Pawn takes pawn, knight F6, knight C3. Well, I think a long, long time ago, a young David and myself used to have a lot of battles. And once, I managed to just
it was on a bus.
get a very... Oh yeah, I beat you on a bus. That's true.
I remember that, an open-top bus or something, and yeah, there was a chess tournament on the bus.
Yeah, and it was quite tricky because the bus would suddenly break and the pieces would just fly and we'd have to kind of recreate it. Okay, bear in mind, David was quite young. And I think that's I think as soon as you
Kids are more dangerous. You should boast about that. I was way better than those days.
No. But I remember that we had, like, in the Staunton Memorial, I think there was one game where I was so jammy and I got a draw in an endgame, but I was lost. But we had a lot of fights in the pan of Botvinnik because David was pretty like gung-ho and I would be like resolutely defending against his isolated queen's pawn. But one thing I got to say is that this position carries a lot of energy. And usually you are capturing on d5 with the knight, so I don't quite know why the hesitation from Gukesh.
I mean, spending 8 minutes here when there's like only one really logical move. Like maybe he's thinking about g6, maybe his preparation against the pure pan of Botvinnik. As Jovanka was saying, like this position with d4, e6 actually often transposes to the Nimzo Indian defense directly. But g6 is one of the main lines. So maybe he's thinking here he was going to play g6, but after c takes d5, like, is he going to do it now? White hasn't committed to d4. Maybe White can spend time guarding the pawn. But, I mean, ultimately, taking the pawn, there can't be anything that bad with it. Like, Magnus clearly isn't that well prepared with something so sharp, so why not just take the pawn back?
I think that has been one of the more concerning patterns for Gukesh in this tournament, where he comes in with what looks like an opening surprise, and this is not the first time that we're seeing at least a semi-opening surprise. But then he's the one who starts burning the clock in what looks like it should be a response moment that you should have been ready for and should have been prepared for. And even if you're not, at some point you just stop. You can't calculate this position out, right? You have to have the feel that this is where you pick up that pawn right now. Also, you're giving additional opportunities for White. If you delay with White, the queen can actually jump into the game and start protecting that pawn, and then you have to find ways to actually win material back right now. For Gukesh, over the last 9 games, I've lost count how many times he's come up with a really interesting and a creative idea, given up a pawn, and then not been ready to show the initiative when his opponent has made the most natural-looking move.
You're right. His last 2 losses in the Classical, and it's been a tough run for him. He's lost 2 in a row. Both of them, he did give up a pawn and then stopped to think only afterwards when it was already too late and he was kind of all-in committed. I mean, he's not all-in here. He could probably get away with g6 and just fianchetto, and this pawn is quite weak, probably drops off long-term, but at some point you've got to think, is it worth 10 minutes? Time has been his biggest weakness, the clock, this tournament, maybe the openings as well, but yeah, I don't really see what else. Just to point out, the database, the vast majority, nearly everyone just takes on d5. The only other move of note being g6.
But that's the thing, it's one or the other, and this is something that you would expect to have been pre-decided by Gukesh going into the Caro-Kann. Yeah. It's not something that you think on move 5 it is, that the world champion just goes into a think to decide his path.
Yeah.
Against the world number 1.
It's surprising as well, you know, and especially because we have this time control where the players are not getting an increment per move. And once they hit time trouble, they never manage to build up enough time to get themselves back out of the trouble. Then I don't see why Gukesh is thinking, just take the pawn on d5 and then you can start thinking. Because after you take the pawn on d5, then there's choices for black, right? White can go knight f3, white can go d4, and then here you have a choice. You can go knight c6, you can go e6, you can play a whole load of other moves. But that's where the choice is, not the move earlier. Well, at least, unless Gukesh has some like magnificent idea, I don't know.
I mean, also Magnus has a bunch of choice. Like knight takes d5, you can play it after 10 seconds or you can play it after 10 minutes. no matter what you do, Magnus might go knight f3, he might go bishop c4, he might go queen b3. He's got so many options. Why burn 10 minutes here when you don't know what your opponent's going to do anyway?
Yeah.
Like, it's purely psychological. I've been there myself so many times. When you're in bad form, like, you overthink everything. I saw a featured chat from Julius, I think it was, saying, yeah, just got to move. And at this point, Gukesh's coaches, it's their responsibility. It's not on him. This is natural for any player. It's their responsibility to say, make the moves fast in the opening, especially when the path is narrow and they're forced. Don't try to overcomplicate things. Keep it simple.
You know, and it just feels like a very different Gukesh that I'm looking at. I mean, it's like he's double guessing, not sure, not feeling the confidence that we usually see from him. And all of this, everything that we're discussing has to be data point for the World Championship, right? For Sindarov and his team, they are watching all of this being played out. It's Gukesh's tendencies under time pressure, how he reacts to these opening situations, how he's playing under pressure, how it is his decision-making in the end games when the clocks are low. And the thing is, this is not crisis moment for Gukesh. He doesn't need to prove how good he is. He's already done that. But the question is of form. And it's all on tape right now for the other side to look into, to actually draw out points for the big match coming up. And for Gukesh, every single moment spent like this, contemplating such decision, passes the ball over to Sindarov.
Yeah, the contrast is so stark. Like, Sindarov is in his hotel room playing Counter-Strike. Gukesh is spending 13 minutes on a simple recapture. It's, yeah, the attitude between them, it's going to be such a fascinating World Championship match because in my mind, they couldn't be any more opposite. I know they're the same age pretty much, but they're such different people, such different players, totally different approaches to chess.
But I tell you one thing, once Gukesh overcomes this bad patch, he's going to come back so much stronger. This is really going to toughen him up. And I think he'll be able just to face absolutely anything that comes his way. But for the time being, he has to deal with the issue on the board. He has to make a choice as to what he is going to be playing against Magnus's last move. The theory says take the pawn, Gukesh, make the move. But on that note, we are going to go on a very short break, but don't go anywhere because if you're lucky enough to be subscribed on Twitch, remember, you can listen to the exclusive pre-game thoughts and moods of our players. And if not, well, we'll see you in a few minutes just after this break.
Wesley, I'm just curious. If you see on the other table that Pragnananda is suddenly beating Vincent, will you be more aggressive in your game?
Yeah, we'll see when it gets to that. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, for sure. I mean, if I'm going to have to win the tournament, then yeah, for sure. But in my opinion, that's very unlikely to happen because Vincent's very strong on the classical, and Prague did the impossible winning 3 classical games in a row. I think to win a 4th one is like next really, really impossible. Yeah, but we'll see. But I'm very excited to see how the final day will end. Anything can happen, really. Everyone has chances.
What would it mean for you personally to win Norway chess?
Well, feel great, feel wonderful. As I said the other day, it's a dream. I've never won Norway chess. It's my 6th time. Yeah, it would really, really mean a lot. But I can't really think about that too much now. But I'll tell you more if I do.
Wesley, so I think I can speak for almost all our viewers when we say good luck today.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Wesley, you're always around to the round, reading the tournament, and somehow you never have any pressure, but now it's final round. Any pressure now?
Well, only if you think about winning and stuff. Yeah, I'm very excited for the final round. Well, personally for me, there's less pressure when I'm leading because it very rarely happens. So, but I'm very excited to see. Hopefully, it'll turn out good. But anything can happen this last round. So.
And also, of course, the other pairing, which is extremely important, Prague against Vincent. Will you also follow that one during your own match?
Yeah, it's hard not to because you have 2 large screens, so everyone can see it. Actually, I followed more than my game sometimes. But I have full confidence on Vincent as long as he has more than 5 minutes on the clock.
Best of luck to you.
Vincent, final day at Norway Chess. First of all, how does it make you feel?
Oh, well, it's been a nice tournament, so I'm also kind of sad it's over, even though I've been on the road for nearly a month now. But yeah, it's been a very interesting event, lots of fighting games, also a little more blunders than I would have liked, but still it makes it very interesting, of course. Yeah.
Even in the last round, nothing is really clear. A lot of tough matches on the top boards. What is your take in your game?
Well, I suppose everyone fighting for first board will be kind of aggressive, and I have no intentions of shutting that down, so I'm hoping for a big fight.
Looking forward to see your game.
Thank you.
I think it's safe to assume, Vincent, that Pragnananda is going to be fighting today for a win, because he needs it. Is that something you embrace, or it's something you want to take off and go for a draw?
I'm planning on playing it the way I would play any other game as well. Basically, I mean, I'm not playing for first place anymore, so I will just, try to play a good game. That doesn't mean that I will, go into a drawish direction. Also doesn't mean that I will do something crazy. I'm just going to play the way I would normally would.
So, essentially, can I read out of your answer that if Prague wants to play fighting chess, you're up for a fight?
Yeah, sure.
Look forward to seeing this game. Thank you, Vincent.
Thank you.
Prague, do you see this day as a day to try to take some risks, or you're going just to approach what happens on the board?
Yeah, I'll just try to play my chess and see how it goes. But yeah, certainly I hope there'll be a lot of fight.
Will you follow also the other important match which is ongoing?
Yeah, mainly I'll be focusing on mine. But yeah, I'll certainly have a eye on the other board as well.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Are you able, Bibisara, to really focus on a game in a tournament that you've already won?
I hope so, actually, because there's a lot of congratulations already, but I just want to play my last round good.
I just met, actually, the Kazakhstan ambassador to Norway on the side. It seems like this is very big back home. What kind of messages have you received from Kazakhstan after your win?
I didn't receive it yet. Yeah, but I think for our country it's very important win, because I think it's our first big win in the classical tournaments. It's one of the strongest tournaments in the world. So yeah, I hope children will start to play chess more often.
I think you're a good role model for that, Bibisara. Thank you.
Thank you.
Magnus, you have your family here to support you. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, it's very nice. My sister and husband and kids showed up today, and it's her kids' first time going to a tournament, so that's fun.
We saw you smiling before the round. Is that something that you need to go into the game now?
No, I mean, it's a pretty meaningless game, so it doesn't really matter that much.
It's not very personal for you to play against Gukesh in this round.
No, I mean he's had a tough event. Like I don't have any particular desire to kind of inflict more pain on him, but we'll see.
Okay, good luck.
We are back with a championship round of Norway Chess. This is where the stories will be told, the money will be made for our 12 players. And boy, is it going to be an exciting one. So many stories that will be finished today. Going to our bird's eye view. Well, if you just join us, you join us at a perfect moment because the players are locked in thought. And during the break, well, David told us that he wanted his own story time. So, David, take it away.
Thank you, Ivanka. Let's jump into the game Anna Muzychuk against Divya Deshmukh, because Dr. Dave has an anecdote.
Story time with a muffin man.
Exactly. It's muffin time. Muffin time. Let's go. So this is a C3 Sicilian. And before I jump in, just very quick action replay. C3. I've actually played this against Anna Muzychuk before. And she didn't really, as black, used to have too many good weapons, I noticed, against the C3 Sicilian. But then a few years after I played her, I think it was in 2009, maybe a long time ago, she started playing the C3 Sicilian quite a lot herself. So this is one of the main lines. And this is a position that arises so often. And here, Personally, I've played everything under the sun. I've played queen to e2, rook to e1. I'm not going to do a Magnus and go through all the moves, but a3, bishop takes d5. There's so many options. But one of the most direct attempts to get a similar pawn structure to the Magnus Carlsen against Gukesh game is to take on d6. Now it's a pure isolated queen's pawn. Attacking players tend to like this with white because, yes, it's a weak pawn, but it gives them a lot of space, a lot of squares. Knight c3, castles, rook e1, natural developing moves for both sides. And here with black, I think the best from my old analysis from many years ago was to play rook to d8 just to keep the tension, to sit and ask white, how are you generating attack? Because after knight takes c3, suddenly white's responsibility in the center is slightly less. The focus can shift. The pawns are connected. Not quite hanging pawns yet, but b6. And Anna Muzichuk has been thinking for 8 minutes. But in this position, the main move on the database, and the move I played in a game over 15, 16 years ago now, I think it was 2009, maybe January, in Vaikanze, in the C group back then, was the move knight to g5. And I remember this game because it's one of my favorite games ever. Not just that, but those were the days when I used to be able to attack. Nowadays, I'm a grinder. Everyone knows that. But this position is extremely dangerous for black in general. I was actually freestyling, and I played knight g5 after a lot of thought in that game. But I do still believe it's the best move. Black here potentially should be removing this knight because it is so dangerous. But here, white can still whip up all kinds of attacks with moves such as queen g4. And black's king lacks any defenders. That's the main theme of the position. Bishop to f6 already threatens to conquer the dark squares. Mate in the air, rook to e3, rook lift, bishop jumping back to d3. This is very scary for black, and Evaluation Bar also agrees. But okay, to shorten my story, h6 is the other main move. Knight e4 gains the tempo against the black queen. Queen drops back, queen g4, threatening bishop takes h6. And I think this is already a big, big advantage for white, unless black finds all the best moves. Interestingly, f5, forking two pieces, doesn't quite work because the white queen drops back, saves itself, hits the queen, and if there's a queen exchange, black can't really hold the e6 pawn. And same with e5, white just drops back, and this pin, bishop takes h6, everything hanging. And my game actually ended in a miniature after queen c7, queen g4. Black tried to get out of the pin by playing king to h7, and there we go, the eval bar shoots up. My main memory from this game is not my opponent's face. I think he was a Dutch IM. My main memory is Wesley So and Anish Giri playing against each other on the board next to me. They both looked over. They both made eye contact with me. Anish was like, what? And then he literally stood up, stood over the board, was like calculating. Then he looked at me. He was like, and he was like, yeah. And I was just sitting there being like, you're kind of like not supposed to make eye contact with me right now. But bishop takes h6, boom, white wins because of the Fischer tactic. G takes h6, knight f6 check, a blockading move. Bishop takes, and I say Fischer because of Fischer's famous rook f6. That gave me inspiration. You block the f-pawn, can't block. Queen h6, queen h7, mate incoming.
Oh, lovely.
That is stunning.
But just imagine if Arbiter had been watching.
I know.
And like there's Anish and Wesley kind of looking at you going, yes, 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 carry on, play it.
I'd already played the winning move, bishop takes h6, when that was happening. They were looking at me in like appreciation, not as in like, you got something here, mate. The game actually ended king takes, and after king g6, g4, queen to h5 mate is unstoppable.
Anish was only eyeing that pawn to pick it up and put it into his pocket is what he wanted. That 8-6 pawn looking very delectable to him. But that is beautiful, sacrificing two pieces.
And suddenly, it's on the board.
So Divya needs to be extremely careful now. 8-6 walks into all the ideas that, David, you had in that masterpiece of yours. Bishop takes knight, objectively a better try for black here?
Eval, just turning on the computer. Apparently h6 and bishop takes g5. I mean, not great for black, but those are the two best moves. Bishop d7 is the next best, but that's never going to happen if black's just played b6. White's got threats already of queen h5. Like, this is terrifying for Divya.
Yes.
And you want to play 8-6, right? If you're black here,
Exactly,
you don't want
it's
to give
like-
up your bishop pair in an open position like this.
Yeah, exactly. H6 is like the main kind of idea here. Kick away that knight. It's on your side of the board. And just to remind everyone, Anna is yet to score a win in classical.
Yes, all draws. 9
All
out of
draws,
9.
exactly. It's been in the Armageddon where she's had a lot of fun and adventure. But what a moment it would be for Anna to get her first classical win.
Do you think she's
last
seen
round.
your game?
For sure.
I'm pretty sure Anna was there at the tournament. I actually played her the year after, I think, in the event, in the B group. But yeah, I don't know. If she hasn't seen my game, then she's strong enough to work it out over the board.
All I'm going to say is she better not blank out David Howell like a certain Magnus Carlsen did a few days ago.
Exactly. And shout out to John there, enjoying my travelogues, enjoying my long opening nerd fests.
I'm going to just add to that before we move on to our next game, our marquee matchups in the Open, where the championship battle is completely wide open in that one, is that the amount of time that Divya has taken, she's a player who really blitzes out her opening moves fast. She likes to play on the clock. But right now, 10 minutes short of Anna Muzychuk. She's thinking in the last couple of moves every single way. I have a feeling that she's not as well prepared as she needs to be with the dangers that are here lurking in this position. Very likely we go into that line of 8-6, because if you haven't prepared it, you don't want to give up your bishop pair. You want to push that knight out of g5, create some lift for your king, and it's just a more natural response here.
And also, Divya had a great event, was in second place, even fighting for first, and then 2 heartbreaking losses. First up to Bibi Sara. She was winning that kind of completely killed her. Yesterday she also lost Jujina. Just staring down the barrel of a third defeat here if she plays h6 and she does not follow in the most accurate way.
What is the way to survive the checkmate that you earlier mentioned, which almost looks after 8-6, the knight retreating, hitting the queen? A pretty forced sequence of moves there, David.
Yeah, it's very scary. I remember over the board, maybe we can show this, that h6 I thought might be fine, knight e4, and maybe the queen goes back to d8, just so that now, I see the eval bar rise, so my old analysis with like Houdini 3 is no longer viable, but at least now queen g4, I was going to say isn't possible because of f5 and there's no hit on the black queen on c7, but apparently white has something strong here. Maybe queen g6, sacrifices in the air, or maybe just a capture on e6, and at the end white just transforms the advantage instead of an attack, just to picking up the black knight, picking up a pawn advantage. And I mean, there's so many traps to avoid here, pitfalls that Divya could step into.
And you just have to kind of rely on your sense of danger right now, right? You just feel that that knight is too strong to stay alive. With the move like 8-6, the hook on 8-6, that can be picked up with the bishop, all the sacrifices, and just decide to get rid of it on the board. I would be very tempted with black to take that knight away. Just put it out of the picture. No knight e4, no queen g4 for you.
But for that, I think you have to have an understanding that these particular positions are super dangerous for black. Because a lot of us would, in our minds, get to h6, knight e4, queen c7, and think, yeah, king h7, what's the big deal? That's so natural.
Also so easy to miss the idea of, in this exact particular position, f5 and the beautiful queen g3, just transforming it into a strategic, huge advantage in an endgame.
Yeah, this is a huge advantage. If the black queen moves, then bishop takes h6, which just wins the pawn. And it's interesting here that this can't be held. Rook f6, you can play knight to h5, hitting the rook, knight back to f4, hitting the rook, winning the pawn. Everything comes with tempo. This whole line, I have such fond memories. I'm so surprised Divya's walked into this because she is such a good opening theoretician. And that's the thing about the c3 Sicilian. It's not the best opening. Like, black has so many decent answers to it, but you can't freestyle against the c3 Sicilian. You can't just wing it. You have to know your stuff, because white players, the moves are quite natural. The attack, suddenly, once it appears, is hard to stop.
And it's an incredibly smart choice by Anna against a player like Divya. You know, Divya chooses a Sicilian wanting a fight. How do you kill that fight for any Sicilian lover? You play 2c3. You go into the Alpine Sicilian, taking away all those dynamics that we see, whether it's in a knight off or a dragon, which I'm pretty sure is what Divya really wanted to get into. So Anna Muzychuk here with an approach, not just of the position, but the player she's playing against. Going in for that, and I don't think Divya was as well prepared as she should be in the Alpine.
Well, it looks like Divya may have stumbled into this position. We're going to keep an eye on it. Let's go back to the bird's eye view, because we got to keep an eye on our marquee matchups there at the top on the championship, for the championship title, because, well, first up, I'm seeing in top left that Ali Reza is playing this in an unconventional way, you know, with the queen coming out to f3, going for some kind of scholar's mate-ish formation, at least. And then we have the game on top right in blue, where I see Vincent, in order to fight against White's knight e5 plan, has actually put his knight on c6, which is strategically a little bit unsound. But then on the other hand, the white bishop is stuck there on c1. So, you know, swings and roundabouts and that. And I can also see in the middle between Magnus and Gukesh that that's very much following the realms of mainstream theory. So Gukesh, after that long pause, he just decided to go for what everyone else has done.
Just to point out, Gukesh and Carlsen, that could pretty much almost transpose to the Mozychuk-Divya game. If black plays knight takes c3 very quickly, then queen c7, the white knight goes to g5. Very similar stuff. Same exact pawn structure almost. So we could be seeing lightning strike twice this round. But of course, the big action is between the leading pack. Firouzja trying to chase down Wesley. So must-win scenario. Maybe we can jump in there because we've seen some moves and some very committal moves by both sides.
I really like what Firouzja has done in this game, which is essentially a must-win for him if he's looking at the championship. You know, he starts with the bishop opening, doesn't show his hands with the knight, and then eventually, not only does the bishop come out before the knight, the white queen jumps on the board before the knight develops. And I think that has all the makings of a kingside attack if we just play the moves with Wesley so focusing with an expansion on the queen side. You know, he pushed the white bishop down, he pushed the other pawn, now threatening to trap that bishop, had to be defended by creating some breathing space for it. And after that move, Wesley now looking at developing his other piece, eyeing that g4 square, which would hit the queen. And this last move by Alireza Firouzja, he's getting set up. He says, I move my knight, you come in with your bishop, I'll put my queen on g3, and then eventually start pushing all your pieces back. h3 coming in, g7 tender, and once again, f4 still always in the air.
Yeah, full of potential at this position.
I love it.
I know the eval bar says black is tiny bit better, but it's so imbalanced that that could change instantly. And no easy moves for Wesley. Wesley likes a bit of clarity, I think, especially in these kind of money rounds. Wesley does like to swap things off, go to simple positions, as he did against Magnus just yesterday.
The one thing that Wesley has done with the expansion on the queen side is that he ensures that at least Alireza is discouraged from any castling possibilities on the queen side. He's kind of ready with the breaks, a4, b4 coming in. So kind of trying to get it into safer waters. If there is a short side castle, Wesley will repeat the favor, and then at least you know that the avalanche on that right flank will not be as dangerous.
Well, I was going to say, actually, that still is there. Because white, I think, is obliged to castle kingside, but then you're going to tuck the king on h1, and then queen moves out of the way. f4 still very much on the horizon. Also, you've got ideas of going bishop e3 and trying to swap off the dark square bishops, and then getting in f4. One thing I gotta say is that f4 is going to come as a certainty for Alireza. He's going to be planning that one for a long time.
I think he was planning it since he took out his bishop before the knight.
Yes.
It is going to happen. It's going to be Firouzja 4 on the board very soon. It's just a matter of when, not if.
And Wesley tends to be very dangerous if you force him to play, if you really provoke him. So what will he come up with? He won't want to just passively allow white all of his plans. This, I have a feeling, is going to be a really tense game, and then it's going to just suddenly explode. It has all the makings of that, with all 32 pieces still on the board. Quite a bit of time spent already by Firouzja. I'll say the biggest surprise in this game so far is that he started thinking, he spent 10 minutes on a move back and move 4, then 10 minutes on move 5, even though it's quite well-known stuff, back then at least, but now quite a rare position.
I have a question for you in this position. If you're Wesley So and, you know, playing with black, all the dangers that do exist, are you wanting to neutralize that light squared bishop? For Wesley, would one of the plans revolve around putting his bishop on e6 just to make sure no more scholars mate for you and to try to at least ease off the pressure on the king side?
Definitely, and just as I say that, I check the database, and Alireza had this exact position before. He spent 25 minutes, Alireza, to get to a position he's had just last year against Jan Nepomniachtchi. I think it was online in Blitz, because I see that Alireza's rating there was 3,200. And it's definitely not 3,200 in classical. So it must have been Blitz online on chess.com.
Should we just quickly show that game, how that went? Because those lines and ideas must be on the radar of at least Alireza Firouzja. After the move knight to e2, Wesley, Jan Nepomniachtchi decided to actually trade the bishop immediately. Bishop to e6, we saw a castle in that one. The knight comes out, very natural moves here, David. h3, shock castle. Firouzja put the knight on g3, planted it on f5, and I have to say it does look the way it went on, that there was pressure on king's side. Knight f5, bishop h6 ideas.
Okay, so maybe Wesley should have been checking Alirez's blitz games on chess.com. Nowadays, it's not enough to check people's classical games, their OTB games. You have to check online as well. But maybe Alireza didn't remember because it cost him so much time.
Do you know what? I think that's very good advice for the standard person. It's not so good advice if you want to be tracking what the top players are going to play, because I can tell you they've got like hundreds of thousands of games. Like I think one David Howell, like when you try to compile an opening database of the games he's played online, I think I did it once and it was like 3 hours. It was still working away, because you played that many games. So it's very, very difficult.
Wasted
and
childhood.
Also, what I notice is that online, people are playing absolutely anything and everything.
Yeah.
I think that's quite a good thing to do. That's the place to experiment and try out all of your opening ideas.
Yeah, I actually purposefully did that, as you say, Jovanka. Like every Title Tuesday I used to play, like I would play a different first move. I'd play bad variations on purpose to try and force my future opponents to think about, okay, this weird line of the French defense, is David really going to play this? And then they'd play into the opening because they thought I'd repeat the same mistake. But I always kind of come with a kind of an improvement prepared. So yeah, mind games. But sometimes it does work. Like if Wesley had checked the bishop's opening, he would have seen this game as one of the main lines, and yeah, bishop e6 played.
It was the move of choice by Jan Nepomniachtchi in that game. I just did a quick check. You played about 17,500 games on chess.com. How do you explain that, David Howell? That's a lot of time.
Yeah,
I love it.
That's just on one site as well.
I know. I was going to say,
You don't want to know where else. I mean, back in the days of ICC, Internet Chess Club, Play Chess, I mean, you probably times that number by 10.
Do you know, I once had to play first round Fabiano Caruana. I was black. And I was like, how can I prepare against this? So I basically decided, I thought he was going to play an e4, so I prepared a Caracan. I get there, he plays d4. Well, there you go. Well done, Jovi. You guessed correctly. And then I just kind of made it up and we kind of got this type of normal position. But I honestly felt like there were too many games that the best thing that I could do was just conserve my energy and not bother preparing.
Yeah, I just think like relying on online games for a classical game and checking all of them is just almost impossible because you could be derailed so easily. And like David was also mentioning, that strategy has been employed by many strong players, so best not to fall for that. But the question here is, Alireza Firouzja, if he remembers his game against Jan Nepomniachtchi, he will go shock castle. That was the move of choice by Alireza in that. The other option is that you immediately grab the bishop in e6 and get this imbalanced pawn formation and then try to decide whether you want to go for f4 once the queen sidesteps or not. For Alireza, he has been thinking. I don't know how much he remembers that game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. David, we might see a new move in this position right now.
We might well do. I'm being told that our producer, Bick, has played 53,000 games.
I don't think Bick is allowed to play on any other websites. It's all on Chess.com.
And Tanya, Jovanka, I want to know how many you've been playing.
I'll say that I'm not much into online chess. I think I started playing on chess.com. I started playing online only when the pandemic hit. So my number is not going to be that high, but let's see. Yovi, what's yours?
I was going to say, I don't tend to play on my titled account. Because
that's the other thing, right? We've got all these other accounts, the burner ones.
Okay, I've got close to 9,000.
Okay.
That's not very much.
That's a decent number.
And mine is awful. On my main account only, not giving away too many details, it's less than 1,400.
Tanya.
Yeah, Tanya.
You call yourself a chess player and you're not online playing.
But I will say one thing. I feel like that's been a lot of Indian chess players. I think it's been over the board, focusing more on classical chess. I think Nihal Sareen really changed that narrative for Indian chess in a big way. But otherwise, for most of us, I don't think you'd find the numbers in many, many thousands. It will be pretty low.
Yeah.
So 9,000 is impressive there, Yovi.
It's actually really poor. I mean, 17,000
times more.
7,000. Most of mine are played on my phone, though. I'm one of those players who's like, I get on the bus and I'm bored and like, I get flagged. Okay, so be it. I don't care.
All right. Well, speaking of getting flagged, we've spoken about the time control here so much. No increment until 40 moves right now. And I look at our top row. Vincent Keimer seems to be the one who's burnt most amount of time out of the opening. That's the top right board. By the way, Gukesh, top center, has picked up a bit of pace after taking a big think of capturing the center pawns. Lots of move there. And we've already dived into the Firouzja board where bishop to e6 challenges Ali Reza's bishop right now, trying to neutralize the pressure. David, should we continue our world tour and move over to Magnus Gukesh before we go into our top right Praggnanandhaa battle?
Let's do it. The Prag against Vincent Keimer board hasn't changed too much. We just saw a couple of committal moves, but yeah, still very, very tense. Let's go to Magnus and let's see what he's done to try and put pressure on the world champion. Very quick action replay because, yeah, we were questioning Gukesh's decision to spend almost 16 minutes on knight takes d5. It is the best move. I think if you're unprepared, you don't want to be a pawn down, might as well take it. So the fact that it cost him so much time, maybe a hint into his mindset, not the most confident after a tough few days. But knight to f3, knight c6, bishop to b5. Magnus has played this before. I won't go into story time mode now because I think everyone's sick of that. But
no, we're not.
Magnus has played this against me in Blitz, and I remember both over, kind of in person, like friendly games, in the evening, late at night. We've played a few, but also online games. I think he's played this against me, and exactly what happened in the game. I remember this all playing out, and Rookie 1. I remember I was playing bishop to f6 to try and get my knight back to e7. And Magnus there was taking this knight and planting his knight in the center, trying to play positionally against some outposts. But Gukesh goes bishop to d7, allowing a change in pawn structure.
And before we deep dive into this live board, I've got a question for you, David, because you were mentioning playing your late night battles against Magnus. Is it true that Magnus on his wedding night was on chess.com playing Blitz?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Also, I heard on the birth of his son while they were waiting for him to be born, he was also playing online as well.
Both times against Daniel Naroditsky. So, yeah, some big life moments. Magnus, I guess it's memorable in that way, at least.
Yes.
But yeah, with Magnus, we were at some bar on his wedding night, and then and then I don't know what happened afterwards, and then next thing I know, I went. I think I was playing Blitz as well, and then I logged on. I was like, wait, why is he still up? And I ended up watching those games that he was playing. So
I have a question for you. Does Magnus remember every single classical game that he's played? Do you think?
I think to some extent he might not remember every single detail, but if you really forced him to.
Okay.
Why? Have you got something in mind? Some trivia?
Well, I have a game that he's played right in front of me.
Ooh.
And this was played back in 2009. Maybe in the Vikings that you were at.
Okay.
Because it was between him and Jan Smeets, and they got to this particular position. Jan Smeets played bishop f6, a la Gukesh. Bishop f4 was the response. And g6 was played in queen b3.
Okay, interesting.
So I'm kind of curious as to whether Magnus remembers that game.
Oh, confession time. We need it.
We do need a confession time. Maybe Magnus is very good at going to the confession. Maybe we're going to get a confession later on. But I have the game in front of me. The question is, does Magnus remember it? Does he have fond memories? Because he actually won that game. Because after knight to a5, he went queen b4, and then there was some ideas of going h4, h5 at the right time.
It's funny, Ivanka, as soon as you say this, like, something in my mind says I've seen this game before. I think I was there in person.
Yeah. It could very well be, because what happened in that particular game was knight a5, queen b4, and then bishop e6, and then bishop h6 after the trade of bishops. Then h4 happened.
Magnus started applying some pressure. Black queen can't take because the knight hangs.
And it's a Magnus type of position.
And indeed, you're right, Jovanka, it was Group A at the Vaikanze, now Tata Steel Masters. So I was in the C group. I was quite a bit lower rated than Magnus back then. And he was in the A group. And the Dutch players playing key roles in all of these opening battles, it seems, today.
Yeah.
But then that gives me an idea, right? Magnus, instead of putting the bishop to f4, could actually choose a different square in this position. And I wanted to make queen b3 work, and I wanted to plant it on d2. But let's also point out that the d4 pawn in the previous move, not the wisest decision to pick up because of the tactics that exist. You can take h7, you restore material balance with all the strategic advantages. Black's king in the open, d5, beautiful pieces for white. Another pawn most likely going to fall in this one. I wanted to be clever, and instead of the game that Jovanka had early on, put the bishop on d2. By the way, Magnus is about to make his decision. It felt like a longer move with the bishop. We might be seeing bishop to f4, but bishop d2 walks into knight takes pawn. So that does not work. And the main point was that after g6, now I have queen b3, and you don't have knight a5.
That's very, very clever. And yeah, knight takes d4 now can be met by, I'm not sure which pawn grab, but yeah. This one, maybe b7.
Yeah, hitting everything. a7, d5, many weaknesses.
Yeah, definitely feels like white's not risking too much, whereas black has some questions to answer. Like, it is symmetrical, so I don't think black should be doing too badly. Eval Bar also says it's pretty much equal, but it's definitely black who's forced to prove that equality.
But David, probably after bishop d2, knight takes pawn, you'd still have a move like bishop b4 and a lot of tactics coming in with h7 under fire as well. By the way, a decision by Magnus. None of this we're going to get to see as he sticks to plan from that game of 2009, and maybe he does remember it, Jovanka.
Yeah, well, hopefully Magnus will go to the confessional and we can get the inside workings of his mind, because I'm also dying to know, does he remember this game? Or is he just simply following those familiar patterns?
Jovanka, if I can remember a game from 2009, literally the exact same tournament in the other game, then surely Magnus remembers his own game from that exact same tournament. It was only 17 and a half years ago.
But you know what's been really impressive about Magnus in all the memory tests is that not only just his own games, he remembers games played by other grandmasters years ago, elite tournaments, not so elite tournaments. When I watch Magnus's interviews, it feels like he's watching the whole chess world play out. He's following every single game, every single tournament all across, and it somehow seems to stick into his memory.
Yeah, I saw him on the rest day actually at this event, and he was just on his phone, and I looked over, I was like, oh, are you playing Blitz? He was like, no. And he was watching the this memorial tournament that Nihao Sarin's currently playing at, and it was some random position. He was like, oh, this is an interesting novelty. I was like, dude, like, just take a break. It's your rest day.
Didn't I once hear that he was following some under-12 championship?
He's an addict. I mean, we're all addicts in terms of playing chess, but he's an addict in terms of watching.
And maybe that's why his pattern recognition is so incredibly on another level, you know, where he's able to draw out ideas from something he's seen, and he just understands chess well better than the rest of the world. Bishop f4 on the board, but at least objectively the position remains in the balance. Maybe we check in on this in a bit. Move on.
Let's go to our bird's eye view, because let's have a quick glance of what is happening around the horn. And maybe we can just make an assessment on Zuzhiner against Humpy Konaru, because earlier on we saw that it's very similar in terms of pawn structure to the game that was played between Pragg and Vincent, but the bishop had come out to g5. And then I'd like an assessment on Zhu Wenjun against Bibi Sara.
I'll also just point out quickly before we dive into those games that Divya still hasn't made her decision. That's the bottom right board, a very critical moment in that one. Divya, a few setbacks in the last few rounds, but she's looking at a good finish and has an outside chance of winning, of coming second. She needs a few results to go her way, but more importantly, needs to take down Anna Muzychuk in the classical. h6 would walk into a lot of tactics. Bishop takes knight, also a difficult decision, and Divya in a big think.
Big think, but a good sign at least that she smells that danger and is trying to find a solution. So we'll check in on that if and when Divya tries to come up with a viable defense. Yeah, maybe just very quickly jumping into the other games then. Zuzhiner against Humpy. Let's start with that one. That was the bottom left board. Here we go. Big clock difference. Humpy, yeah, the clock has been an issue for her, I think, throughout the event. It has cost her in classical Armageddon. But yeah, we did see, until the last few moves, quite a standard Queen's Gambit declined. Actually, I'll jump back just to here when we were talking about the big difference from the Pragg game, being that Pragg's bishop was all the way back on c1. And if you put the white knight on f3, it would be very similar to that other game. But knight to e4, this is a very well-known trading mechanism. The bishop hanging on the edge of the board, so exchanges. White continues to exchange things. And a few moves down the line, bishop to d7, and boom, Zuzhiner breaks through with d5. She's trying to, after a bunch of trades, at least create a nice, beautiful outpost for her remaining knight. She wants to get good knight versus bad bishop.
And that knight will remain unchallenged on that. And Jovanka also the easy plan, right? Once the d file opens up, you've got a clear path to double down on that as well. Positionally, strategically, it's exactly what you want. You take it, you come back with your rook to d2. If it's hit, you double up, you plant the knight on d4. Just a very pleasant position to play this out. The black bishop, the light squared bishop, will be stuck behind his own pawns. What you want to do if you're Humpy, pick up that pawn from e4 and chuck it out of the board, just to have some open diagonals.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you put that pawn back on, say, e6 or something, you know, suddenly black has got a great position. But because it's on a light square, because it's jamming in its own bishop, then yes, the black bishop is simply going to be on the defensive. So Zhu Jin, a very comfortable position. Let's move in and check in on Zhu Wenjun against Bibisara. Bibisara, she must have been celebrating last night. But here it looks like there's been a lot of simplifications, no pawns in the middle of the board. But in these type of positions, it's all a question on timing. If white is going to be very aggressive on the front foot, you know, just targeting the squares, then Bibisara could find herself in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if there are direct threats. One big plan is to jump in with the knight to d6. This is still, I think, relatively well known, this type of position, if not this exact one. But yeah, what do you think she's considering here? The most natural moves would be to unclog the position, bit of a traffic jam on the queen side, so you want to get the bishop out. Only safe square will be d7, but first you need to move the knight, so maybe one of these two.
Yeah, I kind of like that, right? Move it towards the center of the board, get the bishop out. But it feels like it's Wenjun who's got the healthier pieces, more active pieces. Once the bishop gets out of the way, rook about to line up. Instead, another option by Bibisara right now. She pushes the a-pawn. She wants to go b5 and plant her bishop on b7. She also controls the b5 square for any knight jumps, but it feels like it's delaying momentum here.
Yes. Okay, so here, this is a type of position that could sizzle, could fizzle out. Let's go back to our bird's eye view as we see a6 being played from Bibisara. And, you know, last night I was a little bit mean. I'm not going to lie. I'm saying I'm a little bit triggered by the fact that I have 0 in the prediction game. I still have 0. Gosh. I came so close yesterday, and so I forced you guys to make your predictions.
Who won yesterday, Ovi? Can you remind me?
It was a certain...
There was a glitch in the matrix. Nobody won. My time machine was out of order.
I mean, I think the players are just deliberately conspiring to say, you know, that Yovi, she's not going to get a single point. So I've decided, because you took 2, didn't you? Or what was your prediction? Yours was 2.
I took 2.
And you took 3. Okay, I decided I'm going to take the rest. Me and the chair, we've teamed up. I spoke to the chair. The chair agreed that we are now a team, we're going to take the rest.
So if there's only one, well, if there's 0 decisive in the classical, or 1...
I'm taking the rest.
4, 5, or 6.
Yeah.
You got them all.
I got them all.
We give it to you, Yovi.
Today's the day.
Today's the day where my chances have...
mathematically for you to get this one. But you know what, Yovi, you're winning at life. It doesn't matter with a prediction game.
Oh, thank you very much. I do feel like...
Just trying to make you feel better about it. It does matter, Yovi.
I know it does.
It's crazy that you haven't won a single day in the last, I don't know how many years now. I'm telling you, we start...
How many years?
2027 will be a year when Yovi finally gets a point in the prediction game.
Okay.
Maybe 28.
Oh, Tanya, David, you guys are skating on a thin ice. And just to let you know, we do have a confessional from Magnus.
Ooh.
And that is going to be available to all of subscribers. So that is going to be super interesting. And we have fascinating day ahead, so much on the line, and the big question on the top row is who is going to be emerging the champion. It could be one of 3. Will it be Pragnananda? Will it be Wesley So? Or will it be Ali Reza Firouzja? Those are our 3 contenders. We're going to go on a short break, and if you're a lucky subscriber, well, you get to enjoy Magnus's thoughts. See you in a few.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Old Man's Chess. I played this, unless I'm completely mistaken, which, yeah, I might always be. I played this against Jan Smeets in what was known as Kurus back in 2009. This is like right before I started working with Gary, and like I was kind of preparing on my own. My prep was kind of to be honest. But I remember like looking at this specifically, and there were so many ways to equalize for Black. But I ended up like winning a nice game. So we're going for the whole this. I mean, I guess he was technically 2.5 years old when this game was played, so he was born, but I doubt he saw it back then at the very least. But I mean, the problems that I'm setting are pretty like marginal, I would say.
first time in 13 years, Norway Chess moved from Stavanger to Oslo, bringing the biggest stars in the game into the heart of the capital. Over the next week, the world's best chess players attempt to keep their nerves together, while the rest of us pretend we understand the engine evaluations.
Why did Magnus not play f4? Oh, the bar drops though.
This year's lineup is ridiculous. Magnus Carlsen returns once again and faces challengers like Gukesh de Morashu, Vincent Keimer, Wesley So, and Alireza Firouzja. Every single round looks like a World Championship match that accidentally wandered into another tournament.
He's feeling the nerves now, Vincent Keimer.
The women's event is just as fierce, with Zhu Xing'er, Zhu Wenjun, Hampi Knero, and Magnus all ready to fight for every point like it's personal. But here's the thing that makes Norway Chess different from any other event on the calendar: there are no peaceful draws. If the classical game ends tied, the players go straight into Armageddon. One game, one winner, maximum stress. After last year, we know exactly how intense this tournament can get.
Oh my god!
So get comfortable, the clocks are ticking, the evil bar is about to go insane. Norway Chess starts right now.
And we are back to Oslo for the last round of Norway Chess. And as always, it's a good one because so much on the line. It's now where the players will either leave the tournament happy or unhappy. And going to our full board view, we can see that things are tense for our players. And keep your eyes just peeled on the top row because that is going to determine who is the championship winner. But let's do a quick roundup of what is going down on all the boards. Tanya, David, take it away.
Well, I love where your heads... Sorry, guys. I love where your head's at, Yobi, because all the action indeed in the top row right there. It's a 3-horse race in the open, but the bottom row, Bibisara's already won Norway Chess. Her first Norway Chess, wins it in grand style, 1 round to spare. What a boss statement by Bibisara. She's playing bottom center there against Zhu Wenjun. A very liquidated middle game, especially the pawns off the board in the center. Piece play advantage Wenjun there. Compare each of White's forces to Black's counterpart. For Bibisara, there is a bit of pressure still to respond to. Next to that, Zhu Juna is one of the hot contenders for second place. She's playing with the white pieces bottom left there, and the same storyline. White's just got the better army there. You know, you've got control of the C file, the control of the D line, a beautiful D4 square for the knight. For Hampi, it's a task ahead, even with material balance far from equality. I'm going to go straight to bottom right there. Divya Deshmukh taking a decision of actually getting rid of that knight after a long think, relinquishing the bishop pair, but at least not getting checkmated anytime soon. But a big threat with that last move that Muzichuk has just played on the board. The queen coming out with the idea of lining up the bishop against the g-pawn. Lots of pins, lots of questions still to be answered by Divya. But David, as Jovanka mentioned, it's all eyes on our top row. Everything on the line, and a script nobody could have written at the start of Norway Chess.
Exactly, and all eyes on Prag on the top right as he hopes to win. He also hopes to be dealt a favor by Alireza Firouzja. We'll come to that board in a second, but Prag top right, very tense. All pieces still on the board, just one set of pawns being traded off. Typical Queen's Gambit declined with kind of opposing plans, pawn advances, very slow, very strategic. Magnus Carlsen against Gukesh in the center. We heard from Magnus. We heard his confessional there. Interesting that he used to say his openings were beep. They're very good these days, of course, but he's going back to something from the...
He obviously meant fantastic.
Exactly, fantastic. He's going back to something that he knew from years ago, the pre-Peter Heine Nielsen days, I'll call them. And yeah, he's actually got the exact same position that he had back in 2009, before Gukesh started picking up chess pieces, I assume. And yeah, we'll go into that one shortly as well. But Alireza against Wesley, so that is the key one. Wesley with a win would clinch it. Alireza with a win would put himself in, in with a great chance. But yeah, there's threats on the board. I think maybe we start with this game. Knight to f5 has just landed, hitting the g7 pawn. And when Wesley returns, I have zero doubt that he's going to bring his knight to e6 to defend. Quick action replay for everyone. We left it after bishop to e6, saying that Alireza had actually had this in a blitz game online just last year. He played h3, so I think slightly different from castling against Nepomniachtchi. But knight d7, knight g3, bishop exchange, and really nice maneuver from Wesley to put his knight on a brilliant defensive post, and he has just done that. Not just defensive, defending g7, but beautiful square to hop forward to a bit later in d4.
I actually love how Wesley's handled this opening surprise by Alireza, right? He's expanded on the queen side. He's gotten rid of a dangerous bishop that Alireza had. He hasn't burnt too much time, not so much of a clock deficit there as well. He's kept his king flexible in the center, which just means that ideas like g6, pushing the knight away, yes, they weaken squares on the king side, but at least it won't be a checkmating attack, and that's always an option. Knight try to hop over to d4 as well, an idea to watch out. Jovanka, would you agree that Wesley might have won the opening battle in this one?
Well, I would say that Alireza now is very much on the back foot because he has to react to this knight e6. Why am I saying that? Because his next move is going to be g6, kick out the knight on f5, then the knight will jump into d4, and then, whoops, how are you going to defend the pawn on b3 and also the check on c2? There could potentially be problems. So I'm seeing that you have to cover the d4 square.
And that's not an easy ask, right? I only see two ways to do it. Either you get your bishop out or retreat with your knight. I'm not liking either of these options too much.
Yeah, I mean, Alireza, it's so committal what he's done. I understand he's in a must-win situation because he's, of course, got his eyes on the prize and wants to win the event. But yeah, he's kind of burned some bridges, like strategically now. Any middle game where he lacks initiative or any attack, he's worse. Any end game, he's worse. This is a huge weakness. Like, if you could put the white pawn back on a2, maybe it's not so bad. Like, everything's defended. Like, okay, there are still those forks that Jovanka mentioned on c2, but if you cover those, you live to fight another day. But now the arrival of this knight just terminal. So he's basically said, okay, I have to try something aggressive. But if his best moves are to go defensive now and play knight e2, which, yeah, I mean... kind of makes a lot of sense. g6. Is he putting a knight in h6 and just saying that's annoying for you? Like, it doesn't really threaten much for white, but maybe he just has to hope for a position like this that Wesley can't consolidate, protect everything, can't get his king to safety.
Can I show a fun trick in this position?
Do it.
I just want to chase your queen. I feel like that queen is running out of squares. Let's say I go knight to g5. Oh, I can't. The bishop is on c1, but I'll show it anyway. Knight g5, queen g3. I wanted to get really clever with knight h5, queen h4, and knight f3 check. But none of that works because I completely forgot about a bishop on c1.
It might work soon. Might work soon. Watch out for this. Will Alireza Firouzja get his queen in trouble? It does feel like that's the problem piece. Like, the white queen is pseudo-active, I would say. It looks really nice, but it's actually a target for black's pieces.
And can we just evaluate what's going to happen? Because I was reacting to this g6 idea and going knight e2.
Ooh, then I get my knight in.
Just to show. If knight e3, now it works. I found it, Tanya.
And now the queen is going to step back. Oh, what a disaster for white. No, this is not what should be happening to Alireza's position. So I was going to say, let's have a look at what happens after castles, just kind of keeping it calm. And say black castles too. And I see the evaluation bar is saying already that black is the one taking over. And here, I mean, what next for white?
Knowing Alireza, it might be g4, g5. But I mean, it does feel like he needs to do something about this square. He does decide to play knight back to e2 first. So he does cover the d4 square. And given a question mark, although, I mean, to my eyes, it looks very natural. And the eval bar didn't react too much. Knight d7.
Wow.
Black's best. That is...
not easy.
Yeah, mysterious, I'm going to say. I think the idea is to actually bring the black queen out to f6 and only prepare g6 rather than go for it immediately. But that is not the most natural move.
No, not natural at all. Because here, a lot of us would be... actually, a lot of us, read me, would say castle, kingside, I don't see what's happening. Because the knight on e6 covers absolutely the g5 square, and I don't see any problems with anything arriving on h6.
But I do love this approach of knight to d7, and it gives the feeling that actually Wesley doesn't need to commit on the castling as quickly because there's no direct threat. You can do it on the next move. He might even decide to just keep the king where it is. Get the knight out of the way, push the queen forward, push the pawn ahead, get the pieces back, and only then decide where he wants to place his king if he's Wesley. So also important to set the stage, right? Wesley's really the only player who's got his fate in his hands. He wins this with the black pieces, it's championship over, story over. No questions to be asked. So if he feels that he's managed to get out of this opening in a good way, he might try to push for more with these dynamic options.
Definitely. And the same is true for Alireza. For Alireza, he cannot afford an Armageddon. That is not good enough to get him the championship title. Instead, he has to win in Classical. So if Wesley plays Castle's kingside, was the move that I was advocating, Alireza is going to go on the front foot immediately and kind of make moves like you were suggesting, David. G4, H4. Hello, Black King.
Yeah, Pawn Storm. And it's funny because one of the most exciting games I've commentated on this year in 2026 was the clash between Vincent Keimer and Alireza Firouzja just yesterday. This kind of seesaw battle up and down and back and forward. It looked like Vincent was about to win, then Alireza was holding, then suddenly he was going to win, then it was back to a draw. But if Alireza had won that, he would be in the lead now, and a draw would be enough. And he going to Armageddon with White, he would have been the big favorite to win the tournament, but suddenly he's the chaser and suddenly he has to win. It's a totally different dynamic.
Vincent's got a lot of fans, but I think yesterday Wesley was his biggest fan.
Yes.
Just to survive that and not go down there. And now Alireza is also half a point behind Praggnanandhaa, right? There's that dynamic as well, which is the reason why Alireza needs a win in the Classical. Taking it to the Armageddon would just not cut it for him. For Praggnanandhaa as well, a Classical win puts his one leg towards the championship, but it's not over till this one is. And the only way we get a tie is if Wesley takes it to Armageddon, loses the Armageddon, and Praggnanandhaa wins.
In Armageddon. And then we get a two-way tie. And the party goes on at Norway Chess. It does. It continues until midnight, until the witching hour, and then we'll find out who is the winner of Norway Chess. And, of course, there are 3 players in contention. Let's take a pause from this one, because here we're seeing blue arrow appear, knight to d7, and
will you find
Wesley?
He'll castle.
He'll castle?
I'm not sure he'll castle, actually, because he will have one eye on the fact that Alireza needs to win. And so will be running a little bit scared of like h4, g4, all of those pawn storms that we mentioned. So let's take a pause from this one and let's go back to the bird's eye view, because I want to check in on another contender, Praggnanandhaa, who is currently chasing down Wesley by half a point. And for him, as you guys mentioned earlier on, he doesn't need to go all out to win in the Classical. It is possible that he could become Norway champion by winning in the Armageddon. And let's go into his game, because we have a confessional. Let's hear what Praggnanandhaa is thinking about his position.
I think the opening, I just wanted to play something normal and try to get a long game. I think what we got is sort of a weird Carlsen structure, with usually the bishop will be on like g5 or f4, but now it's on c1, and also black's knight is on c6, so it's sort of a weird version. But we have all pieces on the board, so it should lead to a lot of fight in the middle game, and I think it's an interesting position. So there's a lot to play.
A lot of pieces on the position. He also mentioned the Carlsbad pawn structure, but a lot to play. And that's the main thing, especially when he keeps it very tense. So let's break down what is happening here. The bishop on c1 finally found itself a home on b2, but let's see how the players got here.
Let's do it. We left it in this position, and Vincent had quite a long think over the next few moves. We talked about how it's quite a standard position, except the bishop on c1. Doesn't look great, although at least that bishop can't get chased around. If it were on g5, for example, it might get hit, exchanged. So we saw Vincent play this move, knight c6, which I think is twofold in its ideas. Knight e5 now much less attractive because it can simply be captured, although that has to be calculated. And queen c2 would have been a nice waiting move, but now that would walk into knight to b4, and this would be annoying. Black would nab the bishop pair with advantage. So Prag continued waiting, h3, taking away all active squares from the black light squared bishop. The dark square bishop now fully covered the e5 square. White's knight can't jump in. Prag said, okay, I'm not going to get too excited yet. I'm going to just castle the king. Rook to e8. Rook to e1 to my eyes was a bit mysterious, because is he really going to break forward with e4 after playing so slowly, give himself an isolated pawn? Maybe would have been the answer, but h6, Vincent just continues to wait. h6 is nowadays always met by a3. It seems in modern theory. Both sides just taking squares. Every square in the white half now is covered by white's pieces. Bishop e6, b4 stepping forward. No space allowed though. a6 covers that square. And yeah, queen d7. I think for everyone at home, it's not really a threat now. Bishop takes h3. I think not yet, because white does have this square vacant for the bishop to step back to f1. If the white rook was on f1, this would be terrifying. But the bishop comes to f1, jumps in front of the king, and there won't be any mates. But it's still something to be careful of.
I like where your head's at, because that's exactly what I was thinking about. And I think another universe where that would become a reality, not just if the rook is on f1, but imagine if white makes one of the most natural moves of the queen's gambit decline. You put your queen on c2, you make the bishop battery, and suddenly the knight on f3 isn't feeling good. And I'm not sure, but the bar really goes down, which makes me feel it has to be a tactical blowout. Bishop takes pawn suddenly becomes a reality. You're hitting the knight on f3. Watch out for that tender spot on h2. You can't move the knight out of the way. You fall back with your queen. Choose your poison, d1 or e2, knight g4, checkmate incoming. I don't see a way for white to survive this. But queen d7 doesn't only set up all these tactical ideas, it also comes with a positional idea, right? Black always wants to trade off the light squared bishop. That's the problem child in this position. You don't have so many active squares. So Vincent wants to get bishop f5, and you can't stop it with the move queen to c2 anymore.
No. And the question is that normally, at Wise White, you want to be handling this kingside pressure with moves such as knight to e2. You want to be transferring a knight over to the kingside. I would be a bit hesitant about putting my knight on e2 because of your bishop takes h3 ideas that you guys have mentioned. And maybe it works, maybe it's okay, but I'm not sure. Can we put it on the board?
Yep, let's do it. Knight to e2, one more move, knight f4 comes, but eval bar does drop a little bit. Let's see. Is it bishop takes h3? This is fine for black, but apparently white can survive. If it says 0.0 and black's a piece down, then it normally means it's quite a promising attack. So I guess knight to f4?
Yes. But I guess you can take, or knight comes into g4 anyway.
Take first, right?
Yeah.
And then maybe we take this, or I don't know. The white knight has to fall back, but that does free a square for the white queen. Let's say knight g4 is...
Start with knight g4. Ooh.
But now maybe white does get time for bishop.
f1.
Oh, wait. No. Rook takes e1 there.
Bishop takes queen?
Oh, but there would be
sorry.
Yeah.
Let's just show that.
Yeah, and there's a pin. And queen takes rook, there's queen takes knight. And yeah, knight takes rook. We don't want to get mated. So it is a bit scary. Maybe bishop f5. Still not easy. Oh, maybe just to capture first. There we go.
Then bishop f1.
Yeah.
Nice.
And white blocks. So maybe... Oh, I don't know. I mean, there's always a question of checks. Like, can white escape all the checks? Maybe not, actually. Maybe it's just a draw. That's why it's 0.0. Because f1 is always checked this way. h1 here, you can't go knight h2 because of rook takes rook and queen takes bishop. And black's a pawn up with the ongoing... 2 pawns up with the ongoing attack.
Ooh, and there's some music in the library now.
Yeah, is it someone's birthday here? Who's going to be celebrating? I've heard it's going to be party time after the tournament. I know a lot of players, commentators are excited about that.
3 of them on this very table.
Exactly.
See you guys at the good night.
But in the meantime, Prag, he's not going to be celebrating if he ever falls victim to bishop takes h3 ideas or bishop f5 when black gets a nice bind on the light squares.
That's the feeling, right? Because for Vincent, it's about trading off those light squared bishops so your knight can then land on e4. And you've gotten rid of the most active bishop that Prag has on the board. And white does everything. Fights tooth and nail to not allow this move in the structure.
Right.
To not allow that bishop trade in a queen's gambit decline. And unfortunately, queen c2 just falls to this idea. I don't expect Prag to miss it. Bishop takes pawn. But if not, he can't be feeling too positive or happy about the opening outcome right now. You know, you're left with the only bishop, which is a pretty dead piece behind its own pawn chain.
Right, but I want to also kind of speak for Prag here. I don't think we should panic that much about the potential kingside attack because there are some hopes for white, and they are based on a knight appearing on a4, jumping into c5. That's one plan. Another one is to jump in with the knight to e5 at the right time. Obviously, the knight on c3 has to get out of the way. And there could be an argument for saying, you know what? Bishop takes h3 is scary. So I'm going to react accordingly and put the bishop back on f1, and then I'm going to act like nothing has happened and then continue with those knight jumps.
Yeah, I think in a blitz game, rapid game, I would play bishop f1 in a heartbeat, just so I don't have to calculate, just so I don't risk blundering and getting mated on the spot. But I guess that does allow invite Black's knight into e4, so Prag weighing up those consequences, the knight jumping in the near future. This one definitely looks in the balance. I quite like how Vincent's handled the early surprise, to be honest. Like, as we said earlier, black knight on c6 normally doesn't sit well there, just because a black pawn wants to connect and defend everything. Black pawn wants to be on c6, but with knight e5 off the cards for the foreseeable future, he can focus, lock in on the center and the king side.
And Chris Mayers mentioning that my pre-game positive feelings for Prague are lessening. Feels like Wesley's year. It has felt like the summer of Wesley here in Oslo. Just what a tournament he's had. The Wesley resurgence. It's not just been fantastic play in classical controlled performances there, but his Armageddon victories as well.
Yeah.
You know, when the position, the tournament situation, the player has demanded it, we've seen a tactical Wesley so. But he's also at other times kept everything clinical, just not given chances to his opponent, raking up so many points in the Armageddon early on, taking down the world number one in both their mini matches, once in the classical, once in the Armageddon. Incredible stuff by Wesley. If he does take this down, the other side of the finish line, very well deserved.
Absolutely, and I just kind of want to add to that because Wesley has had so far a good year. He did very well at the World Rapid and Blitz. He also won the American Cup, and now doing super well
and look at
Norway Chess. It could be the next winner.
Super well, Yovi. Just look what he's done. A move so unexpected. David, you said almost impossible to find from a human perspective. The best move, the top engine line, and Wesley finds it when it matters the most.
And it does matter the most right now. Knight to d7. What a move. Just keeping the options open. And for Ali Reza, he's going to be feeling really frustrated because what he wants is direct play. He wants to be able to expand on the king side because there's a target lying there in the shape of the black king. But that's not there anymore. And the maneuverings are going on. Let's dive into this position because just to remind everyone at home that if Wesley wins this one in classical, he will walk away as Norway champion 2026.
Yeah, and he'll walk away a lot richer. Around 70,000 euros, is that right?
I would say $70,000.
$70,000, also good.
I mean, that's just lazy maths because it's like 700,000 kroner, and I just do lazy maths, divide that by 10.
And Wesley mentioned earlier he's played Norway Chess 6 times, hasn't won it a single time, so it will be that one title, one more trophy added, the elusive trophy added to the Wesley So cabinet right there. And the thing is, whenever we talk about fantastic moves that blow our mind, it's usually around tactics, right? And we tend to overlook such ideas, just how difficult it is for a human to find this knight retreat in a position when you've got obvious choices like g6, like shock castle instead. And how hard it is, David, talk to us about that, to actually just keep everything flexible, keep your options open and find these knight retreats which are more positional in nature.
Exactly. We'll just show it again. The blue arrow appeared here saying that Black's knight had to go back. I think he discovered this kind of retrospectively here. I think he first looked at g6, just trying to kick the knight away. But now knight to h6 firstly stops the black king from castling. But there's also a pin on the f-file. This pawn is slightly tender. In order to defend it, you either need to use your rook on a slightly kind of mysterious, superficial square, or maybe you use the queen. But the whole idea next would be then for the black knight to move out the way, and then for the black queen to maybe come out to f6 to challenge white's queen. But this would cost an extra tempo, so he was like, wait, I don't want to castle into any attack. And here, why not get the knight out first? If white castles, then he might be hitting the knight. And he's doing the same thing, but instead of taking one step and then 2 steps for the black queen to challenge, he's going to do it all in one. So he's found the right order, and it is extremely difficult. Like, to have the self-control to go down the main variation, to look at the most forcing moves, which all players do first, g6, realize maybe that wasn't working, and only then to say, okay, I'm going to go back to step one, back to square one. How can I make it better? That same idea, better move order. It takes so much discipline in terms of like the structure of thought. Yes. Most people, it's just, like myself included, it can be a mess of variations in the head. Exactly. But there, like, he saw that this was needed anyway at some point in 97. And another point is that, like, if white castles g6, if white just goes back later, maybe not immediately jumping in, but later the black knight's coming around to the c5 square, and it's going to eat up a very weak pawn. And this is definitely going to be a positional uphill battle for Firouzja if he ever has to be forced back.
It's also the kind of battle that Firouzja doesn't love to play, right? He wants those chances. He wants that those dynamic positions where, again, there are opportunities for both players to go wrong, but this feels like a more positional fight. And a player like Firouzja can sometimes lose patience in that, do the rash stuff that he wants to get his kind of positions in, and maybe that would be too much for White in this situation when your pawn structure has already been destroyed for the rest of the game. Strategically, White is worse right now.
Totally agree. It's because of that double P pawn. But let's try to get into Alireza's mind. You know, what he wants to do is he wants to attack a castled king. So maybe let's play the wait and see game, which is like bishop d2 is one move that I would be thinking about.
I thought you were going to go queen g3, by the way, with a more direct idea, but bishop d2?
No, I wanted to wait it out. I wanted to induce castles kingside, and then let's go. h4, English School of Chess, g4,
I love it.
h5.
But I have to say that to me, Ivanka, your brand of chess has always been more mating game than waiting game. So I'm slightly surprised still by bishop d2, but then you throw on the h4, g4, and I'm like, Yovi's back.
Well, this was the thing. I'm trying to avoid castling kingside because I feel like that's not going to be so easy to attack. So, like, this is the dream for Alireza. He'll be in his element here.
I think the big question is, like, if White waits, then what is the answer to what Wesley just set up? Like
g6.
g6.
And let's try your knight h6 business, where we just say, okay, no kingside castling for you.
And Wesley, he would love to trade the queens off just because safety, but also long-term White's got the damaged structure, weak pawns.
And obviously White says, no thank you, queen to g3.
Okay, and yeah, this is the key moment, I think.
The evaluation bar, look at it. It's saying that black is significantly better.
Wow.
What's the reason for that? Is there a knight jump?
Should I try it, maybe?
Let's do it. Ooh, knight d4. Big threat, b3 hanging, c2 hanging. You've got to take that knight. Can't allow it to live there for too long.
Exactly.
Take it with the bishop.
Now, the whole beauty behind knight c5, knight d7, is that the knight comes to c5, and suddenly White's pieces are really far away from ever defending this flank. So White pretty much has to do something here. Maybe it is something to do with like f4, rook f1, and try to just mate black before he castles. But the whole queenside is going to go down burning in the meantime.
There's also b2 hanging immediately as well, right? Everything falling apart.
Can you just say, well, in for the penny, in for the pound, I made a mistake, whatever, castle kingside?
Ooh.
Okay, maybe black.
I'm inspired just to go completely bishop takes bishop, pawn, sorry, and then rook moves any. Oh, see, it kind of goes up because my big idea is that the rook moves to a2 or wherever it needs to go. I think maybe we might find out in hindsight. Then step out of the way with the king, and f4 is.
Yeah.
Well,
silly
why is
bar.
the evaluation bar not liking my play? I know it's quite.
I like your play. I like your play.
Super creative.
It's black. Black's never going this way.
Ooh.
a5 would hang, but also very airy side of the board.
But this doesn't feel like a winning attempt if you're White right now, right? Unless you get f4. Also, after you get f4, the black knight is ready to jump to e5 if needed to defend that f7 pawn. Meanwhile, you've lost all of your queen side as well. I think Alireza's got to be feeling the pressure right now. After this last move, knight d7 by Wesley So, idea plan clear. g6, queen f6 coming up next. A brilliant find by Wesley. I don't see the path for Alireza to actually make sense of the pawn formation that he's walked into.
Okay.
The very committal decision. Bring it on, Yovi.
Okay, well, you guys have inspired me.
Queen g3. Let's start with queen g3.
Queen g3.
I don't know what's our response to g6, but...
Knight h6.
All right,
There's no queen f6 in the position. Because the thing is, again, I always at the back of my mind, if Alireza wants to win, he needs to take down Wesley in the classical.
F4. Let's do it.
Exactly.
Let's go directly and play f4. What are you jumping in with this time, David Howell?
I don't know. It's suddenly a bit scarier. Like, you might not castle, you might just play rook f1. Let's say I do the same thing. How scary is it for black?
You
have to take it.
And let's go Should we go f4? Or I say we go. Let's just try it. Let's try f4.
Let's try f4, and then if it doesn't work, let's castle and do it the slow way.
Apparently, it just doesn't. We're not prepared for this. We're not ready for f4. All of black's army ready to jump in on the other side. Okay, back up.
Yeah.
Just to point out, like rook f1, that black can probably take on b3, but always it'll just be defended. And it's weird that black hasn't castled, but the white knight maybe not doing enough heavy lifting in terms of the attack. Okay, let's backtrack. So
Queen g3 is also a very Fallujah move in this position. You know, in the spirit of this position, to try to get f4 as quickly as possible, but not just yet. All right, you're threatening knight d4. Can we fight against it?
Maybe we could actually do this f4 idea, but do it with the knight back on e3. Just because the knight didn't feel like that powerful on h6.
So coming back here.
Yeah.
And if black continues doing the same.
I didn't really have a plan for this, but knight takes knight.
Knight takes, yeah. Maybe you just start playing more position. You just start like trying to boot out this bishop. Just if it goes back, then just try and swap things off. But again, this isn't playing for a win. This is just
No, I know, David. No,
quality.
But I just really like black's position, actually. What we had. Maybe white's just messed it up in this over-ambition of trying to get a game to fight for that classical win. And now you're just stuck with a really bad pawn structure. And once Wesley finds this plan of getting that knight to c5, Alireza is just in trouble. No good moves in a worse position currently.
Yeah, and in the meantime, talking of no good moves, sometimes these situations must-win situations. You have to be really brave and just continue steering into the skid here. You just gotta go for it. So bishop d2. We were talking about g6, but let's say if black were to castle, what do we think? Would white ever get tempted to just hike it up and just say, okay, time to go. Let's go long.
Ooh, I like it.
Hide the king here.
It's also, once again, such an Alireza move to make, right? And suddenly the doubled pawns on the b file make perfect sense. They're the perfect shield for the white king on the king side. a4 will be met by b4, b4 will be met by a4, blocking everything down. No open lines, no pathway to Alireza's king. Meanwhile, queen g3, bishop h6, throw that h-pawn up the board. All the ideas on the king side.
I was going to say, I love it. And I was going to say, I wouldn't put my king there, though. The chicken in me has come out. I would like first go h4, g4, and only when needs must, then go castle queenside.
Yeah,
but otherwise, I love it.
The concrete reasoning is maybe after bishop d2, sorry, if g6, there's the question of where the knight goes. Like if it does go forward and queen to f6, it's like, okay, we want to castle, but it's going to be hard to achieve this now after queen f6. Firstly, because of the queen exchange, but also because f2 will hang. And yeah, as we said, there were these ideas, and like it's hard to achieve castles queenside, depending on what Wesley does because of f2. But also, I mean, is the white king really going to try and defend everything from c2, queen e6? Yeah, I think castling queenside is a dream if white can get it in the right scenario. But according to what Wesley seems to be planning and setting up, it might just be logistically quite hard right now.
Okay, so we are actually struggling to make sense of Alireza's position. Difficult to kind of orchestrate an effective attack. But let's move away from this. Let's go back to our bird's eye view and let's go to our other marquee matchup between Pragnananda against Kaimer. But I just wanted to, before we do that, I wanted to also just do a quick assessment on what's going down on the women's. Because I see that Anna Muzichuk, she's got your dream C3 Sicilian. Everything is going perfectly for her. She's now got control over the dark squares. And in the race for second, Anna is setting herself up very nicely.
Yeah, if Anna Muzichuk wins, then Zhu Juner will need to win in the classical to stay above her, most likely. Maybe we can actually check in there, just because, I don't know, it's my childhood opening, my pet opening, and also I smell some checkmates. There haven't been so many moves on the Prague board. I think just one big commitment, so we will jump into that one next. But yeah, Zhu Juner with a small advantage, Zhu Wenjun maybe a tiny little advantage, although maybe looking a bit more on the drawish side. But Anna Muzichuk, is there a checkmate? That's the question. It's like Puzzle Rush, I think, this position. Let's test our Puzzle Rush skills.
Let's do it. I did practice some today morning, so I'm ready for this one.
Okay, but can I just tell you that just checking the database, we've been here before. Ooh. There's been another game played and it didn't last very long. So it went like this after queen f8, bishop d3.
I like that move.
King h8, bad move.
Ooh. Get the queen in.
Queen h4, yep. Queen to g8.
Bring the rook up.
1-0.
That's it, because
was
you
it.
take the bishop, rook g3, game over.
Yeah. Hit the queen, land a checkmate, either on h7 or on f6. I mean, this could happen, right? This is very, within the realms of possibility right now.
It's the most natural moves for white, right? Bring that bishop back, which is already lined up on the c file. You start loose pieces drop off, which is the best diagonal, the one closest to the black king. Line up the queen, threatening checkmate in 1. A rook lift, absolutely decisive. 3 is the magic number. Here it's going to be 4, so you can even give up that bishop on f6.
Exactly. It's fantastic 4 about to land right now. Okay, I'm going to try my best to defend, although I realize I might just lose a pawn here. Knight back to e7.
All right, firstly, if nothing else, I can take on h7 and win that pawn, but I want more. I think we have to find a way to checkmate David Howell right now.
Oh, computer says it's very good.
Oh,
but-
this is good.
Exactly.
I think we have a checkmate.
I mean,
It's goodbye on the dark squares.
why checkmate me when you can be a pawn up and then checkmate me?
Yeah, the dream.
This is so horrible for Divya. I think this is just game over, no?
How are you surviving after bishop g3? Let's try to find some defensive resource, because white is going queen h4 on the next move. It's a pre-move after bishop falls back.
Also, rook e3 can be a very nice... if king h8 isn't played, then rook e3 as well.
Right, I was just going to say, if you went bishop d3, g6, rook e3. I mean, how are you going to stop rook h3, rook takes h7, bam, queen h5.
Not a threat yet, rook takes h7, so maybe black can... Ooh.
Queen h4?
Now queen h4 first, yeah.
And you know what I want.
I know what you want, but
It's not.
Does it work? Knight d5.
Yeah, maybe not queen h4.
Luckily, black can throw the queen in the way after any sacrifices.
Let's just show that,
Yes.
what we were trying to set up, because these ideas, these tactical motives can come into play.
Yeah, puzzle rush. Normally it works, but here, this would be checkmate. Unfortunately, though, black can block with the queen. And same for any rook sacrifices. So I do have a feeling, maybe you're right, Tanya, if g6, after bishop d3, g6, maybe queen h4 first, just to stop the black knight coming back.
And then rook e3. Yes.
And then rook e3. And black's pieces are just stuck on the wrong side of the board. They're not doing anything. They can't transport themselves, teleport over to the king side.
And even though in this case, the queen and the king are not divorced from each other, but it's just not enough to keep the love story going. Yes.
Exactly, and there's so many beautiful lines. I was thinking after, say, for instance, knight a5, just to flick it in, rook e3. And if
Let's flick in a queen a3.
No, let's flick in h5.
Okay.
h5.
h5.
Nice.
Okay, now, should we be taking the queen takes h5?
Yeah, I mean, for aesthetic reasons, we
Exactly,
should.
I know.
Probably don't need to. Probably
No.
rook g3 or g4 or anything wins. But queen takes h5, Yovi.
Yes.
do
Look
it.
at this. Destruction. And then rook g3, and you have to block with the queen. And it's going
winning
to be
endgame.
absolutely disastrous.
Crushing.
Yeah. Maybe black doesn't get mated, but yeah, this is going to be game over in various ways. Maybe white brings another piece into the attack. There's going to be checks from this angle. Worst comes to worst, you take this pawn, then just promote your own h-pawn. Yeah, this looks like disaster for Divya Deshmukh. The C3 Sicilian strikes again.
And Divya had a fantastic start here at Norway Chess. She's the only player who took away the lead from Bibisara in the middle of the tournament. And then 2 back-to-back losses against Bibisara in a completely winning position. And then Zhuzhina yesterday. And she could very well be staring at a 3-2-0 to finish this tournament right now with the way this is going. And Anna Muzichuk looking at her first classical win at a moment when it matters the most.
Yeah, it just seems that she couldn't recover from her loss earlier on to Bibisara.
And just to mention, it was the exact same storyline for her at the candidates. At the candidates, it was an okay start, but then she won a few games in a row. She was joint leading for a couple of rounds, and then it was many losses in a row at the end. And okay, she held it with a draw in the final round, but it feels like Divya at the moment, she's got the ability, she's got the creativity, definitely the openings as well. Not here, but in many games. But then maybe it's just because she is quite new to the top level, these elite women's tournaments, maybe it's just a bit of experience to last the distance, because it feels like the end of tournaments, it's spiraled quite quickly. Candidates here as well.
Okay, well, Divya in huge trouble, but good news for Anna Muzichuk as she fights for second place. And I also see that things are still really uncomfortable for Humpy as she plays black against Zhuzhina. It's still very much a case of this bishop on c6, just staring down and having to defend its own pawn. And earlier on, we had a confessional from Magnus where he did mention that he was planning to follow his game from 2009 against Jan Smeets. Magnus has been in the confessional once more. Let's listen to what he has to say.
I feel like just have this weird feeling that Smeets played the same way, and maybe I went rook c1 instead of rook d1. It seems very familiar. I think you could take on d4 after queen b3, and then queen b7, bishop b6. Like, I have some vague recollection of that. Like, apart from that, I distinctly seem to remember that knight a5 was worse. So I think I'm a little bit better now. We'll see.
We will see from El Magnito there in the confessional, but he was right. Gukesh did play the same way as Jan Smeets, but it was Magnus who voluntarily, or maybe unknowingly, diverged from that game, because instead of the rook moving, Magnus played bishop h6. So if we can backtrack and show that to everyone.
Yeah, let's jump in and show what actually happened 17 years ago in the game that Magnus said he vaguely recalls. It was in this position, and Jovanka, you mentioned, okay, rook to a to d1 can't be a bad move, but bishop h6 brought him victory all those years ago.
Yes, that was the big idea, to go bishop h6. And then after the trade, then he was going for this h4 plan. And no, his rook never went to c1. I was trying to see further along the line whether Magnus went rook c1 or rook to d1. No, he never did. So what he did in that game is that he just went h5 and then doubled on the e line.
And yeah, I just think it's a time of life thing. Like, when you're young, Magnus during that game had just turned 18 years old. Like, when you're young, you look at the king, and that's all you look at. And you're like, that doesn't have defenders. I'm going to go h5. I'm going to go rook e3. It's the Anamusi trick plan from the other game, basically. Swing the rook and go for checkmate. When you're a bit older, you forget about checkmate, and you try to get small advantages. And I think that's why we've seen him be like, okay, invite all the pieces to the party. Rook a to d1, can't be bad. That rook was doing nothing. And maybe on c1 also would have made sense. But now, I mean, typical old man move, like h3. No h4s in this game. Just king safety, luft, air. Why not? Taking away g4, just in case the white knight ever goes back. There's no bishop g4. And maybe knight g4 is now a new idea in some positions. Magnus is playing much more positional these days. And bishop to e7, hitting the queen. I'm surprised he hasn't moved immediately. But I guess it is a choice of these two squares for the queen.
And Magnus does go down on the clock in this one. The game that was being mentioned, Gukesh, was a little less than 3 years old, so he was definitely a player who wasn't aware of everything that's happened there. I will point out the queen being attacked. There are some pleasant options that you've got if you're Magnus Carlsen. You could line up on a4 against the black knight, also with ideas of pushing it away with b4 next. But David, you say old man chess. I'm just wondering if at some point we'll see Magnus even potentially still go for a kingside attack. Imagine the queen falls back to d2. I'm eyeing the dark squares, bishop to h6 next, and potential sacrifices on that g6 square once my queen lands on f4.
Yeah, I mean, he's still capable of attacking, that's for sure. Magnus, he's less old and grumpy than me. But yeah, I think he will try and play it positionally if he has to.
And that's the thing, right? I think queen to a4 plays for those strategic ideas. A queenside expansion, the knight on e5 looking really good. Maybe you want to line up your bishop with your queen next and ask some questions to that rook on e8. Rook f8, thank you very much. Bishop h6, that's game over for that rook as well. Not so many squares, so it comes in with some threats of its own. While queen d2 will hint at a potential change of strategy towards the king side.
Mm-hmm. The reason I'm reluctant with queen d2 is because I thought maybe knight c4 might be more of an idea, although here maybe white can actually seize the moment just before black blockades to strike with d5. So this does also make sense. I think that's what Magnus might be calculating, but yeah, both squares look fine. Magnus, a bit more centralized. Nice, strong statue of a knight in the center. and I think small advantage for the near future.
It's also the only 2 squares the queen has. So for Magnus, it's either queen a4 or queen d2.
Yeah.
No third option here.
No third option. And I was going to say, I love your queen to d2. I was also going to say that I felt like this was almost a big advantage for white, because this bishop on e6 is a bad piece. It's a good defender, but that's about it. The queen d2, and I loved your concept of, just going h4, h5, going for some kingside attack at the right time. You can wait it out.
Is queen b5 a queen trap with a6, b5? Do you end up losing material?
I think so. Queen b5. Look at the bar. Look at the bar. Whoa!
Oh, my queen!
Oh no, my queen! And there's no way out. There's no solace here. I guess it's only a bishop loss, but at this level, 2 pieces for a bishop. This is not what Magnus wants. So, as you said earlier, Tanya, back or slide across, but definitely don't go forward. If you're Magnus Carlsen right now.
Oh.
What is it? Give it to us, Yogi.
Breaking news, Ivanka.
It is breaking news. Okay, I'm going to mess with you guys. Someone new is in the confessional.
Who's never been.
Who's never been.
Oh, I've seen it, so I'm out of this. But
What? Okay.
Tanya
Come on,
on
chat.
the spot.
Put it in chat who you think while I'm trying to work it out as well. I think it will be... Is it Wesley So?
No. Oh, not Wesley.
Is it Sindarov? Oh wait, he's not playing.
Oh, back. Oh wait, he's already been to the confessional once. Yeah.
Okay. Oh my god. Vincent Keimer is in the confessional right now.
Wow, that's a first.
Exactly, and I can't wait to see what he's thinking, because he's facing off against Prague, who is in contention for the first place. He's chasing down Wesley by half a point, so we gotta check out that game, and then we gotta hear from Vincent himself.
Yeah, it looks like he just got back to the board just as we were talking about it, and Prague's turn to leave. So maybe Prague is running back in. He's like, anything you can do, I need to do again.
Have you noticed that Prague went to the confessional for the first time? That's when his win streak started, David.
I know. I was actually going to say that earlier and I forgot, but I don't think it's a coincidence. I think Gukesh needs to go back in. Like, Gukesh went a couple of times, stopped going, and then started losing. Prague started going in, started winning.
He lost 2 games in a row, showed up at the confessional. It takes down Alireza, then takes down Magnus, then takes down Gukesh. Has come every day since that first win. 3 back-to-back wins. Maybe that's the magic ingredient, the confessional.
Exactly. I don't understand why Gukesh stopped going, because he went on his, or the day after his 20th birthday.
Beat Prague.
He beat Prague, exactly. And I think he went the next day when it was a draw and then he lost the Armageddon. But like, he should come back. He should have come back. It's not working anyway, so why not?
Is it going to be Vincent's first win then today?
Exactly. I think he's won 1 classical, but this would be the biggest win of the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. Sure. Vincent beat Gukesh along the way, but this would be a massive win if Vincent takes down Pragnananda. He would basically ruin Prague's chances of being Norway champion. But yeah, let's break down this position though before we get to hear any confessional and see, is Vincent happy with his position?
Ooh, it's hard to tell from Vincent's body language. I've played him a few times, and I played him in the Grand Swiss a few years ago, and it was actually final round. Both of us were in the top 10, just outside the qualification for the candidates. But there, like, I had a massive advantage, and he was looking so confident. I was like, wait, am I worse? And I was looking at it, I was like, wait, I'm material up and I'm better, like, definitely. And he was looking at me, like, smiling. But then I played him last year, and he crushed me. And he had a big advantage, and he was looking really down and really... I was like, wait, am I suddenly fine? With Vincent, I could never read his body language. Some people are very easy to read. Vincent, I always found difficult. But, I mean, the live position, there is a big question for him, like what to do with his pin knight. And, I mean, for a while he was spinning around in his chair, but now he looks locked in.
It's not the easiest question to answer as well, right? Because it almost feels as if Vincent's going to be forced to give up one of his 2 bishop if he wants to defend that pawn which is being attacked. Well, the knight's being attacked twice and you're going to end up winning that pawn. So bishop d7 or bishop takes e5 are the 2 ways that I see you're fighting it. I don't think you consider giving up your exchange at this point with the move knight takes knight, although I see a little bit of a head nod there and a bit of a shaky look by David Howell. Knight takes knight, is that positional compensation? Are you attracted to that option, David Howell?
In Blitz, I'd play it just because I'm so attached to my bishops.
I thought you were materialistic like that.
I am, but there's an order of hierarchy. It's like bishop pair first, then pawns, then like pawn structure, and then number of pawns. And I don't know. I mean, it's possible, right? I think the 4th option, other than the 2 bishop moves and giving up the exchange, would be to grab on a3 But when the dust settles, I think it's level material, but white has a better structure. And actually, maybe there are some other tactics along the way. So, where do we start? Where does Vincent start if he's trying to calculate all of these options he has right now?
Well, I was going to say that giving up the bishop, maybe there's no immediate direct refutation to it, but it just feels unpleasant to play a position where you've got these really strong, the dark squared bishop also ready to jump into the game, given an opportunity, the light squared bishop looking good. I want to check that line with knight takes knight, but let's start with bishop takes knight, David. You had it on the board. I take it back with the pawn. I hit your knight, the pawn on d5 under fire as well.
Yeah, I mean, he needs a very good move here, Vincent. I mean, the first instinct is to jump forward. But then, oh wow, it actually works. I was going to say knight takes d5 and things work in white's favor.
Queen can zoom out to h4.
Ooh, h4. That's better. I was looking at c5, but knight takes c7 was playable. Now there's no time. Wow, this might be very important actually. Suddenly the white pieces look very loose.
And by the way,
okay,
because we love our subscribers and we want to reward them, we're going to be saving Vincent's confessional for our subscribers during the break. So now's the chance to hit the subscribe button and you get to hear the innermost thoughts of Vincent in this position. Is he comfortable? Is he feeling uncomfortable? Does he want to play the role of spoiler? And maybe he might do something else. Maybe he might burst into song. Who knows?
Maybe he might give us a shout out. I mean, that was something as well, but I will
Did we pin him down on that? Because we tried to pin...
we did it with everyone.
I know.
Who joined
He went bright red when you were like, but we were pushing him quite hard. He went red. He was like, oh, maybe. He does come from a musical family, Vincent Keimer, so maybe he will sing. Who knows?
And Keimer's been the hottest player on the circuit, right? His rise over the last year has been really something to watch, gaining over 50 rating points. And it started early of last year. And he's been sort of unstoppable in so many events, so many different formats, just proving himself over and over again. It's been fantastic to watch him climb over to the world rankings in top 4, world number 4 at one point, currently world number 6. For the first time at Norway Chess, to get a peek into his brain will really be something. So hit that subscribe button right now.
Absolutely. Big critical moment on the board. Can he capture that knight on e5? Well, maybe we can just quickly dive in.
Yeah. We got to do that.
And then we'll see whether that's even possible. And then we'll take a break.
Yeah, this feels like the first big critical moment of the game. Like, until this point, they were maneuvering a bit. Pragg played b5 to get his bishop here earlier, breaking his structure. Just to point out, if Vincent is feeling, we'll find out soon from the confessional, but if he's feeling like it draws enough, he's fine, he just wants the tournament to end. If he's brave enough to fight another Armageddon, a 9th, and maybe 9th time's lucky, then he might try bishop takes a3. I think the tactics are fine here for black. Knight takes c6, for example. It looks like there's a fork on the rooks, but black is able to take the bishop, and when everything gets traded off, he takes the knight as well, 2 pieces for a rook. So it does look like this would basically force Pragg to start trading everything off. And I'm looking at a position like this, and I'm thinking, okay, maybe bishop takes knight, and the white queen defends. Okay, maybe actually there's a better square, queen to c1, for example. And black's temporarily a pawn up, but this is doomed long term. Black's got a worse pawn structure, bad bishop. Most likely result, I think, here is a draw, if he wants to play it super safe, Vincent Keimer. But then I'm also thinking, I don't know, my spidey senses were tingling. I was like, okay, is this playable? And Tanya, you were trying to bait me into saying yes, because I was always, eval bar doesn't drop. I was always told,
I was hoping it would.
If you get a pawn for the exchange, and if you get something else, like a target, a king or bishop pair or something, then it's worth it.
Yeah. In your hierarchy, you've already got the bishop pair, right? So that's already a great advantage. I just want to point out before we go into this position that after bishop, knight takes knight, you can't capture the rook immediately if you're white. You have to actually give up that pawn because black otherwise just jumps into c4. The bishop on b2 is hanging. You just lose big material. And David, if you pick up that knight on e5, that final position, you know, I thought this wasn't even possible and should be good enough for white, but I see the bar and I see the ideas of queen d7, bishop takes pawn getting lined up next. The bishop on b2 pinned, 94 ideas at the right time as well. I think this is actually sufficient compensation for Keimer. It's how much he believes in it that will dictate if he goes for it.
Yeah, this would be very brave, so I can't wait to find out Vincent's mood, how he's feeling about the position.
Yeah, okay, and on that note, we're going to step aside for a few moments, but if you're subscribed on Twitch, well, the fun is not going to stop because you can get to hear Vincent Keimer's thoughts on what is going down. See you in a few minutes.
I do feel like it's time I come here at least once, share the experience. The game today is, I guess, kind of what we expected. Prag was interested in a big fight. He got that. I do think we have a very complicated position as of now. I do believe I'm still fine, although I missed a few things along the way. But if my calculation right now is correct, things are still, quite interesting, but should be fine for me. Concerning the other games, Alireza is doing some fancy business, basically playing some sort of reversed Italian, which I guess also means that he is in a very fighting mood. So, of course, I'm mostly focused on my own game, but it's also interesting to see how the fight for first place evolves here.
What I like about price the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
We are back to the championship round of Norway Chess. It is now or never for our players. 3 of them are in contention. It's a big fight for Alireza Firouzja, Wesley So, and Pragnananda, the opponent of Vincent Keimer, as we saw Pragnananda take to and Vincent Keimer both take to the confessionals and share their thoughts. It's really tense there in the top row. So things, just to kind of just give a quick overview on the women's, things are looking really good for Anna Muzichuk there on the bottom right. Everything is going to plan for her. And between Zuzina and Humpy Kineru, well, Humpy is still suffering on the board, and she now has to face off against a Queen and Knight Dream duo. For Bibisara is just about developing the pieces and putting them on their opposite squares. But ultimately, she has won the long game. She is our Norway Chess Women's winner, so she's very happy. But we've got to go to where the action is. We've got to go to the games that are most critical, and a decision has been made between Pragnananda and Vincent, so let's head there.
That's the top right board. A sequence of trades that have just happened since we left it last, and we'll do an action replay on that. For Vincent Keimer today, his role is to play spoiler to Prag's dream, a dream that he's earned the right to with 3 back-to-back victories. Has Pragnananda taking down Alireza, taking down Magnus, taking down Gukesh. If he wins against Vincent Keimer today, Prag with the white pieces, and Wesley fails to win in the classical, Prag takes the championship. Half a point behind the tournament leader currently. And David, a lot of trades on the board. I do see the bar seems to prefer white with what we have going on, but it's tactics, tactics, tactics.
Yeah, it's tactics for now, but it could soon become very strategic, and it's white on the better side of it. We left it here. We went on a break. Bit of a cliffhanger for everyone at home. If you did see Vincent's confessional, you will know that he was talking about Prag being up for the fight, that it's a long game, that there are some big decisions to be made, and this was one of them. Knight takes e5 we were talking about as an exchange sacrifice. The computer says that this would have been fine for black, although very committal. And I think Vincent, maybe not suiting his style to speculate like this. It's still no immediate attack for black. The compensation very much long term. So he wanted something that clarified the tension quicker after knight to e5. And I did say as well before the break that if he was feeling like he wanted to bail out, maybe bishop takes a3, bishop takes pawn. Vincent, this is an essentially a draw attempt. Pieces flying off the board. Bishop takes knight now, hitting his rook. And he decides to trade off the other rook. But when the dust settles, Prag's going to come back to the board, take that rook off, and we'll see this position. It does look like white's just got a better pawn structure. I'm not sure whether he can keep the knight on a square like this or whether he goes back in one of these directions. But if Vincent can't break out with c5, this is a backward pawn, a weak pawn, and black's got a very bad bishop to boot.
And I'm just going to follow that up because exactly, right? If Vincent's able to get that central break into the game, you just don't have enough to play for. You will be unable to take that pawn, going for the weakness on d5 because the knight on e5 hangs. But I think Prag's advantage hangs by a thread that here you've got the option to move up with your queen to a3 and use the pin on this diagonal. So not allowing Vincent to quickly get rid of that weakness.
Very annoying move there. Maybe Vincent calculated all of it from afar, but back when he played bishop takes a3, up to the point where this c5 move happens, queen a3, that is, what, 22, that's 6 moves each. That is a variation. You could stop one move too early and say, okay, I'm equal. But I don't think he is actually equal here.
No, it doesn't quite look like he's equalized in the sense that knight a4 is coming and there's going to be extra pressure on the c5 point. And we are seeing some moves in play. And I just wanted to just ask you both the question. So Prag, if he gets to Armageddon here, and will he be happy with that? Because he is trailing Wesley by half a point. And Wesley with an Armageddon win, or a win in classical, he will take it.
Prag's not happy. He thinks he's better here. He thinks he's a lot better. Like, I think a draw and Prag will be a bit annoyed at himself.
Yeah.
Every chess player likes to be in control in general, but like especially with tournament fate, he wants to win this game and not risk Wesley winning the classical and ending it, or Wesley winning the Armageddon, and ending it.
My read on this, seeing how the opening played out and Prag's choices and approach, it felt like the math strategy is if the opportunity was to present itself, Prag would grab it. Will he overextend? Will he overpush with some super active line against the Queen's Gambit decline? He didn't go for that. Meanwhile, by the way, the line that we were discussing has been played out on the board. And this is the moment where Vincent, if he wants to solve his problem of the pawn formation, needs to push that C pawn. But there are concrete issues with that. Jovanka, coming back to what you mentioned, for Pragg, it feels like if the chances arise, he wants that fight. But maybe not overextend himself to try to get that going and not try to overprovoke a player like Vincent, who has been so incredible in the classical format at Norway Chess right now. If it was to go to Armageddon, I would say he wouldn't be devastated or unhappy about it. Somewhere you have the feeling that Alireza versus Wesley playing with the black pieces, good chances of it going to Armageddon. How are you balancing your own risk-taking capabilities? It all comes down to the position on the board. If Pragg feels that this is something to fight for and he misses out, yes, he'll regret it. But is he going to go all out, all chips in, go with those pawn storms, weaken, take those big risks? I would say no.
Yeah, so you're just saying he's going to be pragmatic about this. He'll take the opportunity if it's presented, but otherwise,
yeah,
he will just simply play out the position, do what needs to be done. Okay, well, big moment on the board, and indeed, Vincent Keymer thinking about whether he can do that breakout or whether it's possible just to sit there and just hold the position.
Nobody's sitting anywhere.
Someone should sit somewhere. Maybe they're fighting it out, not on the board, maybe in the confessional booth.
Yes, maybe they are. Look at that. Empty chairs.
Chair championship.
Empty places.
Beautiful chairs, by the way, that the players have signed. They have signed their own individual chairs. I'm not sure whether those will be up for auction or what comes next for those chairs.
Which one would you want if it was?
Ooh,
I'll put in a good word and have it shipped to you, David Howell.
Shipped just 20 minutes down the road. Yeah, I'm good. I don't know. They do look comfy, but we're also comfy here in the studio.
Would you like some mango crisps instead?
I've been snacking on the mango every day, as well as the muffins. There we go. What a setup. What a place to play chess.
It has been a delight here in the Dakeman Library.
Is that a hand sanitizer?
Yes, I think it is.
Very nice. Just before you go in for the food, everything's there on the board for you.
And you've got still sparkling water. You've even got upside down mango if you want. You can live your best life here in Oslo. And the camera angle is also working it. But let's get back to the bird's eye view, because we gotta have a look at what is happening between Alireza and Wesley. Wesley leading the tournament with 15.5 points. A win in Classical, that means he will walk away Norway champion. If Alireza wins, well then Alireza will leapfrog Wesley, and then everything will turn on Pragnanda. So gotta go to Alireza. Wesley, what is happening here?
Well, Wesley's hanging out with Vincent and Pragg in the confessional. That's what's happening. Just to mention, Vincent's lost 3 minutes just being away from the board. Wesley, in the meantime, confidently playing the last few moves. There has been some interesting moments. So very quick action replay. Knight to d7, we left it here. We thought, brilliant move, strategically strong, great understanding of the position. Castles. I think there was one question about whether g6 followed by a quick queen f6, quick attempt to trade queens. Maybe this was best, but Wesley didn't want to risk being prevented from castling if the white knight had ended up on h6, covering the castling square on g8. So he gets his king to safety first, bishop to d2. But now there's a difference. After g6, he doesn't need to react. Alireza finds the fantastic b4, hitting the bishop, which now retreats. I guess he didn't want to risk opening up his king. Now white has a choice, but might even get tempted to take this pawn. Okay, maybe taking the bishop first better, but the black king now really open. So instead, the bishop did drop back to b6. And the question is, live board, to take or not to take? Is that knight just trapped if it gets greedy? It does look it.
It looks like it'll get hit by the queen or the bishop, and I'd want to hit it with the queen because bishop to c7, you still have an escape route via b7. So you want to start targeting it, and I'm not seeing a way back home for it.
Well, hang on a second. Let's just put it on the board here. So knight takes d6, queen comes and attacks it. c7, and let's go back to where it came from, knight to f5. So you want to take it, it's going to come at the cost of opening up your king.
Challenge accepted. I'm going for it.
Yeah.
Pawn takes knight.
And by the way, we might not see Wesley on his chair, but I do happen to know where Prag is.
Ooh.
He's in front of the microphone and he's telling us his innermost secrets. No, he isn't really, but
Maybe.
maybe.
He's our fourth commentator today.
Confess your sins. All right, but this actually looks pretty scary, right? Pawn takes knight, pawn takes pawn in that position, David. And I was hoping to plant my knight on d4 and try and trade off some more pieces and just hope and pray that I'm not getting checkmated after f6, after you grab the knight and go f6.
Yeah, this is sharp stuff. f6, one move, bishop h6, another move. Ultimately, it feels like white's compensation won't be sufficient. Maybe when the bishop jumps in, black will be happy to give back some material, ending up with a dominant bishop, a decent knight for a rook, although the game, of course, continues. Yeah, it's kind of do or die time for Alireza. If he takes, he has to sacrifice. He has to back it up with high energy. He goes the other way. I think this was maybe a safer bet. And yeah, of course, Wesley's king will go to this square, not dropping the valuable f7 pawn. So the blue arrow appears, maybe the easiest only move that we'll see today. But when that happens, no easy choices for Firouzja, who still has to figure out what to do next. That knight at risk of being trapped.
It really feels like that, right? And also there are threats of knight d4 at the right time. And if you come back with your knight to g4, it keeps getting chased back and back and back with the h-pawn moving forward. Wesley So, shocking news. Figures it out that king g7 was indeed the only move, plays it pretty quickly. And he's also putting pressure on Alireza's clock. Do not underestimate that advantage currently with still 23 moves to be made, 37 minutes. A very complex position to boot. The knight on h6, you fall back to g4. You're looking at f5, h5 coming in. If not, it's still very, very tricky for white.
How about this? Knight g4, king g8.
No,
knight h6 check, king g7.
No.
repetition.
Alireza will say, non, merci.
So you're saying that Wesley will play king g8 and then Alireza will decline it?
No, I don't think... well, actually, you have to play king g8 because of the threat of bishop h6. So king g8 may get played, but there is not a chance that Alireza is going to be repeating because he says goodbye to his dreams of winning Norway chess. So instead, a lot of fight left in the position. I'm expecting something else. But what is that something else? So first up,
can you just line up your queen against the black king and say, at least my knight isn't getting trapped any day soon because I do have a check on f5.
Yeah, love it.
Oh, another repetition for you, Yovi. King h8, queen f3, king g7.
No, stop with this repetition, guys.
And then another one for you, like, I don't know, oh, sorry. Maybe I should play bishop c7 or something. Knight check. I'll hide in the corner. Knight h6. Draw?
No.
No.
Not going to happen. If that happens, I will sell my house.
Are you sure? Can we get it in writing? You've got a paper next to you. On the broadcast.
It might, yeah, we won't hold Jovanka to it if the game ends in a draw a bit later, but if it ends in the next 5 moves.
The next 5 moves, it will not. Okay, yeah, that is a bet I'm 100% going to take.
Wait, are you selling it or are you giving it?
I'm not giving away my house.
I don't know what you're gaining here, Jovanka. You're risking quite a lot.
Well, yeah. Stop making me back down. No, I think the game will not end within the next 5 moves. There will be no repetition in the next
I think it makes
6,
a lot of sense
moves.
Simply because Alireza cannot afford to let that happen.
6, 7, yeah. Do you know that's gone away now? Thank the Lord.
Oh,
We need to stop doing that.
I'm an unk. That's all I do. I finally learned a meme.
What is that?
Stop.
Uncle.
Yeah, old guy.
All right.
Get with
New
it,
words.
Jovanka.
Earlier you said like queen c7. I literally in my brain I was like, wait, did you say 6, 7? I was like, no, c7. Like, that's how my brain works now. I've been so corrupted. But in the meantime, yeah, big decision for Alireza Firouzja. And I saw a feature chat saying he plays better the closer he gets to 0 on the clock anyway. But he shouldn't, I guess, in a championship game like this, risk too much in time trouble.
But that's the thing, for Alireza to...
I might be homeless today. What is this? Is this like a signed contract?
I mean, there's thousands of witnesses, so a verbal contract is binding in the country of Norway.
And we know you're a woman of your word, Jovanka. Once you put it out there, you will just not back down from it. But you know what the good news for you is? That Alireza needs to win for a shot at the championship.
Exactly.
That's what's going to save
No,
your
but
home.
next, how many moves was it?
Now, the repetition pretty much
Yes,
happens either.
it will not happen.
In the
It
next
will not
6
be
or 7
happen.
moves.
No, it will not. I'm just going to reassure my husband. I'm sure he's watching. It's not going to happen, aren't I? It's not going to happen.
He's probably sitting there being
He's
like,
like,
what?
what is wrong with you? No, because he's been talking about buying like a 1-year house in Sardinia or somewhere. And I'm like, I've been like shutting down that idea. Maybe I shouldn't say this either. So he's probably like, oh, what is happening there? Okay, no, but it will not happen, 100%.
So for Alireza, it's the championship on the line, and Jovanka's home as well. So I expect him to continue, not go for any repetition. Was he reaching out for his rook?
You guys are making me nervous. Stop it. So rook, look, rook c1. Rook c1, threatened c6. None of this knight g4 business.
That's a great move. Far, far away from any repetitions on the other side of the board. He spots a weak pawn. He's going to hit a weak pawn. And that is a question for Wesley as well. I guess Wesley at some point will want to trade off on b4 just to prevent white doing it on his terms. But when the pawns are exchanged, I'm guessing that black will just defend with his rook. And maybe the repetition's still in the air, so Jovanka's house still almost on the market. Bids are starting, if anyone wants to get involved. Jovanka, no more houska.
My starting price would be a lot more than that. Thank you very much. Okay, let's rook c1. Excellent, Alireza. I have faith in you, man.
It keeps the game going, and for Wesley, he needs to fight the direct threat of defending the c6 pawn currently. Rook c8 feels like the most natural response. Can we bid for Jovanka's house? You absolutely can. What's the starting price, Jovi?
40,000 krona, we saw it. 45. Mike Katz is in there. Going.
No, it's not going. Gone. Thank you very much. We keep on going up.
Can I get 50,000? Okay. Can I get
50,000? They speak so quickly. Anyway, okay, come on, Wesley, don't keep me guessing. Yes, rook c8. Excellent. Now, come on, more moves, please.
Okay.
Don't take your time here. Just keep on rushing.
And I just want to point out that if white waits here, if Alireza doesn't do something like queen g3, trying to get the knight out, I mean, for Wesley, the next few moves are pretty obvious, right? You want to place your knight to f6, kind of denying that square on g4. And if the white queen then lands up on g3, you always have the idea to go knight h5. And then you're making a case for the f4 jumps, the knight on h6, kind of running out of moves there.
Love it, yeah.
Yeah, I do notice Wesley, he's done this before, especially that game against Gukesh, where he kind of bailed out from a position of strength, especially on the clock. He was getting a bit nervous in the opponent's time trouble. As soon as he saw the opponent's clock ticking down, he started blitzing out, and Wesley there spent only 1 minute on his response. Given a question mark, maybe we can jump in and try and figure out why this was a mistake from Wesley So. Arguably his first real mistake in the game so far, because the eval bar suddenly on white side. Alireza hasn't been able to say that since move 1, really. And what could be the downside? The only thing I can think is that if the knight ever gets back to f5, if it ever takes d6, it won't be trapped as it was earlier, because it would gain a tempo against this rook. It's either that or something to do with the deflection, maybe taking on a5, deflecting the black bishop and queen away. But, okay, he's going for his queen. Alireza, he sets up a threat here. Queen g3, we talked about this. Knight f5, big threat on the board.
Yeah. And this time taking that pawn with the rook on c8 hanging as well.
Okay, well, Wesley cannot allow this. You can't go knight f5 check, so king h8 looks to me the most natural move.
You're going to lose your house then with queen f3.
Queen f3. Ooh, handshakes. Has to be a draw because you can't use the queen to defend f7
Don't do
anymore.
this to me, guys.
B takes a5 would win a pawn. Now the black queen's away, so king g7, best move.
What price are we on currently? I saw 45k was the last bid.
I bid 69k.
You're messing with me, guys. Stop it. How many moves have we done already?
Did you just crack the 69k situation, David?
I was going to say 67k, but
different kind of show.
Exactly. Queen g3. We've had 2 moves. We said between the next 6 or 7 moves. So you got a small window. I mean, not on the house anymore, which is gone, but a little window of opportunity to save it now.
Does it come with free elo? Yes, it does. It does actually. It's got a lot of chess books.
Yeah,
that's
so
true.
You gotta get the Elo though.
Also the energy, the aura. You live in your house, you increase 100 Elo points. Minimum, guaranteed.
The view from Jovanka's house is stunning as well, I should mention.
Yeah, David's been.
I feel
really nice.
I love how this has become a real conversation about Yovi losing her house on this broadcast.
Well, I didn't realise that actually Ali Reza could force a draw, but I know he won't.
He won't. You're
but
safe.
You did make me question life a little bit there.
You should have bet your house and your car. Yovi house car.
Ooh.
Both of them.
Yovi no house car.
You'll be living in the car. Okay, right. Yeah, big threat. I do think that's the most natural move. The only other option I see is knight f6, although actually that doesn't work anymore. Knight f6 is maybe the move you want to play. But does it work? I want to suddenly take this pawn and deflection again. Suddenly the black queen is overworked. You can't take and allow bishop takes a5, queen being deflected, because now knight f5 check. And the pawn does drop again, not just one pawn, but two pawns. Actually, Wesley's talked himself into a corner here.
Would it help to throw in a pawn takes pawn if you're black before getting the knight to f6, just simply hiding away from any threats on a5?
Yeah, he would love to. Now the big question is whether Alireza takes it back or whether he can drop in a check and now take the pawn.
And if the rook was to step up, you simply recapture on b4. That knight on d6, that's the only weak spot here.
Maybe I'd take with the bishop, keep it safe.
I'm just wondering if you want to put your king on g8 if you're black, because that f7 pawn looks a bit tender in a lot of the positions. I just saw the bar rise after king h8, so I was like, gotta be g8.
Good call. But yeah, if you can't trap the knight, like c5 now will let the knight out via b5. If you don't trap it, this is a pawn loss from Wesley So.
Knight c... Oh, no.
Yeah.
Knight c5 does not help. e5 is hanging David Howell.
Yeah, but there is d3.
Okay, it's a move.
Yeah, queen takes now,
Queen
knight
takes.
takes d3 and black's back in. But maybe, I mean, the white knight still has this square to escape via.
Still d3, right?
Still d3.
And there's a pin as well.
Gets super sharp. Queen takes d3. Oof, who knows?
Yeah.
But apparently there's something really strong for white. Probably d4 or something crazy. When I see the computer get excited, it's always something like d4. Maybe the white knight is just going to be a thorn in the black side for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Okay.
Queen g3 on the board. Questions for Wesley So to answer with championship on the line right now.
And more than that, apparently, as well. So, big decision.
Jovanka's got more on the line than
someone
Wesley
has,
right now.
Suddenly the stakes have gone sky high.
Especially here in Oslo. So, okay, let's... King h8. But the stakes are so high for Alireza. He's an ambitious player. He will not want to be repeating moves with queen g3, queen f3. Even though, I admit, he has that in the back of his pocket.
But
How
does he
can
have
he play?
something better? Can
Exactly.
he play for the win
Exactly.
is the question.
Just reassure me, guys.
He's always in it to win it, so I think he finds a way.
Yeah, I've rarely seen Alireza bail out, especially when there's life left. He might not think he's better, but I think he'll play on because of the tournament. And I mean, we talked about Wesley, how this might be one of the biggest tournament wins of his career. In terms of classical closed events, Alireza has struggled traditionally, so this is definitely going to be one of the biggest wins for him as well, if he is able to somehow leapfrog Wesley and if Prague's board goes his way as well.
Exactly, and I was going to actually say that I checked online, like when was the last time Alireza won a big event, and as far as I could tell, it was back in 2024 when he won the GCT and he won the Sinkfield Cup and also the Sinkfield Rapid and Blitz, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. So it's been a while for him. He's going to want to at least press Wesley to the max. And
Wesley,
there you go.
With a decision.
There's my man,
back.
King H1.
I've never seen such relief.
You guys had me worried.
You had reasons to be, Jovanka. You walked right into that one.
I know.
And I know you would find it so difficult to back down from that situation.
Luckily, Ivanka also knows Alireza, so she wasn't risking it too much, I think.
Well, apparently I did. I risked the house.
So immediate response by Alireza. Firouzja and king to h1 comes in with an idea, right? He's freed up that f-pawn to move up the board. So he wants to clamp down on the black king here. Alireza Firouzja going for the attack. Wesley, so he takes care of the entire left flank. Pawn takes pawn. No more deflection tactics for that black queen, which might be required closer to the black king later on. A decision time for Firouzja. You capture with the pawn, destroy your pawn structure, but at least take control of the queen side and deny c5 access. Or do you pick it up with your bishop, hit the d6 pawn, but in return allow a free floor for those black pawns and a piece to jump onto c5?
Or
Oh my god, there's an or.
do you play f4?
Well, the fact that he's hesitating right
I
now
love it.
means to me, is he considering F4? Go and put it on the board, David. What is going to happen if you set the board on fire like that?
It's very possible, boys and girls.
Very playable, and it's his style. Like in Blitz, he would play this in a heartbeat, and he would just deal with the consequences. It is a pawn. Like, black's going to continue munching at some point. I don't think he needs to play f4, which might hold him back. Also, the clock situation, he shouldn't really invest 10 minutes and then not play f4. If he's going to play f4, he'd play it in a heartbeat, but yeah, it's got to be so tempting for him. I would... just style of player, I would take back on b4 every day of the week. But Alireza is unique for a reason.
I also think there's a big threat, right? If you go f4, your big idea is quite simple. You just want to be opening up the f line, start targeting f7. That's a soft spot in the position.
Yeah, so for example, if b takes a3, does white just continue? Does white take a timeout?
I feel like this time you have to take a bit of a timeout, right? b2 hanging as well. We can go wild. Let's see what happens after f5.
Boo.
It's like a bit too much. Do you simply take on b2 now?
Probably.
And the rook
Probably.
on c1 hanging. So you got to take that pause a little bit, even if your name is Wesley. So right now is even Alireza for that matter. Pawn takes pawn, f5 coming in next if we just have that line up on the board. Now there's a big threat on f7, and let's say you try to defend it with queen to e7. Yovi's idea of f5, you're never going to pick up that pawn. I'm also threatening to go f6. Let's say you move the knight to g7, David Howell. I would think that just looks... Tactics everywhere. Knight takes pawn. Do you land on g5?
Yes.
And queen f3, and that's triple down.
Well, there's knight
Spin
h.
it and win it.
There's knight h5 at the end.
Queen f3. Oh, you mean fh5?
Yeah, luckily.
Yeah, let's go for that direction too.
Luckily, the white knight defends the queen, so yeah, white ends up a piece up. But otherwise, that would be a total turnaround. But bishop g5, if the other knight lands, then
Queen f3. Oh, queen h4.
or
both.
queen,
Super
yeah,
good.
same.
Yes, same. Winning the knight, winning the game.
He'd be really flashy.
F4. You know what? Alireza does it. Do you want to give your house away on this one?
No, I don't want to give away my house anymore at all. I will stop whilst I'm winning on that one. No, then.
I feel like this one, Yovi, would be wise to not think about selling your house, because I have a feeling that Firouzja goes, it's Firouzja 4 coming up. F4, tough find, but he does it. Especially the fact that it's a must-win game for Alireza today. It's these two players who've been ruling the top of the leaderboard. They've been the one fighting for championship from the start, so it kind of just makes sense for it to boil down into this crazy battle with F4 on the board.
Look at his eyes. I don't know if we can get a zoom in, but he's only looking at f4. He's not even trying to hide it from Wesley. He looked over it for the clock just for a second. That would have been also the same side as taking back the pawn on b4. But okay, here we go. He's looking down. He's looking at the enemy king. He's not looking over at the clock side of the board. Look at that. Okay, then there he was. But he's going to play f4.
It feels like a very center angle right there. Firouzja on the board is what it will be if we do see f4 land. I love it. And it's not clear at all.
I mean, it's essentially a pawn for a tempo. Like, he could play a takes b4, take the pawn back, and then play f4 next. Like, he's still getting it, but black will get an extra tempo to defend, to cover things, to hold squares, to maybe trade off some pieces. Like, he's just throwing a pawn off the board for full tempo, but sometimes chess is about that, right?
Yeah.
It's about speed. It's a race.
Exactly. And I'm just thinking, if you do take on b4, does Wesley have the tempo to suddenly just get a good defense going.
And then that idea, you take on b4, David, knight d4 maybe you were pointing at. I also really like the idea of black going knight f6, knight h5 in the starting position, just denying you access for that move f4 without a ton of exchanges.
Oh, that is annoying. Okay, if he doesn't get f4 after all, then play it. Play it now.
Do it, Alireza. And that will be entertainment guaranteed. I did see the bar suggest that he does take on b4. He slowed down, but he decides to play it safe, Alireza Firouzja.
I think it was the clock. He's down to 26 minutes only, and this is just move 21. There is a time crunch. I think he was looking at f4 for sure most of that time, but he probably didn't even calculate this move that he's just played. He was calculating the other one. He was like, too messy, can't guarantee. I've already spent 6 minutes. Boom. Just keep it safe.
I wanted to see f4 on the board.
Yes, that would have been something at least. But okay, this one is still messy. f4 still in the air. Alireza still has the attack. And for Wesley, now is the time for him just to start thinking about some defensive measures. Knight f6 is something that we considered. Knight jumping into d4 is another move. Let's go to our bird's eye view and see what is going down in the game between Praggnanandhaa, Vincent. Remember, Praggnanandhaa is chasing down Wesley. He currently has a little bit of a nice bind going on. There's a target on c7 as a backward pawn. Maybe we check in on Vincent and Pragg and see what is happening there.
Just an update that Magnus Carlsen against Gukesh. Queens are off the board. Magnus is temporarily up a pawn. But yeah, we'll get back to that one shortly. That's an endgame that will go on for a long, long time. Magnus trying to squeeze with the bishop pair. Yeah, let's talk about our title battle here. Let's go into the Pragg game, because if he gets 2 more moves, it's hard to arrange, but yeah, Vincent lashes out, I think, quite correctly. If White had 2 more moves and was able to plant his own knight on the c5 outpost, that black pawn that was on c7 would have been backward forever. Like, the black bishop would have been inferior forever. Now, if he can get 1 more move, Vincent this time, and take the pawn in the center, it becomes symmetrical and a draw very likely. So Pragg has to be accurate now. Hits the queen. He might even just take this pawn next before it advances or captures, and he's going to get an outpost. Black's going to be left with an isolated pawn. How do we estimate the winning chances here for Pragg?
That's the big question, right? It's 4v4 when we talk about the pawns once the set is traded off, because I don't think Pragg wants to allow a protected passed pawn on c4. That looks incredibly dangerous if Vincent's able to push that pawn. Let's say the queen moves away, you capture on c5, you take back with the queen, the knight lands on d4, and it looks beautiful for White, right? You're playing against a pretty much dead bishop on e6. You have stunning knights. You're controlling the B line and the A line, looking at infiltrations along the 7th rank if you're Praggnanandhaa. But is it enough? Because with all the pawns on one side of the board, the bishop's ugly, but it's also a great defender. The knight doing this exact same job. The queen and the rook nicely lined up as well. David, I would say that this is closer to a Vincent hold than a Pragg win.
Yes, and actually we don't have to wait too long, because we're going to find out what Praggnanandhaa thinks about his position. Have a listen to this.
Yeah, so when I played b5, I forgot that I just assumed for some reason that bishop a3 is not really possible, and yeah, I realized once I played bishop into b5 that you can just take bishop a3. I was really hoping for this knight e5, and these positions, they are like double-edged, but yeah, bishop a3 is quite solid, but still I think I can push, so we'll see.
Well, Pragg believes he can still push, but we are feeling very confident that he has grinding opportunities here.
But he was talking about the moment when Vincent had the chance to grab on a3, and he said that is what he was worried about. It looks quite solid, but he has something to play for, and it's kind of played out in that narrative, right? Where Vincent found that idea, we saw so many trades, 4 sequence of moves there, and here we are with a slight edge for Praggnanandhaa in this position, but it just feels like Vincent is within saving territory. I will call this out as Armageddon, the most likely of the outcomes.
Okay. I think there's a long way before that. I still agree it's most likely, but I don't know. Vincent, he's a bit lower on time. I don't see him solving the problems immediately. Like, if you're going to draw this game, it's probably in 50 moves' time. He's going to be suffering forever with that bad bishop. White's knights are going to be beautiful, especially that knight that's about to land on d4. I think there's a lot of suffering ahead.
But
Not
it's
fun
so
for Vincent.
cemento for black as well. Okay, so you think this gets decided in...
Okay, I did predict that there would be only 2 decisive results this round, so I'll say this is... Oh, is this one of them? Anna Muzychuk's about to win.
You know what my dream scenario is? That this really goes down to the wire for the battle of the championship, where we have the tiebreaker, where it gets decided on the board, where they play those best of 2 blitz games to find out the winner. But Yovi, there's only one scenario in which we get the tiebreaker.
And that is if it goes to Armageddon in this particular game, and Praggnanandhaa has to win. But we also need in the Ali Reza Wesley So game, we need that one to also end in a draw in the classical. And in the Armageddon, Wesley, who's leading by half a point, he needs to lose his Armageddon. Now, if we get that, it's going to be more fun, more chess for the evening, and we're going to have a playoff.
Oh, the dream. That would be a dream outcome here at Norway Chess, with the fight that we've seen, the drama, the absolute cinema we've seen over the last 9 rounds play out. You know, the leaderboard shifting up and down. Alireza, Praggnanandhaa, Wesley, so all finding a way to stay in the fight till the very end. And the other fight that we haven't spoken enough about, I mean, there is a clash today between the world #1 Magnus Carlsen and the world champion Gukesh Domaraju. And you know, when there's a day in chess that's not a marquee matchup, what on earth is going on? What kind of a reality are we living in?
Exactly. It feels like we've walked into some parallel universe, and suddenly these guys, new situation for them as well, I believe, fighting it out to avoid last place. Currently, Magnus is ahead of Gukesh, so with a draw would ensure he doesn't come last, but Gukesh with a win would leapfrog Magnus. We see a position where queens have come off, white with beautiful bishops, but black is about to restore the material balance by taking on d4. Just a very quick action replay for anyone who was here earlier. We left it with white's queen being attacked. We said, don't go forward, you'll get trapped. Queen b5, and Magnus would have lost material with this queen sidelined now. He did step across to a4, queen to b6. There was a blue arrow. I noticed this out of the corner of my eye earlier. Apparently, bishop to b5 would have been very strong for Magnus Carlsen. Big advantage, because in this variation, there would have been a hidden resource. The rook is hit. If it slides to f8, it could also continue getting attacked. So rook to d8. And now this move, which I think might have been the one that Magnus missed, dropping back. And the problem is, this knight is pretty much trapped. Wherever it goes, it gets captured. At the very end, bishop to a5 is a skewer. And Magnus might have stopped here. But check it out. There would have been a winning tactic for Magnus. I'll put you both on the spot here. If he'd gone for this variation, all forcing moves, big advantage at least.
Not so easy.
Very
Try
difficult.
and work this out. Putting on our Puzzle Rush hats right now, currently.
Very difficult. I think Magnus maybe got here in his calculation and stopped.
Well, the
I mean,
only
there's
move
no
that I can
shame, right?
see is
If
knight
Magnus
takes g6.
But then h takes g6.
And then rook takes bishop, just give the whole house.
And then you want to come back
And
with
then
your
I want to
queen.
come to queen c2.
But then king g7.
And then bishop... Okay, well, you can see the evaluation bar saying nonsense.
But right idea, Jovanka. You just need to finesse it slightly. In that variation
So
after queen
maybe
to
we
a6.
just switch up the move order, right, Yovi?
Oh, this knight
try to
takes
do that?
f7. Yeah, let's go that one. Let's
Boom.
do the other one.
And then you can't take with the bishop because the bishop's hanging.
Yes.
You got to take with the king.
Yes. And then we've got to do it.
You take on e6.
Yeah, take on
Boom.
e6.
Give
and
a
then,
check on
and
e1.
And then we take on e7 again.
And then you give a check with your queen.
Yeah,
with the
we
bishop,
get it.
and
Yeah,
then you
we
win
go
the queen.
do
Sorry, guys.
Together.
Got excited a little bit. The chess players are us taking over right now.
That was incredible teamwork. I've got to say, that was
Teamwork
impressive
makes
to
the
watch.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, this is easy. Like, I sat there with an engine and I just saw that the bar went up. But Magnus, this was all forcing moves. He could have maybe found it, but extremely difficult without someone like me being like, oh, there's something here. What is it? What is it? I think then Magnus might find it, but hard from a distance. So bishop b5, the blue arrow, would have given him a big advantage with that huge sequence. And that would have been a shock, I think, to Gukesh as well. But Magnus played a very natural move, knight to d7, forcing Gukesh to get rid of that knight. The question mark appeared because there was something better. But now the black knight comes back, a pawn disappears, and we see Magnus trading off queens. And live board is this one. We're in the end game now, as Dr. Strange would say. And rook takes d4. What do we make of Magnus's winning chances? Is it risk-free, his advantage right now?
It has to be, right? You have the better pawn structure, you have the bishop pair, it's an open position, and it's Magnus Carlsen playing, the greatest endgame player of all time, and he's done a lot more in these endgames with much less than what I see in front of us. It's not going to be a good feeling being Gukesh right now, having to defend this, trying to escape the last place here at Norway Chess. I think Magnus has a very good chance in this endgame. The knight on c6 trapped there, can't jump up. If I take on d4, you're forced to pick it up with your bishop in this position. I can line up my rook with either d1 or c1, coming in with more threats. There are squares against the black king, dark square weaknesses, rook d7 idea coming in. Maybe we just show that really quickly. Rook takes rook, bishop takes rook. I'm thinking about, I don't even care about my b2 pawn here, David Howell. Rook d1. I'm threatening bishop takes knight. You take that pawn. I go in with my rook. All in it is. b7's hanging as well. And if you go rook b8, I've got bishop d5 coming in. Well, rook b8, you lose your rook.
Yeah, no, I like this. My big concern, though, is that the pawn structure is pretty... It's not symmetrical, but it's very balanced on both sides. And I think the knight is going to be very good at fighting that kind of thing. So here I'm just thinking you've got to get rid of the bishops. So maybe bishop to e5 or maybe knight to e5. Oh, boo. But you see, okay, now there's an imbalance, right? Now there's a possibility.
The one thing the knight needs is stable squares. So, if e5 isn't stable there, maybe there's something better, but...
I like Yovi's idea of going bishop to e5 to try to trade. Because it just kind of neutralizes the bishop pair. You end up losing a pawn, but then there are checks and rook c2 at the end of that line.
And I just want to point out...
Sorry, go on.
Perfect. No, this looks like it's a possibility for black, but I just also wanted to point out there is a big kind of idea. If you did retreat the bishop, rook to d8 is not a possibility. It's not a way to neutralize because, okay, you can't go as white, rook takes pawn, but bishop takes knight.
Oops.
Yes.
Whoopsies.
Yeah.
Would have been bad, but unfortunately...
Bishop takes knight, and that would be a disaster for black.
Yeah, piece up for white.
Game for two results is my call on this. It's an either Magnus Carlsen win or a difficult Gukesh hold this endgame.
Yeah, and the clock is maybe the one thing not on Magnus' side right now. Back to old patterns. The habit of this tournament, dropping low on time, has really haunted him, Magnus. And I think if it were level times, I would say Magnus is a huge favourite to win. But maybe Gukesh, having upped the speed, played a bit more quickly, confidently. Nice to see from Gukesh. Maybe he's going to give himself good practical chances to hold here. But yeah, I think ordinarily, like Magnus at his peak would defeat most players in the world from this type of advantage. Two bishops, slightly better pawn structure. But of course, a lot of work ahead to be done. And Gukesh is a very good defender if he can somehow defend actively.
Magnus has to do it with a lot less time on this clock as well because different time control. Normally, he's used to playing up to move 40 and then getting a big lump sum in terms of time. And then he has time to think out all the fine details. This time control has been a struggle for all our players.
It really has, and surprisingly so for Magnus Carlsen, who's somebody who said he's got the best clock management. And of course, he's got 7 Norway chess titles with him, right? This was the conversation that started. He's looking for his 8th. It's been a tournament to forget for both Magnus and Gukesh. But I will say it's not a fight for a top spot, but it's fight for pure pride when we look at this matchup. Magnus Carlsen wants to avoid one of his worst tournaments ever with a 5th loss. If it came down to that for Gukesh, he desperately needs one win before the World Championship. You know, this was supposed to be the tournament that's sort of part of the preparation of the big picture. That is Gukesh back? Is his form back? And right now, that's a big question mark on the World Champions, in front of the World Champion right now, with the match, Sindarov here in Oslo, watching this being played out. I think he wants to avoid a last round loss against Magnus at all costs.
Totally agree with you there. Okay, let's move away from this game and let's go to the bird's eye view and just catch a glimpse on what is happening all round. Because we see a lot of potential fireworks happening in the top left. Ali Reza, Wesley So building up very nicely. That one's going to be tense. For Praggnanandhaa, it's going to be whether he can squeeze out an advantage against Vincent Keymer. But on the women's board, we have Zuzana against Hampi Canary. Zuzana currently in 2nd place. Is she going to be grinding out a win? It's down on the bottom left in the brown. And if we look at Ju Wenju and Bibisara, it does look like Bibisara, she might be a pawn down, but it's a rook and opposite color bishops. And Anna Muzichuk just looks like she's doing the business against Divya. So can I just have your quick assessments on what's happening in the women's?
That's a +1 from everything that you just said. I mean, Anna Muzichuk with the biggest advantage there. I think Ju Wenjun most likely to go into an Armageddon. It looks like it's enough with the rook pawn ending opposite color bishop at draw. Ju Jin trying to push. We'll see how that turns out. I am very excited to go to that top row right now as the battle heats up. We're reaching time control.
Yeah. Okay, let's head exactly in that direction. And, well, where should we go? Should we go Ali Reza, Wesley, or should we just pop in on Pragnananda and Vincent?
Howler time.
Let's do it. Which game are we going? 1 and 3.
Let's start with the green board. Let's be a green flag right now. Alireza Firouzja, Wesley. So after all, Wesley, it's his fates in his hand. He wins it, it's tournament over. He takes the championship.
And it's just a simple case that he has to win, right? If he has to win in Classical, that's guaranteed. And if he wins in Armageddon, well, then everything hinges on the Prague game. But either way, he has to secure a victory. And we are seeing so much tension on the board. Queen to d7, stepping up. And what is Ali Reza doing? He's kind of moved his rook to c2, given up on the idea of f4 after Wesley's knight to f6. Maybe we can do an action replay.
Yeah, I really don't like what Firouzja's been doing. I think time trouble is really costing him. There's been a lot of indecision. We left it here saying that f4 was possible. Alireza didn't need to recapture this pawn. He could have gambited it, ignored the whole of the left flank. It's all about the black king. The black king lacking defenders. I think this would have been much more his style, even if kind of objectively the evaluation doesn't change too much. He did take back the pawn, knight f6, something Tanya pointed out. A brilliant move here defensively from Wesley, threatening knight h5, which would hit the queen and cover the f4 square. But now Wesley started kind of going into reverse gear. He's played queen f3. The queen just came from there a few moves ago. And if he's not playing f4 now, which it looks unlikely with the queen blocking, then what was the point of playing king to h1? So he wasted king h1, he wasted queen g3, he's wasted 2 full tempi. And now black's king comes back where it came from, Cemento, defending the knight, putting some pressure on white's knight as well. Rook c2 looks a bit odd, unless he's going to double up, which he hasn't decided to do yet. Put his rook on the f rook on the c1 square. The black queen defends c6. Everything looks defended for black. I don't see how Alireza is going to make any real energy happen in his position. And the clock is getting really severe now, that situation. 16 minutes. This has just moved 23. Under a minute per move before any increment kicks in.
And this last move before queen d7 happened by Alireza to go rook c2, it felt like he was coming in with the idea of doubling up on the c file to hit c6, and Wesley preemptively defended it with his pawn. But the problem is that if you're Alireza, there's no way to triple down on that weakness right now. The queen on f3 on the far side, the knight can never move out of the way, giving an inroad into that queen side because knight d4 jumps are devastating. So knight on e2 can't move. The queen on f3 is essentially trapped unless you find a pathway for it, unless you find active play on the king side. And it just feels like Alireza has divided the board. He's taken half his army to play on one side and the other on the other, and it feels like jack of all trades, master of none right now if you're Alireza Firouzja, because where are you breaking through?
Right, that's going to be an interesting question, because at some point, remember, Alireza is basically in a must-win situation. He needs to win the Classical if he wants to keep his hopes of winning Norway chess alive. And he's just saying, hey, I'm taking control of the queen side. Maybe I can also play on the king side as well with an eventual g4. Is there any surprise I'm suggesting moves like this? No, of course not. G4, and then the whole plan is either you go G5, as David's indicating, or knight to F5. Check.
Ooh.
Give it up.
Spicy.
Yes.
Wild.
That's my middle name. I didn't get a middle game.
Haska?
I didn't get a middle name. Do you have a middle name?
No, it's just direct.
Yeah, it's like my parents.
Actually, the way I play, sometimes I'm Tanya Chicken Sachdev.
Yeah.
I would not go G4 knight F5, but I love it when you say it.
Well, normally I'm a chicken too. But for this one, I say I'm spicy.
Sriracha level. I would love G4 knight F5 to happen, but I'm just surprised with Firouzja's rook C2, rook C1, because it doesn't imply like he's too ambitious on the king side anymore.
Yeah, he's either playing a really long-term deflection game. He's trying to kind of make Wesley focus just on this left flank, all about the C-file, and then he'll suddenly switch directions again, or he's really struggling for a plan. I think it's actually a bit of both. But yeah, the clock situation, I'm a bit worried. I think Wesley's very comfortable.
16 minutes.
Yeah, good luck. I mean, if anyone can do it, Alireza can.
But with 16 moves for 16 minutes, going in for G4 knight F5 will be very brave. Because you better have a checkmate coming in, or you're getting flagged, or you're lost.
Right.
On the board.
But this is the thing, though. It's the kind of position that requires that you take some risk. You have to start advancing at one point, and the problem is that there's no way forward. It's not like White is suddenly out of nowhere going to go rook takes c6 or get in an f4, because Wesley's kind of handled all of these things.
You know, the one thing I feel about chess is we talk about how does White make progress, but very often the question is also, what are your opponent's moves? And it's sometimes harder to be on the defensive side finding moves. While we're struggling for Alireza's plan, how easy is it for Wesley to navigate this position with black?
Great question. I think that's the key right now. Knight to d4 is one move. We talked about swapping pieces off, but suddenly black loses a big defender. The black knight might want to cover, for example, squares like this one. Not so attracted by that. This black knight could also move. Not really sure where. At some point, I was wondering whether one of these two pawn breaks happens. At some point, maybe black builds up for that by using his rook. But yeah, there's a lot of maybes in my words because it really is unclear.
Can black just wait and say, whatever you do, I am waiting? So you just go rook c7.
Okay. Nice.
Just a pass move.
Let's go G4. Ivanka, you suggested
I wasn't sure whether to go bishop c3, whether that would be a good waiting move as well, just to kind of preempt any queenside breakouts.
It's knight.
Knight to g. Okay, and also the knight is hanging as well on h, so that's needed.
This knight is also hanging for now. So.
Are you thinking about the e4 pawn at all? Knight g5 looks really good, actually.
Yeah. Okay, so the bishop is needed on d2. I forgot about
and then
knight
maybe
h6.
Now, knight c4.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's try g4. I like rook c7, but let's try g4.
Let's do it.
And if black continues.
Ooh, spicy.
Or do we try the spice? I'm the one person who can't handle any spice. Life, food, chessboard, no spice. But
I'm
look at
Indian,
that.
I love me some spicy. Knight f5, let's go for it.
The bar doesn't move.
Yeah.
Pawn takes knight. Take it with the g pawn.
Yes.
We're coming on to g1 next.
Ooh, the bar's moving.
So look at
Queen
this.
lining up.
Wow.
Just need a little bit of encouragement, and Tanya is there. Knight takes knight, obviously.
I'm in Norway. I'm really missing some spicy food, by the way. No spicy food, but some spicy chess. For now.
For now.
This is just terrifying. Black is cramped, so cannot defend. The board is cut in half suddenly. Bishop can't get back to the defense because it's got a pawn in the way. The rooks are unable to defend. Queen, the only way to defend is to self-pin, and that is high risk. Not many people can handle it. But, okay, talking of spice, can Wesley handle the spice incoming? Knight back to g8.
I do like it, that knight on h6, a bit of a thorn in black's position. You get rid of it. Not just that, Wesley's setting up f5 at the right time.
Yeah. And also kind of preempting this any g4, knight f5 business. I love it. So Wesley just going into family mode as he protects his king. Great, great chess. Going to the game between, by the way, Magnus, Carlsen, Gukesh. Massive swings there as we see the evaluation bar
Who
rise.
called it? Who called it? I did.
It's going to be one of two decisive games this round, most likely. Magnus suddenly winning after some strange moves by Gukesh. We left it only, 3-4 moves ago? And suddenly Magnus is totally winning, a pawn up. Black's whole idea is to hit the bishop, and now he wants to come in next move. And knight to d3 will indeed pick up the b2 pawn. But I don't know if Gukesh has calculated this or whether he's just kind of given up hope in the tournament. But when the white bishop moves, maybe there's a better square. d5, for example. White will just play bishop e3. I mean, it's still a pawn.
And it's a huge pawn, right? It's a passer that just starts going up the board with the assist of the bishops. I mean, bishop pair, an a passer rolling up, no makings of an opposite color bishop ending. There'll be no trades for you. Yeah. I mean, this has to be a Magnus win right now. You're up a pawn, and it's a ready-made passer being gifted to you.
Absolutely
For Gukesh,
true.
a total nightmare.
No, it's been a horrible tournament for Gukesh. It just has not worked. And it's really shaken his confidence. Maybe we can just zoom in. I just want to make sure the DGT board has been a bit funny this round. So I just want to make sure everything is 100% correct.
Looks like it.
Looks like it is.
You've got the 5 pawns, you've got the 4 for Gukesh. Yes, this is the position.
This is the position, and Gukesh in huge trouble, staring down yet another loss. And yeah, you can see it on his face.
15 moves, 9.5 minutes.
Yeah, Magnus, I think the clock is the one thing that could stop him, but this is such a Magnus position. Like, he used to win positions like this in his sleep back 10, 15 years ago. This is how he broke onto the scene, just grinding people down with the bishop pair, with better pawn structures. And Gukesh has been blitzing. I think he's just checked out of this tournament. Gukesh, he's still got 42 minutes on the clock. He's literally played every one of his last, 5 moves within a minute or so. And yeah, I mean, he's just totally self-destructed from a position, maybe we can show it, just a few moves ago that looked tough but holdable. We literally left it just here. It looked fine, but rook takes. He spent only 18 seconds, instead of taking with the bishop, which we were predicting, he spent only 18 seconds taking with a knight, giving up a pawn, hanging a pawn on b7. After rook c2, bishop h6. Maybe he just forgot he was getting mated, but he kept blitzing. Gukesh played very quickly here, and after rook c1, maybe he just forgot that the white rook was coming up to mate the black king. I mean, I think a couple more moves and he can resign. Like bishop d5 looks so natural. Maybe knight to a4 is the other idea that Gukesh has, but shouldn't be enough.
You know, this is just very concerning to watch this play out, because this has also been the storyline of Gukesh over the last many months, where he's let slip winning position and given a draw to his opponent, where drawn positions have been lost out on a single momentarily elapse of concentration. And in this position, knight c5 jumping in, I think Magnus can decide to put that bishop anywhere else except e4, and he'll keep his advantage. The clock going down, it's not the kind of extra pawn where there are complications and tricks that you have to solve. This is an endgame. You don't have to be precise.
No.
I don't see that as a factor that's going to save Gukesh. And the signs of checking out for the tournament, I think it happened on move 5, when Gukesh went into a 17-minute think after employing the Caro-Kann and then not playing what was the most obvious choice in that position.
Yes, it's not been Gukesh's best tournament, but like I said, one of the things that he can take hope from is that there are a lot of lessons to be learned, and it's better that they happened here rather than the all-important
But Yogi,
match.
you need that form to switch at some point, and
And it will switch.
Well, that's what we're all hoping for, because we want to see a big fight at the World Championship match. Again, like both these players, fantastic player, nothing to prove. Gukesh has already proved himself. But when we talk about form, it's been now about a year and a half since the World Championship, since Tata Steel. And it just feels like now the deadline's approaching and you can't unsee it. It's on the horizon. You've got your candidate. In fact, he's here chilling, playing Counter-Strike.
I completely agree with you. It is concerning for Gukesh, but at the same time, I feel like, okay, if you can just push past this bad patch, and if mentally you can still remain strong, Gukesh is a fantastic player. He's an incredible talent, and he will be able to do things.
He needs his coaches to tell him to try new things, to switch things up. Like, he's been doing the same thing for the last 18 months. He needs to maybe just play a few games a bit safer, play them a bit more solid. And like, I mean, today, I think he tried to play more solid, but I mean, just the way it's gone downhill so quickly, he looks that like he's not even locked in like he normally is. Yeah, something's off. I think it is confidence.
Question, David. You've commentated on so many of the events that Gukesh has been playing on, right? Calling the action in it. If right now you had to tell him the most important change or switch up that he needs to make going into the World Championship, what in your eyes would that be?
Oof. It's hard to pinpoint one thing. I mean, this game maybe less so, but in general, the clock, he has to play a bit faster. He has to prepare a bit deeper. I think his openings will be automatically fixed by the World Championship, so that one I'm least worried about. But most of all, I think I would give him the same advice that Judith Polgar's husband gave her in the documentary Queen of Chess. Just a draw is a fine result in some games. Like, just because he's world champion, nobody expects him to beat Magnus twice. Nobody expects him to go 10 out of 10 in this tournament. He's taking so much risk every single game, even when he's not on form. When you're not in form, that's when to go back to basics. Keep it super simple, take minimum risk, like play for 2 results. Like yesterday, he was already in bad form, played this opening against Prague, was basically just lost out the opening, never had a chance. Against Fallujah, lost out the opening, never really had a chance because he's taking massive risks. So I think, easy for me to say. I mean, World Championship level is another whole different ballpark. But I would just say, okay, take it easy a few games. Save some energy, because his style of play needs a lot of energy. And he seems to be burning it every game.
Well, some good advice there, as we're seeing Magnus grinding out this game against Gukesh. Talking about a grind, let's head over to Pragnanda against Vincent. Pragnanda trailing Wesley So by half a point. We'll see whether Prag is doing the business, whether he's managed to get more than a slight pull against Vincent. What do we think?
Ooh.
Rook to b6, the last move in this particular position.
Okay, at least there's a threat. It feels uncomfortable. How to defend this bishop? Does black have some counterplay? I'm looking at a weak f2 pawn, although Prag would probably happily push this pawn forward. If the black bishop moves, it could get pinned. That feels uncomfortable. I don't like it for Vincent at all. Like, even if the eval bar says it's not that bad, this is really unpleasant.
I actually don't think you could defend that pawn on e6. David, the only square for that bishop is bishop c8. You definitely pin that bishop, and guess what? The king can't unpin itself because the f7 pawn is soft there. Rook to b8 comes in with a deadly threat of knight c6, disconnecting the black rook to the bishop. If you have to sidestep on h7, you end up losing that f7 pawn in this position, and everything will fall. Beautiful pawn formation for white as well. Vincent might be about to go down a pawn, because I don't see a way to actually double down on defenders for that bishop on e6 on our live board.
Yeah, and there's no way to swap pieces. Initially, I thought, oh, maybe knight d7, but whoops. Rook takes e6 will remove the bishop. And two knights versus a rook, pawns on just one flank. They'll be too strong.
Same tactic with bishop to d7. You start with rook takes knight and win the bishop on d7.
Yeah, in this position, bishop d7, rook takes knight. Beautiful. Even better for white.
Nice spot. And I have a question. Can you go on the counter? So you just say, I'd like to keep that bishop on e6, thank you very much, and go knight to e4.
I think he has to, and this was the first move that came to my mind as well, but it continues. What next after the knight gets hit?
Can you drop it back to c5? I'm desperately just trying to keep my pawn alive. Not going to g5 simply because it gets hit across the board. h4 coming in, and I think you just end up winning the pawn.
Yeah.
Maybe even more.
If you have to go back.
Maybe take first on e6 so there's no block. And then, yeah, black gets pinned. This would be terminal. So knight e4, if the path is narrow already, knight e4, knight c5, this is really scary for Vincent. Maybe it's hanging by a thread here. Rook to c6 is one unpleasant move that he would have to figure out with a pin here.
Then could you do g5? No, hang on. Yeah, you can still go g5. Or... Nope, that was a bad move.
Ooh,
I wanted
why?
to stop f4 and f5 business, but it seems like that is not the priority.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe still f4, but there's something stronger for white that I don't see yet. Maybe it's just simply winning a pawn. Okay, there's something better, but I was going to say here you can play moves like knight d7 because of the pin and pick up a pawn, but maybe this gives black some counterplay. Could it be in this position?
Can I hit your rook with knight e2 and maybe hope to place it on a less... Not even knight e2, rook c2 hits the knight. You might be forced to just come back.
Wow.
Move here. Do you just simply start going Nigel shot mode? Well, you can't even march up the board with your own king. But maybe king g3, knight takes bishop, king g4, king h5.
Yeah.
Win the board slowly
Wow.
but surely.
Nice. Very strong. Still winning, but apparently there's an immediate knockout, which I don't see yet.
I feel like it has to be a knight jump. Knight b5, knight d6, knight b7. No, don't play the bar.
No.
The bar is gonna prove me wrong. Knight takes bishop.
I just want to do some checking. Black can't come forward because of some knight checks. Maybe just go pawn hunting, something like this.
Yes.
Good enough for an advantage, but is it winning? That's the big question. I mean, I don't think Vincent's going to be holding this, to be honest. He's down to 15 minutes, and this is just the beginning of his trouble. Like, he's going to have to find probably Oni moves at some point.
But he needs to start with knight e4, otherwise he just goes down tangible disadvantage here with losing a pawn on e6. He still hasn't made that move. And he's been on the think for now over 6 minutes. He's reaching for the rook, in fact. He does hit the f2 pawn, but a different way.
Wow, okay. Rook to f1, another move played, but this is inviting the f-pawn to just move up the board to f3, f4. Another option would be to go king to g3.
Yeah, and also let's point out the psychology of this game. For as long as this game is going on, and as long as Pragg is putting pressure on Vincent Keimer, and it's not dead equal, for that much time, Wesley So is struggling on his board, right? Because so much of it depends on what happens here. Wesley So has to take decisions with his half-point lead based on what's going on between Pragg and Vincent.
Exactly. And if Pragg is steering the game to a win, that means he's going to pick up 3 points, and Wesley has to do the same if he wants to be Norway chess champion. So much on the line in this championship round. We're going to go on a very short break. When we return, we're going to break down all of the action. So see you in a few minutes. We are back with the final rounds of Norway chess, and you can see the empty chairs and the setup pieces means one thing. It has been decided between Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja. It was a draw, which basically means that Alireza Firouzja has given up on his chances of becoming Norway chess champion, and they're going to fight it out in Armageddon. And maybe we can actually break down what happened in that game. But let's also discuss what is the impact of this draw.
This is absolutely huge now with the other games still going on. And David, before you jump into to show what happened, this is the last position where Alireza Firouzja just captured a piece and offered a draw, which was taken by Wesley. So this means, in a sense, if Praggnanandhaa wins his classical game against Vincent Keymer, Praggnanandhaa is champion of Norway chess. If Vincent Keymer beats Pragg in classical right now, we've got our standings in front of us. The position, I think that's an impossibility right now for Vincent to win. But if that was to happen, Wesley So wins regardless of what happens in their Armageddon. However, Yovi, if Pragg and Vincent go down to their Armageddon, it's still a fight on. Then it matters what happens in the tiebreaker between all these players. Wesley's result matters, Pragg's matters anymore, and we could also have the tiebreaker if Wesley wins the Armageddon and Pragg. If Wesley loses the Armageddon and Pragg wins the Armageddon, then that's a tiebreaker for the championship. It goes down to the wire.
It absolutely goes down to the wire. We could be seeing a playoff if now Praggnanandhaa's game against Vincent goes to Armageddon. Well, everything will hinge on this game. But let's first up, let's backtrack and revisit this one. Alireza Firouzja, Wesley So, what happened? How did it finish so quickly?
Yeah, and our producers have put Pragg and Vincent Keymer on the camera right now. I was going to make some awful pun about Norway chess becoming Norway chairs. But yeah, the players agreeing to a draw after a few exchanges here. We left it with Wesley offering a trade of knights. I think here Alireza had to accept. If he had gone back, then Wesley could have turned the tables by pushing some of his pawns forward. So we saw Alireza decide, okay, I have to take these off the board. The black bishop now superior to the white bishop, so he offered this exchange, which Wesley also accepted. And after c5, more pieces falling off the board. It was now f4 from Alireza. Before he got a bit stuck for space here, a backward pawn, very weak pawn that black can target, he decided, okay, I have to simplify even further. But a few moves down the line, knight's coming off the board. This was where the draw was agreed, because if Wesley had taken, white would have also taken this pawn. And yes, white has a slightly weak e4 pawn, but white is so active here, reduced material, that he didn't fancy his chances. I think any hit on the white pawn would always be met by a counterattack against black's f7 pawn, and ultimately this is going to fizzle. Queen endgame, draw, rook endgame, draw. The players didn't fancy fighting further.
Okay, so everything will be decided in Armageddon for Alireza and Wesley So. Remember, Wesley So basically now needs to win the Armageddon. But as Tanya mentioned, if Pragg wins his classical game against Vincent Keymer, Pragg is the champion, undisputed.
It all comes down to this endgame right now that we have. And Pragg has created his chances. Better pieces, better pawns, more active rook, more harmony between the two knights, and the black king feeling a bit lonely, but the only move to keep the advantage, the blue arrow appears, rook b8 check. It's not the very tempting option of picking up the bishop and winning a pawn, but it's to give a check on the black king.
Yeah, this is not easy. He will have to see the winning sequence, whatever it may be. We'll try and figure that out, but yeah, question mark, just to put it on the board, like, this is so natural. Take a pawn, why not? But the pitfall might be that black is creating some counterplay. Black is getting active. If black gets two more moves, h4 locking the door, knight g3, and slamming the door in the white king's face, that's just checkmate. And just to show, if white is careless, makes a silly move here, then this could end really painfully for Pragg. So maybe this is the thing that will scare him away from the other variation. But yeah, it takes a lot of self-control not to see a pawn and yeah, refrain from taking it.
And there we see the scores that the both players have right now. Vincent Keymer at 11, Praggnanandhaa at 15. To take it down to the fire, he at least needs to make sure to take this to Armageddon. 16.5 for him is where Wesley So is right now, the total score that he has. And huge chance. He gives a check. He's playing for a three-pointer. Prague will leapfrogs in the standings and take it to 17.5 if he gets the win right now. An insurmountable lead, he goes for the check. It's game on. Pragnananda in it to win it.
Wow, he's touching distance away now from winning Norway chess. He's going for checkmate. It might be an endgame, but he's got his eyes locked in on the Black King. He's going to bring his knight back. There we go. Wow. Watch out. The other knight's coming forward with a nasty check. He's blocked the Black Rook's vision. F5 is coming, closing the door. No escape route then for the Black Bishop, for the Black King. Another knight landing with a check. This is terminal. Vincent Keimer is up against it. Knight F3, such a multi-purpose move. Stopping Black's H4 plan as well. This might be it. Vincent doesn't have so much time, 14 minutes. He needs a miracle.
He needs a miracle indeed. And how to safeguard the king and at the same time hold on to the bishop there on e6. Because with the knight jumping into g5, there's a pawn up for grabs at the very least. Prague in full control.
It's incredible to see this happen right now. With the tiniest of margins, the tiniest of advantages there right out of the opening. For him to create this, he's really squeezed this. You know, squeezing water out of stone is a phrase that we use from Magnus Carlsen. I think today we can say it for Pragnananda. In this endgame, now going in for the kill. David, what is Vincent's best chance to survive this position, to keep this going, to try to take this to Armageddon?
Yeah, it's difficult. The most human move, I would say, is to plonk the Black Knight into the center. Stop White's check, at least. The Knight coming in with a check. But then F5, I mean, the Black Bishop is running out of squares. I don't really see what Black's best is. I mean, G6 is a very sad move to have to play. At least it stops White's F5 plan, but it allows the other one that Jovanka was mentioning, a knight check, a capture of a free pawn. You have to decide. Either you stop F5 or you stop knight G5 check. You can stop one, but not both. And I think that's the poison. He has to pick his poison here. Is it knight E4? At least he's slightly active. I think that would be my choice, but maybe G6 is the sadder choice, although perhaps the objectively best.
But it's unbelievable, because if we were to rewind back to round 7, Prague loses to Gukesh, then he loses to Wesley So. And then this is where he just turns things around. Win against Ali Reza, win against Magnus, win back again against Gukesh. And now, on the verge of beating Vincent Keimer.
With 4 back-to-back classical victories.
Exactly.
Not Armageddon. 3-pointers again and again and again with the toughest of the field. And what a tournament storyline it's been for Prague, because, Yovi, it's not just where you're speaking of. If we just rewind it even a bit more, he started the tournament with a win against Wesley So in round 1. Went down to Alireza Firouzja in round 3 and then strikes against Magnus Carlsen, taking a 3-pointer. He's taken down the world #1 twice at Norway chess, something that not many can boast of in their entire career. He's done it twice in classical here right now, Pragnananda.
And what's the magic juice? It's the confessional. He actually joined us in the first half of the tournament, Prague, and we were putting some pressure on. We were like, join us, come to the confessional, please. And it was only after that couple of losses in the middle of the tournament, he started going to the confessional, started talking about things. He looked visibly more relaxed. It's no coincidence. And then he started winning. It was only when he thought he was out of the running for first place, when he didn't kind of come to the games with such huge expectations, that he started bringing his best. That's a tip I think that a lot of players could benefit from. And I know we were joking about the confessional box, but I mean, it's what a streak it's been. And just the fighting spirit that Prague has showed. 8 decisive results. If he wins this, 8 decisive classical results. Win, loss, whatever. It's still very impressive out of 10 rounds.
And also, I just want to reinforce, Pragnananda beat the world #1 not once, but twice in the same event. You know, that's just absolutely fantastic. And now with this hat trick of back-to-back classical wins, he's on the verge of beating Vincent Keimer with this precise knight move, knight to g5. That is threatening to slam the door on the Black's king exit points. We're seeing f5 in the air, knight to g5 also in the air. Wow, the emotions must be running really high for Prague, as perhaps he's realizing this could go his way.
You can see it. You can see it on his body language. He's completely locked in right now. As Vincent's struggling to just find a way to keep the game going, how will he respond? Prag's got to be feeling it. This is going to be the biggest win of his career. Getting this in the bag, it started with a game against Magnus Carlsen in 2024 at Norway Chess. A career-defining moment for every player. And now he's on the brink of taking this tournament with perhaps one of the strongest field that Norway Chess has ever seen.
Exactly. Very impressive stuff. Leveling up in front of our eyes. Maybe we can show why it's so lost for Vincent Keimer. Also, I really want to highlight that Vincent's played a plan over the last few moves. From this position, it didn't look so bad. Maybe a few moves back after the queens came off, he could have found other ways, maybe brought his bishop back, started retreating his rook. But Vincent here went for a plan that he criticized Gukesh for a few days ago. He said when Gukesh was down and ended up losing to Vincent, he was like, why did he play these weird superficial moves, rook f1? He was like, it just looked like poor coordination. He was trying to force it when he could have defended passively. But he did it himself here. He literally criticized Gukesh, then committed the same exact mistake. But Vincent here, falling victim to fantastic play by Prag. Knight e4 has just happened. I was going to point out g6 to stop white's advance, which is about to occur. Would have allowed pawn to drop. This would have been a check. And here, it's almost hopeless, although the game would continue. Knight e4 is an attempt to solve things immediately, but f5, the blue arrow, points out Prag's move. And if that happens, I think the bishop just short of squares. So many tempting options. I see the rook coming behind. At some point, the white knight will jump forward. This bishop is so stuck for squares.
It's stuck for squares. It is also stuck for opportunities, as we're seeing. Look at the king as well. Knight takes f7, rook h8 in the air. Now, earlier on, I got a question for both of you. Do you want to hear it? Do you want to be put on the spot?
Always.
Always. Okay. Okay, well, don't blame me. Blame our production team. But it's a good one. Which Dutch grandmaster beat Magnus 2-0 in a double round robin tournament back in 2004? So, this year we saw Prag do it in this tournament. I actually know the answer to this.
A Dutch grandmaster.
A Dutch grandmaster.
I want to say, I don't know, was Jordan around back in 2004?
Nope, he wasn't.
Jordan was born in 99, so it would have been 5-year-old Jordan Van Forest.
So it's not Jordan?
No.
It's definitely not Anish.
Ivan Sokolov, no.
Is it?
It's going to be someone young, I think.
Yes.
Wait, who did I play in those days? Who was slightly older than me?
Lamy?
No. Well, I'm assuming...
Give me a bit more time. I need to think. I need to get this. I'm going to get this.
Okay, you're going to get this. Okay, excellent. So you at home as well can answer this trivia question. And
meanwhile, f5 has been played by Prag. He's finding all the best moves on the board. Bishop to d7. Pragnananda doing unbelievable things here. It's also not just the position he has, how he's managed to build this up to this point. Coming out of the opening, the slightest of advantage, going into this endgame, feeling like there's something to play for, and then playing it out, the entire plan, lining up the rook on the 8th rank, pushing the f-pawn before bringing the knight back, boxing up the black king on 8-7, and then going for the weaknesses, f7 and d5. You can put the rook on d8, you can put the rook on f8, and I'm not seeing a way for black to defend either of the two pawns.
Yeah. Lots of tempting moves for Prag. It's always tough, though, when you know the finishing line is in sight. That's when you start to get nervous, when you're like, wait, I'm about to win one of the biggest tournaments of my career. I'm so close now. Then you start to get distracted. You start to hyperventilate. And they do say most accidents happen within a couple of miles of home. That's because you start to relax or you start to get a bit nervous. Either way, Prag, if he can keep playing like he has done the last 10 moves, where it's been pretty much perfection, then I think he's going to bank this one. He's on nearly 99% accuracy.
I can just imagine Indian fans going completely nuts and wild right now. Prag getting this super tournament victory, I think it'll be the first after Tata Steel for him at the early part of the year with his tiebreaker against Gukesh. A huge win for Pragnananda, and since then it's been an up and down year for him. Quite shaky, losing a ton of rating points. He's dropped down to 27-33 himself, and this will be massive to win Norway Chess straight out.
Yeah, he's had a very volatile year, so 2025, he started off with a bang, winning Tata Steel. He also won Prague Chess Masters and also the UZ Chess Cup. But then he kind of had a little bit of a tough patch and it didn't go well for him. The candidates wasn't a great success. He's spoken about it recently, like how he just burnt himself out playing all of these chess tournaments in all these different countries and how lonely life at the top can be. But when you play like this, you get your rewards. And, well, momentum is gathering in this game as we see rook to d8, targeting the d-pawn. Going to put you on your spot, on both of you on the spot. So can I get an answer from you?
Either Jan... No, it won't be Jan Valle. Daniel Stellwagen.
Ooh,
That's what I read on. That's what I read on Twitter, and that's what I think is the answer. I might be wrong. It might be fake news.
Okay.
But yes, the answer is Daniel Stellwagen, and it was in the Essen tournament.
Okay, I was thinking I played him in a World Junior Championship a couple of years after, so I was trying to go through in my mind all the young Dutch Grandmasters. That's impressive. I didn't know that though. 2004. Magnus was 13, so yeah, quite a while ago.
David is wasted as a grandmaster. He should be a detective, right?
Yeah. Dr. Dave.
For a reason. But I have to say, I mean, 2004, Magnus might be 13, but still a super talent, so quite an achievement. By the way, Prague keeping the pace on the clock. He steps it up with the knight. Knight takes pawn. It's not just a pawn. It comes in with a deadly threat of a checkmate against the black king. And if you go f6, thank you very much, knight g6 anyway.
Yeah, f6, knight g6. So just put that on the board, and that is a dead king in the corner. Black's going to have to sacrifice his rook to get it out, because if the king steps forward, I mean, there's h4, there's all sorts of finishes here. h4 shuts the door, threatens the mate around the back as well. So how to deal with this pawn? I don't think you can defend it.
No. You can't go d6. If you go knight to g5, that knight just gets hit with h4. Get out of there. Okay. Give me that f7 pawn. Give me your king.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. And is looking critical for Vincent as the knight and the rook start to swarm around the black king. Let's go to the bird's eye view, because it seems like the players have saved their best for last. Take a look at the evaluation bars. Looks like it's a great day to be playing with the white pieces.
Oh, I'm so annoyed. I nearly said as a joke there will be 6 decisive games, and of course there won't be, because Firouzja against So it's going to be a draw. But everywhere else, a very, very white day for the white. Yeah, for those with white, just pressing at the right amount, and looks like they'll all be rewarded.
Wow. Yeah, it feels like it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath right now. I will say, though, Wesley and Firouzja haven't started yet. I wonder if they're waiting for a result on this board, watching this play out, because that does have ramifications for Wesley and Firouzja taking on their battle.
Yes, it definitely does, because if Prague wins it, then it doesn't really matter whether Wesley wins the Armageddon or not. But he's going to take second place regardless, but it's super exciting here. Is Prague going to put the finishing touches onto this position? How is Vincent going to put in resistance?
By the way, centerboard, Magnus is down to 5 seconds on the clock, made that move with about 4 seconds.
Wow.
Oh, he played the best move, Magnus, despite having no time. Gukesh is not as out of it as we thought. It's not a pawn down yet for the world champion. Magnus, though, should be winning with his bishop pair. Should be a simple plan of advancing his pawn in the central board. We'll just very quickly show that. There we go. The eval bars are going sky high on both boards, though, for white. Magnus dropping back his king. And on that left board, the A pawn is going to be the clincher when it starts finally rolling down the board. But Prague, so close now. There is a knockout blow, apparently. The bar is almost totally white. Where is it? Is it a checkmate? Is he winning material? What is the maximum for Praggnanandhaa? How does he do it without risking the fact that he's on the brink of winning the tournament?
And what that does to your mind, the nerves and the tension of that, the feeling of that. He's got to be just so many emotions going through Praggnanandhaa right now. Here at Norway Chess, incredible decisive chess by him so far. And that's what Norway Chess awards and rewards, right? With its scoring system. You have to be ambitious to get up the leaderboard. Always an eye on the leader was Praggnanandhaa, and now about to take it. But what's the easiest path here if you're white? Do you take the pawn on g6? Do you put pressure on f7? Do you pick that pawn up with your own knight? Decisions, 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 and not so easy.
Not so easy for Prague, because he's got so much choice, right? You know, as you mentioned, pawn takes pawn. One thing that does come to mind, you know, rook to f8, hunting down the f7 pawn looks really good. But, you know, also the pawn on d5 is up for grabs.
I mean, at this point, it's just a question of whether there are several winning paths or whether he has to be accurate, Prague. I mean, it feels like he can do almost anything and keep an advantage. It's just whether he realizes that he can pretty much settle it here and now. That's hard at the board to control your nerves, contain that, and just lock in on finding the accuracy when you know that everything's good.
I do love the very direct idea that Yovi pointed out, and Prog is a calculator, right? So he's going to be looking at lines that come in with a threat. And I'm looking at Rook F8, a move that you mentioned right now, because you're not only hitting the F7 pawn, let's say the Black Knight falls back to defend it, there's an X-ray vision on that F line as well. If White on that right board Prog places his Rook on F8, you fall back with your Knight on D6, he's going to be thanking you. Pawn takes pawn is a deadly check and can't be captured anyway.
Let's jump in. Let's show it. Magnus on the left board is winning. He doesn't have much time, but we'll keep everyone updated if he does flag or if he does convert. This one, Rook to F8, is the clincher. I was also looking the other direction. I was thinking this bishop is actually almost trapped. You can go for it with your Rook, but Rook F8 is the one. Just to show Tanya's idea. Knight back to D6 doesn't work because of that beautiful X-ray, long distance. F takes G6. You can't take it because you lose your Rook. And therefore, if Black tries to, for example, capture this pawn, this looks like a mating net against the Black King. I'm looking at ways to try and get at it. Maybe you just take with the Knight and just wanted to show this beautiful checkmate.
That's lovely.
But
imagine winning Norway chess with a pawn checkmate.
Oh, beautiful. Prag's so close. Just needs Rook F8 or a similar type of move to end this here and now.
What would be a mistake for Prag? Like if you were, for instance, to go Rook takes D5, has he squandered away the win?
Still better, but yeah, I think he would have to do it the hard way, maybe just taking a pawn. And I mean, here the White King is under a bit of fire, maybe H4, Knight coming in at some point, but still in full control, Prag. Maybe trading the pawns, I was going to say, a mistake, but okay, still a pawn up and still looking good. It feels like everything is winning. It's just a case of whether he lands the immediate blow or whether the game goes on.
Well, he found Rook to B8 earlier on. He understood that he needed to go F5. He understands that the target actually is the Black King. Rook F8, just weaving a mating net around the Black King. That would be the move.
You know, but David, the option that you mentioned, knowing Prog, that's also a very direct approach. You hit that bishop on A4. The only square I see for it is D1. And he's reaching...
He places it.
Incredible stuff by Pragnananda. He's about to win Norway chess.
Wow. Wow. What a tournament it has been for Prag so far, on the verge of winning his 4th game in a row. The storylines are just immense for him. He's had it all.
And he was the one player who was never in the lead, but always chasing the lead, always in the mix.
Yeah, and he was actually in last place before all these wins, you know? He was in sole last place, and then he caught fire.
Yeah.
Incredible.
After 2 back-to-back losses, he was staring at the pit. And then what a response it has been so far by Pragnananda with the white pieces. Just a few more accurate moves, and the title is his.
So close now. Nothing Vincent can do. No way to prolong the fight. It's 2 threats. Both Rook takes pawn check and F takes G6 check. And that X-ray vision. Black's Rook going in behind was the cause of a lot of his trouble. It was superficial. It didn't actually create anything. White's pawn advancing was part of his plan anyway, so Vincent forced Prag to find the winning plan, but boy, has he taken it with both hands in such ruthless fashion. I mean, his accuracy sky high in such a title game, championship game like this one. Prag, I don't think this is a defense now. I think Vincent just has to give up some material and hope that Prag hallucinates. It's touching distance away.
And Vincent, he's got to keep fighting, but he's got 5.5 minutes on the clock as Prag gets up and leaves the board, leaving Vincent to his miseries right now. It's not just the clock, but the position falling apart. David, are there any chances of survival with the knight falling back? Pawn takes pawn, you move the king, and you start hitting Prag's Rook on F8. Is that something that Vincent could hope for in this position?
It might have to be something along those lines, a capture and the Black King just sidestepping. When the dust settles, White is going to be a pawn up with an ongoing attack there. The King will hit the Rook, but the Rook does have a nice tempo-gaining hit on the Black Bishop. I think we'll see that play out. Just to very quickly show it, as Tanya's pointing out, Knight back, defending the pawn. Maybe this is the more valuable one of the two. F takes G6, check. King moves, Rook hits the Bishop. And the Bishop has almost no squares. Vincent's going for something else, about to make a move. He does go back. And this variation is actually going to play out.
We're going to see this happen on the board. Watch as Prague picks up the pawn on g6 and puts the finishing touches to this one. Unbelievable turnaround in the last round here at Norway Chess. And you can see it in his body language, the confidence that he's feeling. Just needs to stay calm. And as our featured said it there, you know, completely deserving after taking down the GOAT twice in a tournament.
He can barely contain his excitement. You can see how he's poised. He's just working out what's going to happen after pawn takes a g6. Black cannot capture because of the loose rook there on f1. And Vincent, he knows it's all over. Prague came to the game looking for a fight. He chose something unusual in the opening, and he got a position there. He could just squeeze Vincent Keimer, and this is the result. What a fantastic game. Flawless.
Yeah, almost perfect play when the nerves are high. That's why he was walking around there. I mean, he hasn't hit the time control yet. He has 6 minutes to make 4 moves before any increment kicks in. But within 4 moves, he might have clinched it. He might have delivered mate or won enough pawns that Vincent's forced to resign. Prague takes 1. Check. The king has to sidestep. Because of that pin on the f-file, the X-ray vision, the white rook now can save itself with gain of tempo, hitting the black bishop. And only next would he take that pawn, create more squares for his knights to jump into. Prague getting excited now. Another move about to land. Vincent is not going to be happy with these past 2 games, says I'm Firecracker, and that's true. Vincent.
He's going to go in for the check. Yes, beautiful move. Forcing Vincent to give up the exchange.
What a blow. Prague not letting up at all. He's full steam ahead, going for it. Vincent's exchange down, about to pick up the g6 pawn, but the white king can soon travel forward. The white rook still the most valuable piece. This is so close to over.
Wesley So led this tournament for the last 5 rounds. Alireza before that. Carlsen was supposed to win Norway Chess for the 8th time. And now Pragnananda shows up in how, and doing this, finishing it off flawlessly. Bishop falls back, you're up in exchange, and you can see it on Vincent Keimer. He knows this is all over.
It's been so tough for Vincent. It could have been an incredible tournament for him, but he left a lot of missed chances on the board. Of course, losing all those Armageddons didn't help for Vincent. That was a lot of bonus points he could have picked up. And to end it on this note, that is a rough, rough end. But chess is sometimes like that. It rewards the brave, and Pragnananda is the definition of brave this event. This would be his 5th classical win.
Yeah. And Prague has really embraced the spirit of Norway chess. You know, he's come to every game fighting. He really was in the pits when he lost 2 games in a row. He was staring down, finishing last place. And then he just turned it all around. And now looking at winning his 4th game. 5 decisive results.
Incredible. And along the way, you take down the world #1 twice and the world champion as well once.
Yes.
And then in a round when it matters the most, with the white pieces, you squeeze this endgame out. David, is there any hope for Vincent to survive this endgame? Down in exchange, not even for a pawn.
Great question. I think he needs another pawn. He needs to win one of the white pawns somehow. If the white G or H pawns were somehow just dropped off the board, maybe some dream of a fortress. I think with the bishop, you don't create a fortress unless you can somehow get a king to a dark square. You need to trade off the knight pair here, get those off the board, or you need to somehow persuade white to play knight takes bishop while the black knight continues getting active. But I'm saying this with a lot of wishful thinking. I think Vincent Keimer, if he's being realistic, cannot get everything in order here. White's got pawns running, white's got a rook that's about to activate, white's got the most beautiful dark squared grip possible in the center. I'm trying to find reasons, but I'm struggling, and I think Vincent Keimer's struggling.
Yeah, and this is the big problem. The white army is simply going to be penetrating on the dark squares, and there's nothing that Vincent can do to fight that. White's knight on e5 is so beautifully placed, controlling all of the right squares, and the white king threatening to come in at the right time.
And the white rook's ready to come in from the A file or the C file. Choose your pick, enter on the 7th rank, combine it with the king and the knight. And Vincent's king still not out of trouble. Both players around the 4-minute mark, but the clock does not matter.
No. The clock is the least
of Vincent's problems.
Exactly. it's what's happening on the board. But, of course, one games are not all won until the clock has been stopped, so Prag has to hold his nerve.
Do you ever want to trade that knight for the bishop and try to get in your king? But I'm seeing ideas of knight c4, and I wonder who those trades actually favor.
Yeah, ultimately, I think it probably is winning for white, but why give black the hope of jumping in with a knight, trying to win some pawns? You can win it the slow way. At some point, he can go back, maybe not immediately, but go back and win this bypasser that's crossed into the white half. At some point, I think just moving the rook in is going to be a really nasty idea against Vincent Keimer's king. Vincent leans back. He knows it's almost hopeless, but at least he's trying. And good tip for everyone at home, play to the bitter end just in case.
And that bitter end, he's setting up some ideas, right? With h4, bishop e4. Watch out for that g2 pawn. The more pawns that get off the board, Vincent Keimer's chances and hopes for that draw, trying to survive this position, taking it to the Armageddon, might start to appear at some point. I love the idea of just getting the rook onto the game. Why trade that beautiful knight right now? Rook a1, rook a7. Start lining up the rook against the h-pawn or the e-pawn, win them all. He's reaching for the rook, and it happens.
I agree with you, Tanya. There's a lot of dreaming going on for Vincent. One of them would be that if you manage to swap off the knights and all of the pawns, barring white's h-pawn, it actually would be a draw with the rook versus the bishop and the rook and pawn. It's really interesting, but okay, that's just a wishful thinking. The rook comes into a1 and now it's getting ready to activate. It can come up to a6, to a7. It has its pick.
Yeah, there are some mating nets on the board if that white rook gives a check and the black king ever pokes its head forward to f6. Knight to g4 is a checkmate. That is just one of the many, many threats that Vincent Keimer has to deal with. But yeah, he's just looking for a final hope. Bishop can come into e4. Maybe that's the best of the sad bunch here. Prag, though, such control. This is the style that we were talking about earlier. Maybe Gukesh is going to be watching this thinking, okay, I can play for 2 results. I can play it safe. That's what Prag was doing. But when he got his chance, he has seized it so strongly with both hands.
Very clinical and very controlled there by Pragnananda. That's our left screen. Oh, no, that's actually our right screen as we get that in order. Alireza Firouzja, Wesley saw the Armageddon's on, but maybe the decisive factor is the right board.
Yes, all eyes on the right board as we see Pragnananda in full control against Vincent Keimer. He clinches those 3 points. He will walk away as Norway champion. And in the Armageddon, Alireza is in trouble against Wesley. So Wesley has the draw odds. And Wesley has lots of time on the clock as well. So Alireza, problems.
Yeah, looks like Wesley, who is the exchange up, is about to win that game. Shouldn't be in any danger. The black king, there we go, moves. That's the left board. The black knight in the corner isn't going to survive, but it's going to cost white a few moves going to get it. And in the meantime, Wesley will be able to consolidate his advantage. Should be close now to winning that, but in the end, meaningless. Wesley's Armageddon win if Prag closes out this game now, and he's getting ever closer every single move.
And you've got to be feeling a bit for Wesley So right now, who's played a fantastic tournament, but what's happening on the Prag board completely out of his hands. And Wesley doing Wesley things in the Armageddon, right? Raking up those wins. He's done it fantastically with the black pieces against Alireza, needing only a draw, but with a completely winning position. Up in exchange, the knight comes back, the king feeling completely safe, but Vincent King on that right board, now with the rook pinned on that 7th rank, e6 about to fall next.
It is the pawn. It is ripe for the taking. No way to defend it.
He might resign, Yovi. He might resign any moment. Bishop f5, knight e5, game over.
Both might resign. Alireza could resign. And there we go. Championship moment. It is Pragnananda, Norway chess champion.
Incredible. No Indian has ever won Norway chess. Magnus Carlsen has won it 7 times. Today, both those facts change. Remember this moment. Ramesh Babu Pragnananda, champion of Norway chess 2026.
It's been 10 days of relentless, ruthless chess, but one man has risen above it all to be crowned Norway chess champion. And what a storyline it was. You know, we had comebacks, we had hat tricks, we had defeating the world #1. Not once, but twice.
Yeah, just fantastic performance here by Pragnananda. Just incredible mental fortitude here. shown in this last round for Wesley. So he gets the win against Alireza, but just not good enough to get the championship.
Yeah, all smiles here. Wesley, though, will be ruining that draw, unable to be as decisive as Prag. Farouja smiles. It's been a great tournament for him too. Very impressive stuff, unable to get that final hurdle. We're hoping to see him back to full health soon. But yeah, it's just been a story of Prag this last 24 hours, I was going to say, but actually the last 4 days, the 4 rounds that he's won all in a row, he needed to. Imagine, like, he was so far behind, so last place, that he needed to win every single game just to overtake Wesley.
It's incredible, right? And to think about it, it's not just 4 wins, it's 4 classical wins. And that's not a storyline many players can boast of. Back-to-back 4 classical wins to take the championship at Norway Chess. I've never seen it play out like this before. And this means, Givanka, times are really changing in the world of chess. You've got 22-year-old Bibisara Asubayeva winning Norway Chess Women, 20-year-old Pragnananda taking Norway Chess.
Absolutely. Bibisara winning Norway Chess Women yesterday with a round to spare. Today's game did not matter for her, but one game that did matter was Pragnananda, who defeated Vincent Keimer to net a full 3 points. And there you see at the top of the scoreboards, 1 point ahead of Wesley. So it is Norway Chess Champion 2026, Pragnananda. What a performance. You know, I still can't get over the incredible storylines that we saw this round. And in the meantime, we still see 1 game going on, and that is Magnus Carlsen, who has been pushing his luck with the clock, but winning on the board.
Winning on the board, but he's cutting it fine. White is running out of pawns here, and Gukesh at some point could flick in a move such as f3. White's pawn cannot take that because the Black Knight will give itself up for that pawn, distract the bishop. Magnus needs to keep at least 1 pawn alive, but the Black Knight is so poorly placed and dominated right now that Magnus should be able to trap it, or at least keep it at bay long enough to walk his own pawn forward.
And the other good news for Magnus Carlsen here is that the A pawn is the right color pawn, so the Black Knight can't give itself for the G pawn. You know, with the light squared bishop that Magnus has, that will still be technically winning for him. Another color on that, you shift the board, the wrong color square, and I think Gukesh would have saved this. But none of those factors working for the world champion, and it blows my mind that this is the last remaining game of Norway Chess, and it's between the world #1 and the world champion, and both of them trying to survive last place right now.
Yep, they are definitely wishing that this tournament had finished in a different way. I mean, the stories could have been so different, but as it was, it is definitely Magnus Carlsen here with the edge as he tries to eke out a win. He's very difficult to play with just 22 seconds left on the clock. He does get a 10-second time bonus per move, but Gukesh, another forgettable tournament. It's been just a case of bad luck, bad calculation, bad opening. Everything's not worked for him.
It's been a series of bad tournaments, and I think really the time is there now to evaluate what's going wrong. And he's got the best team. He's got his coaches there telling him what to do, but something has to be fixed. And he's got less than 6 months to do that. It's the big World Championship match coming up. Ending Norway Chess with a loss against Magnus, it's going to be a downer. In a tournament to forget, to finish it like this, it's really not what Gukesh wanted coming into Oslo, wanting to make a statement, wanting to make a comeback to reestablish his form. He goes for your idea, and he does take it with the bishop, and it just feels like it's not going to be good enough. All Magnus needs to do is to stop Gukesh from giving up his knight for the G-pawn.
Yeah, there is a time crunch, though, both on board and clock for Magnus, centralizing his bishop, keeping the Black Knight dominated. The knight only has 2 safe squares. I was going to say, if the Black King is able to travel far enough over to the other side of the board, it might be a draw. So Gukesh is going to try and race it over, but Magnus is going to embark on that race as well. And what happened? Magnus somehow set up his pawn to promote on a light square, just as it was on the other side of the board. The Black Knight isn't quick enough. Black is just 1 move too slow. And Magnus is going to get there.
You start calculating the Black King not in time to get to that G7 square. The white pawn incredibly fast, so Gukesh relying on the knight to come back to try to get it to those light squares on H5 or F5 to just put a halt to Magnus's pace with the G-pawn right now, heading in that direction, but with the Black King offside. You put that king on G7, pick and drop, and it's a draw, but far too off. And we see a lot of applause happening here. It is for the champion, Pragnananda.
Yes, making an appearance in the vicinity. I mean, I think Prag can expect non-stop round of applause for his performance.
And so well deserved. It's not just winning the championship, it's the style in which you do it, right? 4 back-to-back wins, classical, taking down Magnus twice, taking down Gukesh, incredible win over Wesley, and just the comeback story, the comeback arch that Prag had with 2 losses and then goes on to win the title.
Incredible stuff. And a great day for Indian chess, of course, but for Gukesh, a day to forget. He tries to bring his king back. Magnus continues pushing. He's calculated this. The Black Knight has to go back now. It's stranded, though, on the edge of the board, and it gets hit. It's going to be kicked further back. Every move comes with a threat by Magnus Carlsen. Every move forcing. You simply have to bring your knight back, but the White King is going to chase it, hunt it down, and handshake. Magnus ends the tournament on a high.
Well, he does it in style, keeping us all guessing with the clock. For Magnus finishing with a victory, but for Gukesh, the world champion, well, I think there are lessons to be learned.
Wow, it is heartbreaking to watch this for Gukesh to unfold right now with everything that's happened. And I have to say, it's also inspiring to see that despite that, he sits down and wants to analyze with the world number 1. I was thinking this would be one of those cases where he just doesn't want to do that, sets the pieces and leaves, where we see a little bit of a brief discussion there. Magnus eager to leave as well. A tournament to forget for both these players.
Yeah, 5 classical losses for Gukesh in this event. He did get the 1 win against tournament winner Pragnananda, but there we see the standings. Gukesh down there at the bottom, and Magnus at least moving up to 4th place. He will want to forget about this event, but at least some rating points and pride reclaimed.
Absolutely. No, they always say that London buses, you wait for them a long time and then suddenly they all come at once. We had 5 decisive games in this round. We finished with a bang. And at the top, we see Pragnananda there is the winner with 18 points. We are going to go on a short break. When we return, hopefully we'll have an interview with Norway chess champion Pragnananda when we come back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back and it's official. We have our two new Norway chess champions, Bibi Sara Asaueva in the women and the gentleman sitting beside me, Pragnananda, is Norway chess champion 2026. Prag, this must feel like a fairy tale. Winning 4 in a row and now Norway chess champion.
Yeah, I didn't think about this when I lost 2 games in a row. I just wanted to play chess, but somehow things went all my way, and I also feel that I started playing with more control, which in this time control, it's always a good thing. So.
Prag, I want to ask you about the final moment of the game. You converted this end game when the last move was played. What was the first emotion or the first thought, the first feeling in your head at that moment?
Yeah, already by a few moves I knew that I was going to win, but I still wanted to make sure because, I couldn't actually think. Once I played 96, I couldn't think anymore. I was just making moves with my hand, and I was worried I think it's such a good winning position that you just can't mess it up, but I was still worried, and once he resigned is when I kind of relaxed. Yeah.
And Prag, what would you say kind of spurred on this change in fortunes? Was it change of mindset? Was it something about your routine? Was there anything specific that helped you turn your luck around?
No, nothing specific, but it's just I think I decided that I'll play a bit more faster than I was doing. I was having time advantage in every game, and I was also able to play decent quality moves. So I think that certainly helped. I was just telling this in the other studio, my mother. I was speaking to my mother on 1st June before Ali Reza's game, and she was telling me, it's a new month. You, you have, you will play well. And then I was like, okay, it's just. One of these things that mom always says, and then then okay, just win 4 games I won. So she had, she knew something, I guess.
Oh, that is so sweet. Have you spoken to Nagalakshmi auntie after winning yet, or because I'm sure they've been following the whole tournament? Where's Shali and your mom?
Yeah, no, I don't even have my phone yet. I kept it in the room, so I'll go back and speak to them.
Yeah. And we noticed actually when you started to relax, you started to visit the confessional booth. And we kind of thought that might be the secret ingredient as well to just getting those wins.
Yeah, maybe I should have visited confessional all the games.
You would have had 10 out of 10, perfect score.
I think I started to feel more relaxed. I just started visiting confessional. I don't know, I wanted in the first half as well, but I just forgot when I was playing the game. It's just...
And Prag, you're the first Indian ever to win Norway chess. What does that mean for you? What's that feeling like?
I think all these things are great, but I think more happy that I think in any tournament you win, you're happy, and especially when Magnus is there, it's extra special. So, and also to win in such a way, I'm super happy.
Yeah, and how will you celebrate?
I don't know. I think I'm right now just hungry. I think me and my second will try to get something to eat.
Prag, if you have to give that 20-second Oscar-style speech where you have to thank people for everything that's gone right here, who do you think? Who were the people who I think made this a reality, and what would you like to say to them?
I think 20 seconds will be less for that. Okay. I want to start with my family. I think without their support, it's just not possible. Especially having 2 players from the same family, it takes a lot of sacrifice from the parents. So I think their support is the key. I think, and also my trainers, my seconds, Ramesh sir and Vaibhav was here with me. He was working hard throughout the event. He was also there in Bucharest. So and also there are other seconds which I don't want to reveal right now, but they are also doing a great job. And also I want to thank Adani Group in this moment. They have been supporting me for last 2.5 years, and I think as everyone knows, training and playing tournaments is you do need support. So they're very supportive in that sense. So I thank them in this moment, and there are a lot of people. I can probably go on and.
It's a great speech.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Thank you.
And Prag, you mentioned you'll celebrate by getting some dinner since you're hungry. But after dinner, could we tempt you to come to the Good Night Chess Pub with us? It's going to be some last night celebrations.
We'll see. I don't know.
I'll find a way to persuade you.
Yeah. And, you won the tournament. There's massive hype, but you have been quite honest in the past about how being a chess professional can be a lonely life, how you spend time by yourself. And you also mentioned just now about the support network. Can you just tell us a little bit more about that?
I wouldn't say lonely. I would say more of you have to be so disciplined and like so focused that you have to give everything for this game. And sometimes when the results don't go your way, you're like disappointed. Like for example, for me, after candidates was the one thing I was thinking for last 2 years, and when that didn't go well, I was like not sure. Like I wasn't sure like what's going on, and then I decided I don't want to think about the next candidates already at this point. I just want to chill and enjoy the games, and I think that's what I'm doing. And I enjoy this much more, just playing my games and fighting, and
Yeah. Prag, Vaishali winning the candidates. You coming into Norway Chess, winning it. What have you guys been eating? What's been going on? What's the secret here?
No, last like 10 months or something just didn't go my way at all. I was 2790 or something, then dropped down to like 2730. So like it's not really what I'm eating. No, but I'm very happy that she won. She won the candidates. She has been working a lot, and I'm happy that she's getting what she deserves, and that also I think helped me like cope up with my candidates results. So.
Okay, Prag, I know you have to go, and I know what you'll be about to do, but before that, can I ask you for one favor? Can you please take a selfie with us, the commentators? Here you go. David, come on in. Because Prag's about to get super busy, guys. Thanks, Prag.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to Norway chess champion Pragnananda. Oh, he had a dream event. He had absolutely everything, and the scoreline tells it all. The man at the top is the one who rose above it all. He beat Magnus Carlsen twice. He suffered back-to-back defeats, and then he went on just winning game after game after game, and there he is at the top. And for Bivisara Asauba-Eva, just 22 years old, winning Norway Chess Women with a round to spare. Massive congratulations to the pair. What worthy champions we have had here.
And I think it's a storyline few would have predicted at the start of the tournament, right? Looking at Norway Chess Women, the debutante, Bivisara comes in and just dominates the field. And guess who's with her? The World Championship challenger, Javakir, in the building as well. So much entertaining chess by Bivisara, and super deserving. What a statement by the 3-times World Blitz champion. And then if we move on to Norway Chess, led by Alireza Firouzja, then overtaken by Wesley So. Pragnananda in the chase, loses the spot, goes down to the pit of the table, and then what happens? 2 losses? 4 back-to-back wins, 4 classical wins, gaining those 12 points, takes the championship, the first Indian to ever do so, to be champion of Norway Chess.
Yeah, you gotta love it. The hierarchy being shaken up. So many players played well this time. Wesley So, shout out to him for leading half the tournament, playing fantastic chess, back to his best. Firouzja as well. Even Vincent Keimer gaining rating points. It was only Magnus and Gukesh in the Norway Chess who struggled. And in the women's, it felt like Zhu Wenjun, the favorite, Humpy, one of the most experienced, they also struggled. It's a good time to be young.
There's a potential changing of the guards. Well, it has been an unforgettable tournament here at Norway Chess. And I'd like to give a big thank you to the rap queen. And this is the only time I'm ever going to be able to call him this, the Muffin Man, David Howell. And also, I'm going to crown myself the prediction guru, even though I got absolutely nothing right, and I had to have the assistance of the chair. No, it has been a massive joy to have you both as my commentators. Sad. You've made it all. Just
I'm heartbroken
go.
Right now. I'm actually getting emotional at the thought that Norway Chess comes to an end. It has been such a wild ride, this tournament, guys. David, come on here. Come on, David, get in.
You're not allowed to leave Norway. You're not allowed to go.
No, we're not allowed to go. But a massive thank you from all of us here. A massive thank you to our production team, to Big, to Chetel, to everyone working behind the scenes so tirelessly. You guys have been chef's kiss, absolutely stupendous. To our mods, to our subscribers, to all our viewers at home, thank you so much for joining along this wild ride. And we're going to leave you all with a video of all the Norway Chess highlights. Thank you for watching. And until the next, take care.
Magnus suddenly winning after some strange moves by Gukesh.
Huge trouble staring down yet another loss. And yeah, you can see it on his face.
The players agreeing to a draw after a few exchanges here.
It all comes down to this end game right now that we have.
Let's see, what did Vincent do wrong? I thought after rook f1, it should be holdable. Ah, shoot. h5 is just a mega blunder, yeah, by Vincent.
He goes for the check. It's game on. Praggnanandhaa in it to win it.
Vincent cannot let us down today. Any other day is fine.
The eval bars are going sky high on both boards, though, for white. Magnus dropping back his king. And on that left board, the A pawn is going to be the clincher when it starts finally rolling down the board. But Pragg so close now. How does he do it without risking the fact that he's on the brink of winning the tournament?
The only square I see for it is D1. And he's reaching...
He plays it!
Incredible stuff by Praggnanandhaa. He's about to win Norway chess.
Vincent.
He's going to go in for the check. Yes, beautiful move. Forcing Vincent to give up the exchange.
What a blow. Pragg not letting up at all. He's full steam ahead.
The pawn, it is ripe for the taking. No way to defend it.
He might resign, Yovi. He might resign any moment. Bishop f5, knight e5, game over.
Both might resign. Alireza could resign. And there we go. Championship moment. It is Praggnanandhaa, Norway chess champion.
Incredible. No Indian has ever won Norway chess. Magnus Carlsen has won it 7 times. Today, both those facts change.
After my Armageddon game against Firuzjai, we both congratulated each other on a good play. There's really not much you can do if someone wins. If someone gains 12 points on the last 4 rounds, I don't think anyone can really stop that.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.